of the USC Trojans.
Now the quarterback leading the nation in passing efficiency, yards per catch, yards per attempt, and in the top 20 in percentage, yards, and total offense. He's a 6'4" redshirt junior, 225-pound transfer from UNLV. Wayman Jordan. Waymo had a 42-yard game last week. Nobody had more than that on the ground anyway, except for King Miller, who had the long 75-yard touchdown run amongst his 80. Ryan Jackson, the third stringer, not available today. Eli Sanders will be the backup, but I think they're going to split time most of the time. Mekhi Lemon, Jacoby Lane, and Tanook Hines was listed as the starter last week. We'll see who the third receiver is when the Trojans come out, if they have 3 or 4. Lake McCree had a nice touchdown run after a short catch last week at the tight end spot. Elijah Page, Justin Tawanu'u at right tackle out of Huntington Beach. The inside linemen are Tobias Raymond, Alani Noah, and Killian O'Connor, one of the Trojan captains, will be starting at center. For Georgia Southern on defense, Jacob Ferguson, transfer from Northern Iowa. And boy, the way, they got a bunch of transfers on this team. Caleb Moore is the defensive tackle. Latrell Bullard, a 3-year starter at the other defensive tackle. Davion Rhodes, a returning starter defensive end. The linebackers are Brendan Harrington, a 3-year starter and 2-year captain. Brandon Tyson, Aiden Jackson, the nickelback. Then the corners are Tracy Hill and Chance Gamble. And the safeties, Prince Green and Justin Myers. Their starting safety, a transfer from Georgia Tech and Cincinnati, Jaden Davis, dismissed from the team after leading the team in tackles against Fresno last week. And their backup linebacker, Davion Hicks, also dismissed from the team, a graduate student, transfer from South Florida, Washington State, out of the old Dodger spring training grounds at Vero Beach in Florida. So here we go. Trojans out of their home Cardinal and gold. Crowd starting to come in after the long afternoon of tailgating. Georgia Southern will kick off into the torch end of the Coliseum. In doing so will be Evan Scruggs, who had 2 out of his 3 go to the end zone for touchbacks. All white uniforms, save for the dark blue name on the back and the dark blue numbers and dark blue helmets with a white stripe right down the middle and a white number on the helmets, kind of the reverse of the Penn State helmet. Here we go. Kickoff time. Back for the Trojans. Mekhi Lemon waiting on the 1-yard line. Jay Fair shorter than that at about the 9. Trojan fans getting hyped up by the DJ. The kickoff is gone and we're underway, and the kick will go into the end zone and come back out for a touchback, 1st and 10 at the 25. I'm starting more and more to be of the school to move that kickoff a little further back so we get some kickoff returns these days. We just don't have any anymore.
Yeah, not a lot of excitement on that play yet.
Yeah, let's get it back. Kick it off another 5 yards further back. So the Trojans will start off out at the 25-yard line, and here we go. Casey Stone, that is our spotter off to my left. Gia Lara is our producer. Rick Cutler, engineer, up behind us. We're ready to go. First play of the ball game, center of the field. Here come the Trojans. The offset with Waymon Jordan to the right of Jaden Mayava. Lyons in there as a tight end right side. Quick flip, right side. Lemon catches at the 27. Wrestled forward to the 30, maybe the 31. He'll get 6 yards on the play. And it'll be a pickup of 4, pickup of 6, second down and 4 from the 31.
Yeah, I think we have Mika Banuelos inside there, starting at that right guard position in front of Alani Noah there.
There is 6'2", 315, a two-way starter at high school out of Seattle. Lemon goes over to the far side, near side. This is Fair on 2nd and 4. Handoff. Jordan, he'll get the first down as he waddles across the 35 to about the 36. And that'll be a pickup of 5 before Rhodes will pull him down. Chewy Rhodes, gain of 6 and a first down, and the band strikes up, fight on for the first time. First down, Trojans driven by Hyundai. Hyundai getaway sales event going on now. Get deals so right it almost feels wrong. Don't miss out. Visit your Southern California Hyundai dealers today.
Yeah, it could be a heavy prescription of a running back today, Pete, if against this Georgia Southern defense that really struggled against the run last week.
Lyons and McCree, double tight end, strong on the right side. Now the play gets changed at the line of scrimmage. Snap is back. Handoff to Jordan. Cuts it back in across the 40. Fumble the football. Georgia Southern's going to get it at the SC 41-yard line. Jordan had it stripped away from him. Up off the bottom of the pile, that's big number 93. That is Caleb Moore with his first fumble recovery. The Trojans turn it over after being +2 last week and with only one turnover. And Georgia Southern's got a nice short field to work with, Shaun, on the first series of the game.
Yeah, good hit there by Georgia Southern, and looked like Dorian Smith was able to get a punch in on the ball. Wayman's got to do a better job of holding that ball tight, especially when you got a plethora of running backs back there. Got to do a better job taking care of that ball.
Trojans defensively start with Anthony Lucas and Cameron Fountain on the defensive ends. Devin Tompkins and Jide Abasiri interior. Eric Gentry, Desmond Stevens the backers. DJ Harvey the nickelback. It'll be Conley and Nicholson the corners, and Kamari Ramsey and Bishop Fitzgerald, who had that nice long interception return 39-yarder last week for a touchdown against Missouri State. Quarterback J.C. French the fourth will get the start for Georgia Southern. Empty backfield. 3 receivers to this near press box side. Long count, throwing behind a pick. It's complete, but well read by Kamari Ramsey. Catching the pass, Dalen Cobb with his 4th catch of the year, the returning starter from Washington, Georgia, at Washington High School. His running mate out there, Camden Brown and Marcus Sanders. You'll also see a lot of Josh Dallas. They get right back up to the line of scrimmage. O.J. Arnold and DJ Dave Badinga are the running backs. This time it is Arnold back there by himself. After a short gain on the pass play, the throw over the middle, tipped up in the air and almost picked off by the Trojans, but not quite. Desmond Stevens leaning one way, and if he had leaned the other, and I don't know why he would have, it would have been an interception. Instead, it'll be 3rd and 7, the 3-yard pickup on that first down play.
Yeah, a lot of quick passes out of this Georgia Southern offense here. You're going to have a lot of that, so you got to get your hands on passes right there. Eric Gentry does a good job getting his long arm in front of that ball.
Obvious passing down here, 3rd and a short 7. Motion away for Arnold. Quick throw this way. Flag is down. The pass is overthrown, incomplete. Defending on the play was Nicholson. I see a flag fly up in there. There's an injured Georgia Southern player.
Yeah, on this near sideline, there was a flag thrown.
Offside. Defense, number 1. 5-yard penalty. Still 3rd down.
So Fountain got in there too soon, and so move it up 5 yards instead of 3rd and 7. 3rd and a more makeable 2-yard situation. Continuing with the Georgia Southern offense, Kalen Williams, a 6th-year senior at left tackle, right tackle Bob Wright, and the other 3 guys are all returners. 3-year starter Pishon Wimbley, Chandler Strong at center, a 3-year starter, a 2-year starter Caleb Cook. Well, they work on the injured Georgia Southern player. We'll go down to Jordan Moore on the sideline.
Yeah, I just wanted to let you know, Alani Noah in full uniform looks healthy to me, standing up with the offensive lineman. So maybe a situation where Micah Benuelos took his job this week, at least at the top of the depth chart. And then Braylon Conley getting that start at corner over Harvey. So some changes, some competition still going on with this team right now in season.
We're going to break away. They got the guy off the field, and we'll give you his name as we get a chance at 64 as one of their offensive linemen, Williams. So they'll have to bring in Matt Williams behind Kalen Williams. Let's pause for these messages on the ESPN LA USC Trojans Media Network.
Coors Light presents To Chill or Not to Chill. When your friend skips your favorite song on the playlist. End the friendship. Or choose chill because that song lives rent-free in your head anyway. And you planned ahead by bringing Coors Light to the party. And the sound of that ice-cold can cracking open was music to your ears already. Coors Light. Choose chill. Celebrate responsibly. 2024 Coors Brewing Company, Golden, Colorado.
Another checkup? Why are so many people getting new puppies?
Hey, it's Mace. This is USC, Georgia Southern. Be sure to be with us.
Booked solid for weeks, but who can say no to a puppy, right? Oh, who's your good boy? Oh, who's what?
She needs to find extra vet techs to get those pups some extra love.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. When you sponsor a job on Indeed, candidates can find it easier, so you can hire easier. Redeem your $75 credit at Indeed.com/credit. Terms and conditions apply.
Progressive knows if you have to choose between everyday life and your RV wins.
What, are you going to take the RV to the lake or clean out your closet?
RV wins!
Putting the dishes away or taking the RV camping?
RV wins!
Cleaning the fridge or taking a trip to the beach?
RV wins!
You might want to clean the fridge real quick because, mold.
We clean out the fridge, then take the RV out.
With Progressive, you can bundle your RV with your home or auto and save with a discount and spend more time enjoying those savings in your RV. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and other insurers. Not available in all states and situations.
Hey guys, it's Sedano. You're listening to USC and Georgia Southern. We'll be talking about it Monday morning at 7 on the all-new Sedano and Cap Morning Show on your home for the Trojans, ESPN LA.
After the Trojans got a first down, they fumbled the ball away. Georgia Southern now with their third play, and it's a third and about 1.5 from the SC 32-yard line as we come back to action. Snap is back, looking left, throwing left, a long lob pass, and it is caught, flag down, touchdown. Touchdown, Georgia Southern. Camden Brown with his second touchdown catch. French looks like a pretty decent armed quarterback. There's a flag on the play, and it is pass interference.
Defense, number
against
19.
SC, so that'll be
penalty
declined.
Is declined. The result of the play is a touchdown.
How do you do? Georgia Southern has the lead against USC.
Going up top on 3rd and short. Trojans get ready for that run. You think they're just trying to get the first down. Instead, they try to go up top on Bishop Fitzgerald right there, number 19 on coverage, and just make a play right there up top. That's all you can say about Georgia Southern right there. Just taking a shot, looking nothing to lose right there. 3rd and short, you think they're going to line up and stuff it. Instead, looks like they might be going for 2 here too.
Line up with a bunch of guys way over to the left side. Now, if they don't get the look that they want, they'll bring them back in, but they did get the look they want. The snap is back. The rush is on. The throw in the end zone incomplete. So the 2-point conversion fails, and the score remains 6-0, and we'll take another timeout with 13 minutes, 1 second remaining in the first quarter. Georgia Southern strikes first. It's the Eagles 7, the Eagles 6, and the Trojans nothing on the ESPN LA USC Trojans Media Network.
It's time to recharge, reconnect, and rediscover your perfect combination at Pechanga Resort Casino. And with your resort favorites back in action, there's all of the excitement and comfort you love with the peace of mind you can depend on. So whenever you're ready for a little rest, a little relaxation, and a lot of fun, we'll be here. Play your perfect combination at Pechanga Resort Casino today.
The road is calling. Embrace the thrill of the drive with the fully electric Audi Q6 e-tron. Featuring effortless power, serious acceleration, and advanced Audi tech. The next chapter of Audi is here. Get exceptional offers at your local Audi dealer.
Visit SoCalAudiDealers.com for more information.
In the summer of 1997, Stone IPA was first brewed. We weren't trying to create the next big thing in beer. We just wanted to make the first anniversary ale of our dreams. Crisp, light-bodied, and still packed with hoppy flavor. That little recipe went on to become our flagship beer and inspired a generation of brewers and beer lovers. From that first batch to today, Stone IPA is still the iconic West Coast style IPA.
What's good, everybody? Sua Cravens here, and don't miss the USC postgame show today after the game with me and Jason Schwartz right here on your home of Trojans football, ESPN LA. Fight on.
Helped out by an offside penalty that gave Georgia Southern an extra chance. 41 yards, 3 plays, and a 32-yard touchdown pass from French to Camden Brown puts Georgia Southern ahead 6-0. As I recall last week, we might have mentioned the fact that Missouri State led 3-0 at the start of the game. And often that happens when teams come in and play big-name teams on their home field. They get ahead 3-0, 6-0, and then it ends up 73-13.
Yeah, you know, you're feeling each other out at the beginning of the game. Obviously, the Trojans can't make the mistakes they made. Obviously, the huge fumble and then getting beat deeper on 3rd and 1 there. But, yeah, mistakes early, cost you early. Got to settle things down, just get into the rhythm here. It looked like the offense is moving the ball into that fumble, so got to get back in that zone.
Georgia Southern is running a 15-game losing streak against teams in the top 30, 3-22 overall, and 1-17 on the road. The teams that they've beaten are like Appalachian State and James Madison, so it's not like they went in and beat Nebraska at any point. 0-1 so far. They opened the school in 1908. It was the Georgia District School of Agriculture and Mechanics. 15 students were there. They played football for the first time in 1924, but they didn't play any football from 1942 to 1981, and then they came back in 1AA, and they won national championships at that level in 85 and 6, 89 and 90, and 99 and 2000. So they've had pretty good success down the lower level. Then they moved on the way back up, and they've been okay in the Sun Belt League, and they've gone to some bowl games 3 in a row under Clay Helton. 6-0 Georgia Southern, and for the second time, Scruggs will kick off. Will he kick it off in the end zone? He does for another touchback, and it'll come out to the 25-yard line once again.
Yeah, it looked like on that play they brought in Weston Bryan. Actually, it wasn't French who threw the touchdown pass. Weston Bryan, the freshman, came in there and threw that touchdown pass. So,
was it now?
First,
he played one play last week. I didn't see that.
Second collegiate play there and throwing a touchdown. Not too bad.
Not bad. And it was a run. He ran for 3 yards. All right, so Bryan throws that pass. Their backup quarterback is not listed as Weston Bryan. It's listed as some guy named Turner Hilton. Yeah. Clay's kid. All right, so don't drop the ball. That was the lesson of the first series for the Trojans. Tight end strong right. Handoff goes this way. And Wayman Jordan into the line from the 25 to the 27, maybe the 28. I don't think they're going to give him that much. Gain of 3, gang tackled, pushed back there. And it'll be a second down and about 7.5. Swing by the Lazy Dog Restaurant for scratch-made meals and $15 fireside favorites. Pick from 5 entrees and enjoy a personal-sized s'mores brownie sundae Monday through Friday. Find out more at lazydogrestaurants.com. So a short run on first down. Trojans passed on first down in their first series. McCree goes slotted out to the right side, so wandering out a little bit further to Nook Hines. The fake to Jordan. The throw by Mayava underneath. Caught by Lemon, 40. And tripped up from behind out to the 43-yard line. He's clearly the guy that SC is looking for as the number 1 receiver. I was wondering if Jacoby Lane would be in. Would he get more passing? What's going to happen with him? And Lemon obviously is the guy right now.
Yeah, when you work yourself that way open, that's who someone Jaden's going to lean on, because right now, as he runs around right there, Mekhi Lemon is doing a great job getting open.
Offset, McCree to the left side as a halfback to Jaden Mayava. Motion this way. The handoff to the left side. Jordan, big hole left side. Got to the 50, into Georgia Southern territory inside the 45. As he spun around and goes down around the 42-yard line, Brandon Tyson, the middle linebacker, makes the tackle. That was a good job of blocking up front by the offensive line.
Yeah, good job of blocking there, and Wayman Jordan showing his move still. Obviously, Lincoln Riley getting the ball back in his hand so he can continue to make plays. Just one mistake there, just can't let it happen again.
They spotted it back the 44-yard line, so Knee must have touched down back there. It's 1st and 10 Trojans on the move here. Their second possession of the game, trailing 6-0. Underneath throw, this one to the 40, down to the 38-yard line to Tanook Hines, his second catch of the year. Gets it down to the 38-yard line before cornerback Chance Gamble, the graduate student in physical education, the fifth-year senior from Fitzgerald, Georgia. Fitzgerald High School makes the tackle. Second down. The original line of scrimmage, the 44, so we'll give him 6 on that. Call it second down and 4. Trojans go into a huddle and now break out of that. First quarter action at the Coliseum, 10:44 and counting. Mayava in the shotgun, looks over before clapping his hands to the Trojan sideline. They decide to change the play, which moves Hines backward and McCree forwards. Lemon is on this side with Jacoby Lane and now whistles and hold everything. Trojans, I think. No, it's Georgia Southern going to call timeout. A little weird.
Yeah, a little gamesmanship there on the sidelines. Looked like Lincoln Riley on our sideline dialed up a play for Jaden, and Jaden was changing the play. So Clay Helton on the other side said, wait a second, we're not going to let you run that, and called the timeout there.
Let's take a look at some scores from earlier today. Maryland, yesterday, as a matter of fact, defeated Northern Illinois 20-9. The college football report brought to you by Modelo, the fighting spirit of the USC Trojans. Northwestern wiped out Western Illinois 42-7. These Big Ten scores now. Number 11, Illinois beat Duke 45-19. 23rd ranked Indiana knocked off Kennesaw State 56-9. Second ranked Penn State shut out Florida International by 34. 16th ranked Iowa State got a 54-yard field goal with 2 minutes to go in the game to beat Iowa 16-13. Minnesota shut out Northwestern State 66-0. And those are the finals we had as of recently in the Big Ten. Other games going on, obviously. Back to play now on second down and 4 after the Georgia Southern timeout. Jacoby Lane goes in motion, delayed handoff, and bugging his way inside the 35 to almost the 34 is Jordan. Tyson makes the stop again. He's been busy early, 3 tackles early on. And not enough for a first down. 3rd and less than a yard for USC inside the 35, maybe 4 down territory here. Trojans break huddle. Send Lemon to the far side. Got to think it's Jordan again, right? Isn't everybody in the building thinking that? Georgia Southern with a 5-man defensive line. Handoff, right side. Jordan got to get a yard. He does then. Inside the 30, 25, and out of bounds inside the 20-yard line to about the 15. Now they'll say steps out at the 18. Tyson pushed him out there, and the Trojans now on the move. Nice move there by Wayman Jordan. It looked like he was trapped.
Yeah, good job with his eyes as well as Georgia Southern's defense. They all crashed down, all kind of pinched that middle, thought the USC was going to stuff it up the middle. Wayman sees that, just tries to inch it upside and then bounce it outside.
Quick snap back. Handoff Jordan again. Hit hard at the 15. Tackle forward to about the 12-yard line. Trojans in the Helium Mobile red zone. Time for them to break in and break free. Harrington the tackle for GSU. 2nd down at the 12, maybe the 13. Need to get inside the 10 to about the 8 for another first down here.
Going to the 2 tight end formation.
A little extra power on the left side. Lyons then moves over to the right side and joins Lake McCree over there. Mayava in the shot, lob pass, heading for the end zone. One-hand snag. Flag is down. The touchdown is good. Jacoby Lane with a one-hand grab. Magnificent. Woo! As was the case with Georgia Southern.
Defense, number 12.
And their touchdown, the pass interference call against the Trojans was declined, and the same will be the case on this touchdown pass from Mayava to Jacoby Lane.
Yeah, pretty good right there from Jacoby Lane, using one hand to shield the defender, as it looked like Tracy Hill Jr. was trying to hold on for dear life, trying to bring him down, even trying to get that penalty there, and Jacoby just holds him down, sticks the other paw up, and snags that one out of the air, then shows the fans, hey, pretty good, huh?
Sayeri. Ryan Sayeri had a great week last week, 8 for 8 on extra point tries. Then they brought in the backup for the last couple. Or he might have set a record. The kick is up and good. And we've got a break in the action. Time out of the field with 8 minutes and 50 seconds left of the first quarter. Trojans now on top. It's USC 7, Georgia Southern 6 on the ESPN LA USC Trojan Media Network.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting truly great candidates for your roles? It seems impossible to find them, but they have to be out there somewhere, right? Well, they're not hard to find when you know where to go, and that place is ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/LA. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. And because these people are actively looking for jobs just like yours, it's easy to find the right person right away. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter, you're missing out. So see what it's like when the impossible is easy. When you go to ZipRecruiter.com/LA right now to try ZipRecruiter for free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/LA. ZipRecruiter.com/LA. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
If you are a fighter, Modelo is your reward. So listen close. You put up with a lot, but you always hold it down for your people. You are strong. You are fearless. You are the baddest on the block. You are an elbow grease factory, a force of nature. You are not to be reckoned with. You are a ride or die, a powerhouse of productivity. You are a fighter, and Modelo is your reward. You've earned every last drop of this rich golden lager, so raise it up high. Modelo, the mark of a fighter. Drink responsibly. Beer imported by Crown Imports, Chicago, Illinois.
Hey, it's Mace. This is USC Georgia Southern. Be sure to be with us at noon on Monday. We'll be talking about today's game and the entire NFL weekend. Mason and Ireland on your home of Trojans football, ESPN LA. Fight on.
Trojans go 75 yards in 8 plays on their second drive. Fumbled on the first one, and it turned into a Georgia Southern touchdown. Took 4 minutes, 11 seconds. Mayava, the touchdown pass to Jacoby Lane, and the Trojans on top by a 7-6 count. Let's go down to the field to Jordan Moore.
You know, some guys are just built different. The first thing I ever heard about Jacoby Lane when he arrived was that they had to order him special receiver gloves because his hands were so big. And well, the rest of us need to catch with two hands. He only needed one there, and usually guys, even when they make a one-handed catch, they either pull it into their body or they eventually use that second hand to make sure it's secured. But, man, he snagged that thing. I mean, only the person I remember really doing that was Mike Williams in the back of the end zone against Oregon State one time, and some guys, again, just a special talent.
Jordan, you know what the kids are calling that these days? That's called getting mossed.
Oh yeah, he got mossed and then some because he got the flag too. So you get that double PI plus. I guess both touchdowns so far were PI plus a touchdown. So I guess we're all even.
Remember, tight end Dominique Byrd got one of those too. Pretty good. A couple of other scores. Ohio State, ranked number 1 in the country now, beat Grambling of all things 70-0. 6th-ranked Oregon over Oklahoma State 69-3. Wisconsin 42-10 winners over Middle Tennessee, and Rutgers leading Miami of Ohio 38-17 with 4 to go. Michigan State, Boston College, 7-0 Sparty, first quarter. Southern Illinois, Purdue will be at West Lafayette next week to take on the Boilermakers to open Big Ten play. 7-7 time, middle of the first quarter in that one. Later tonight, Michigan, Oklahoma. I haven't seen any score on that yet. UCLA, UNLV, and UC Davis and Washington. Kickoff into the end zone. So bring it out to the 25 for Georgia Southern. Their first drive, if you will, started after the Trojan fumble at the SC 41. And they got a 6 out of that. So this time back at their own 25. There's Oklahoma leading Michigan 7-0 5 minutes into their ball game. All right, we're up to date on the Big Ten. Get you some top 25s as we go along. First down at the 25-yard line. Back to French at quarterback instead of Bryant. Running back is Arnold. Spinning around, then handing off to Arnold for a nice 5-yard pickup over the left guard spot. Is the quarterback French. The stop there by Pierce and also Silver, Keyshawn Silver, making the tackle for USC. Motion away on 2nd down and 5 for Georgia Southern. Play action fake. Flip this way, diving towards the first down marker, but I don't think he got it. Is Josh Dallas. Stopped just short of that by Marcellus Williams, I think maybe by just a foot. Did he get to the line? No, he's inches short. 3rd and about an inch. Interesting call here for Georgia Southern. Oh, I'm sorry, 5 yards short. Oh, he's at the 30, not the 35. Okay. Would have been an exciting call. 3rd and 5, probably a passing down. It is now empty backfield. Throw this way, nobody there. Into the seated players of the Georgia Southern bench. Incomplete pass, 4th down, 3 and out.
Good
nice
play
job by Marcellus on that play.
Yeah, Marcellus with a great tackle on that play. That was a really come up, just tackle your guy. But then on that last play on 3rd down, it looked like Braylon Shelby, the guy who had 2 sacks last week, comes off the edge quick, wins fast. This Georgia Southern, they get the ball out quick. They don't want to hold on to it. French gets the ball out quick there, but he's forced into a bad throw because Braylon was there too quick, and the wide receiver wasn't ready for that one.
Left-footed Australian kicker Alex Smith, averaging just 39 yards a punt last week on 7 tries at Fresno State. Had a long of 48. Rush is on, and Trojans get close to getting it. Angling over to make the catch is Lemon. Just like last week, about 5 yards too deep, and every punt return that he tried last week just bounced around and went out of bounds or was down. Let's pause 10 seconds for stations to identify themselves on the ESPN LA USC Trojans Media Network.
Hey, it's Mace, and this is USC football back where it belongs on 710 ESPN. KSPN Los Angeles, a good Karma Brands radio station. Fight on!
7:41 to go in the first quarter. Trojans are up 7-6. Get the ball back now for their 3rd possession. First one was a fumble loss. Second one a long touchdown drive. Ocean views, magical sunsets, a luxury resort like no other. Discover Terranea, located along the stunning Palos Verdes Peninsula in Southern California. Book your getaway to Terranea now at Terranea.com. You ever been to Terranea?
I have been to Terranea.
I have not. I've seen pictures of it, and I would think today would be the day to go to Terranea. It's just so nice out.
Oh, yeah. Beautiful place right there on the peninsula right there, just hanging out there. It's wonderful accommodation.
Jordan, you're looking for a beach day? What's up?
Every time we do that Terranea read, I just start, my mind drifts to sitting by that pool. Sounds lovely on a day like today. But I was going to tell you, on the field right now, they're honoring men's track and field, won a double national championship last year, both indoor and outdoor. And I did an event this summer with their head coach, Quincy Watts. And people may know Quincy. He was an Olympic gold medalist for the U.S. in the 400 meters, a great Trojan, and you think of him as a track star. At his time at USC, though, he was kind of struggling on the track, couldn't stay healthy, and he went to walk on to the football program, right? So everyone has always surmised that, hey, just take these guys who are super fast in the track and put them out there in football and let them go. Well, really, he ended up mostly just on the practice squad and not necessarily doing a whole lot in the games, but he called it the turning point of his track career because there was a level of toughness that he learned practicing and playing football that ultimately he then took out onto the track and then the next year became an Olympic gold medalist.
Boy, was he good. Member of the LA City Schools at Taft when he was running for the Toreadors, city champion. In multiple events, too. He was something special. And I believe he's in the Hall of Fame in the LA City school system now.
Oh, that's such a nice guy, too. Every time we've done a couple interviews with him on Trojans Live, and every time I see him on campus, make sure to say hi because he's such a nice guy.
Sayeri's PAT brought to you by Terranea Resort, a luxury resort like no other. Did a little reading on Sayeri because I watched him being interviewed this week after practice. Good-looking young kid, but obviously has some foreign nationality to him, and I didn't know what it was, so I went back and looked. Iranian descent. His family moved him here when he was 3 years old. Oh. Ended up going to Chaminade and being an all-CIF performer as a kicker. And now he's battling. I'll tell you what, he's doing a pretty good job being a second-string kicker behind Chittenden, who hadn't been able to play yet. Good thing we got this guy. First down after the punt rolls out of bounds at the 20-yard line. And here's Eli Sanders for the first time in the backfield. The flip pass off the right side, out in space. Sanders, what a block on the far side as Sanders stays on his feet and gets driven out of bounds finally around the 38, 39-yard line. Who was that threw that block over there?
Justin Taunu, and he's letting them know about it. Big fellow running in the wild there. When you get a big dog out in the wild and he's able to get on one of those linebackers or safeties there, it looks like one of the linebackers, he got up to number 14, looked like Prince Green, and he put hands on him, Pete. That's a Big Mac running to a little guy, knocking him off the ground.
It's another Hyundai USC first down, and SC's got it at their own 38, moving from right to left from our vantage point. Lots of time for Mayava. Throws underneath. There's Lemon again, trying to get away, and he does. At the 50. He's on his racehorse. At the 30. He's at the 20. Cuts it back in, and he'll go all the way. Touchdown! Couple of moves right at the end. Mekhi Lemon, and the touchdown for USC. They're on the board again.
Yeah, just a great job by Mekhi Lemon there. Just catches the pass. He's able to get a nice move on one of the defensive. Shakes a tackle loose and then gets some help. I believe that was Walker Lyons running down there to help him out there. Just enough to get him into the end zone. Number 6, he saw his buddy get in the end zone. Jacoby Lane decided he'd join the party and get a touchdown as well.
Extra point try coming up. Sayeri waiting. Out of the hold of the punter, Sam Johnson. Wearing long sleeves today. Places back. Hank Pepper puts it back there quickly. And everything's good. And the Trojans now up 14-6. Couple of moves there. There were a couple of guys had a chance to get him, especially down around the 5-yard line. Able to get away from the first one with a move, the second one with power.
Yeah, second one got through it there. Good job shaking off a tackler. He's able to step through that one, then makes a move, and then is able to get it. And then it doesn't look like he's going to get caught right there. And then I believe Walker Lyons, just enough to get him to that rest, that last 5 yards to get him in the end zone. 62
yards officially for Mayava to Lemon. Mayava now with 4 touchdown passes and no interceptions on the season so far. For Lemon, well, he's just getting some big numbers, even here in the first quarter, but his season is off to a great start.
Yeah, I mean, even last week he only played a half, and he's got 7 passes for 90 yards. So this guy, Jaden's really comfortable. There's a nice connection there as he feels comfortable throwing to old number 6 there.
PAT brought to you by Terranea Resort, a luxury resort like no other. Back down to Jordan on the field.
Yeah, last week there were 10 touchdowns scored, and none of them were by the wide receivers. So just in case you were worried about that, I think Jacoby Lane and Mekhi Lemon were both on the board here with pretty spectacular touchdown catches. Telling you there's nothing to worry about.
9 players with touchdowns and 14 players with receptions last week. The kickoff into the end zone for another touchback. Trojan fans, celebrate every Trojan win this season with a trip to AM/PM. Visit your local Southern California participating AM/PM stores and receive 1 free personal pizza and a 20-ounce Coca-Cola with a win. Only valid through the AM/PM app while supplies last. So if SC wins today, you get a pizza and a soda. Huh?
Not a bad deal.
All right, then. I want you to bring a Pie Trap gift certificate from your restaurant.
Want free pizza? Come on, I thought you'd come and pay for something.
But we throw the paper airplane at the end of the game, and anybody that picks that up should get a free pizza.
That's a good marketing opportunity.
All right. Handoff, no. Play action fake. Pumping once, pumping twice, putting it under his shoulder and taking off is the quarterback French, and he'll slide safely into second base. Isn't that about where second base would be when the Dodgers played here? I think it is. At the 31-yard line. Short gain on the play of about 6 yards on the play. Little throw this way. Good blocking on the perimeter, and the pass complete and out of bounds for a first down will be Josh Dallas at about the 46-yard line. So a first down for Georgia Southern.
It looks like they're trying to work some tempo in here.
Chasen Johnson got the tackle on that one. Just pushed him out of bounds, really, but you do get credit for it. Receivers to either direction. Motion away for Dallas. Arnold still in there. Trojans trying to be drawn offside by French clapping his hands really loudly, but they don't bite. It's kind of a high school trick to kind of get the other guys to jump, get an extra 5 yards. Now Dallas comes in motion back this way. Handoff to Arnold. He's not going anywhere. Gets punched down quickly. Gentry was in quickly to make that shot. Would they lose a yard? Loss of 1 on the play. Yeah, second 11. That didn't fool anybody.
TFL for Gentry right there. He smelled that one right out. This offense, when that back's offset one way, he only can come one way. Gentry, smart player, comes downhill real quick and knocks that one out with the TFL.
Second now and 11, so a little bit off schedule for French. It's like a Badinga in the backfield now. Dave Badinga, the 5'7 junior from Atlanta. And Badinga gets the call, and he'll get past the original line of scrimmage and then battle his way all the way out to midfield. So he'll pick up the one they lost and 4 more after that, but it'll still be difficult. 3rd down and 6 from the 50. How are they on thirds last week? Not very good. 4 for 11 last year. 45%. Not terrible. Trojans defensively last week, one of the best in the country at 3 for 14 against. And last year, pretty good too, 37%. 3rd and 6, crowd making a ruckus. Motion away. Now they'll stop and look at each other. The tight end Green backs off the line of scrimmage on the left side. Twin receivers to the far. Snap is back to French. Looking to this near side, and it is incomplete. Georgia Southern coach is looking for a flag, and they get one. I kind of thought that they would. Watching it with the binocs.
Pass interference. Defense, number 21.
Yeah, Johnson, step for step,
penalty from the previous spot.
Did the one thing that you have to do. He didn't turn around and look, and he kind of had hands on him all the way down the field.
Yeah, they were hand fighting pretty good there, and I think the refs, that last little push he got his head around a little late, so I think that's what drew the flag. Kind of a little ticky-tack there. That one was going to get completed.
Didn't like that, huh?
Yeah.
All right. First down moves Georgia Southern into striking distance. Their first touchdown was a 32-yard pass. They're on the 35 on the Trojan side, going towards the Coliseum torch. Sun starting to set, the shadows getting long. French waiting for the snap of the ball, gets it belt high, winds and throws left side. That's way overthrown into the end zone. Good job there, I thought, by Ramsey, Trojan safety, who was running in front of the intended receiver, Green, and kind of just slowed down, and the receiver had nowhere else, nothing he could do.
Yeah, just body shielding him there, a little box out. But good rush up top by Anthony Lucas. It looked like on the top right there, Floyd Bacard right there, both getting a good pass rush there, making French get rid of that ball.
Already putting in second, third line guys, getting a lot of guys playing time, even here in the early going. Motion away for Dallas on second down. French throws it underneath. That's complete. But the Trojans gang tackling, waiting at the 40-yard line, and push back the tight end, Amon Green. Fitzgerald was there. I mean, who wasn't there? There were 4 Trojans making the tackle. They say progress to the 39, but that's backwards progress of about 3 yards, maybe even 4. It'll be 3rd and 14. Tough call coming up here.
Yeah, good job by the Trojans. But Clay Helton trying to slow down this rush a little bit, throw a little screen out there, and Floyd Picard is all over that one.
3rd and 14. You're on the road, Georgia Southern, big underdog. Probably going to go for it on 4th down no matter what happens here. French. Whoa, look out. He gets hit. Some helmet goes flying. I don't think it was French's. But the sack for Anthony Lucas, or was it Tom? Because I think it was Lucas that got in there and just popped him. The pocket looked good for a second there. He looked like everything was holding up. Then, he really got hit.
Yeah, once he went to stead up, the ends kind of with that long rush inside, and they got 2 guys inside, Anthony Lucas, and it looked like Floyd Picard just running a little stunt inside, and they just mushed that middle as Anthony Lucas comes clean on that little tackle twist game. Nice sack right there for big number 6.
That takes him out of the spot where you're kind of going for it maybe on 4th down. Instead, it's all the way back at the 45, 46-yard line, so you have to punt here. So here comes Smith. Didn't play in the Aussie Football League, but an Australian kicker who came and took the lessons in Melbourne that they give for those Australian kickers, and here he is. Lemon waiting on the 10. Trojans got in quickly. Lemon just walks forward and watches the ball go over his head and into the end zone for a touchback. So Trojans leading 14-6. Take over. 52-yard kick, they say officially. And another first down for the Trojans deep in their own territory, but it doesn't seem to have bothered them. The first time, 75 yards. This last time, long one as well. The first time they fumbled the ball away. Jordan, what do you know?
Yeah, a lot of tackles for loss and sacks last week. We saw it again on that series, 3 in the span of 5 plays. That's where this defense looks different so far this season. They are attacking the opponent in the backfield.
That last drive, 2 plays, 80 yards. Oh, and by the way, Maayava is at 6 of 6. Nothing will happen here except a run up the middle for Wayman Jordan across the 20 to the 22. That ball had been down at the 15-yard line, by the way. So,
also love on defense, Pete, how they're rotating all those guys. All those guys inside. Anthony Lucas lined up inside. You can mix and match those guys at end. He's naturally an end, but he could play inside on pass rush. So a lot of availability to Coach Henderson is those guys can each play different spots.
Pickup of 7 on that first down play. 2nd and 3. Snap back, another handoff to Jordan. He'll get the first down, and not much more than that out to the 26-yard line. You could be listening to the Spanish language broadcast of USC football this season if you choose. Tune in as Harry Ruiz and Alex Naveja bring our Trojan to you in Spanish. Available also on the USC Trojans Game Day app and on the ESPN LA app. Injured player on the field belongs to Georgia Southern. That is Tyson, who has been busy defensively for Georgia Southern. He's had 5 tackles already here in the first quarter. Had a pretty good look at Fresno last week, I thought, leading the game 14-13 at halftime, and then it just fell apart.
Yeah, tough half to watch that second half for Georgia Southern. Is that Matt Edson, the Fresno State team, took it to him there.
Glad to have you along if you're listening on our radio affiliates today and all season long. In Barstow, it's KSZL AM 1230. Thousand Palms, Coachella Valley, 102.7, The Fanatic. In Vegas, KSHP, 1400 on the AM dial and 107.1 FM. In Hawaii, KGU, 95.1 FM and AM 760, Hawaii Sports Radio Network in Honolulu, in Hawaii. All right. They've got that part ironed out. And from the 26, Trojans with a fresh set of downs. First down driven by Hyundai. The Hyundai Getaway Sales event going on now. Visit your SoCal Hyundai dealers today. Maayava Lots of time to throw. Throws over the middle, all alone at the 50-yard line, caught by Lemon. And he will race to the finish line all by himself as he outruns Georgia Southern's defenders for another long touchdown. USC, how do you do?
How about that for speed, Pete? Number
there
6.
Were two guys standing right next to him, and he just said, see ya.
He took it into another gear. I thought for sure the defender had an angle there, and 6 just said, no, we're going to another speed here. As Makai Lemon turns on the burners as the defender has the angle, and 6 said, not today. I'm taking this one in for another long Trojan touchdown.
Mayav is 7 for 7 for $194 and 3 touchdowns in the first quarter, and Lemon has caught 4 passes for 158 and 2 touchdowns.
Ooh. We didn't forget about him, I guess.
74 yards on that one. Sayeri with the extra point try, brought to you by Terranea Resort, a luxury resort like no other. And it is up and good, and the Trojans up 21-6. This smells, Mr. Cody, a little bit like last week.
Yeah, a rough start for the Trojans as they fumbled the ball in the first series there, and then defense gave up a surprising touchdown. But looks like the Trojans got back on deck as they get back to their man, number 6, Makai Lemon, leading them there for his second touchdown of the day. Trojan fans, fill your wellness journey with Cookies, the proud CBD and wellness partner of USC Athletics. Discover products crafted to support a balanced lifestyle. Elevate your game day experience with Cookies today. Fight on.
Tried them?
I have not yet. I'm ready. Hey, I love cookies.
I want the cookies, and later on we're going to have that tequila read from the Khalil brothers.
I mean, cookies and tequila?
I think we need the cookies.
How about that for a nice press booth right here up here?
The scoreboard, the vision board, starting to cast its shadow over the end zone to our left, the closed end zone. Otherwise, sun bathing everybody on the far side, and many of those here on the near. Trojans break huddle and get ready to kick it off again. SC with a 75-yard touchdown drive, an 80 and an 85. The last two, 62-yard and 74-yard touchdown passes to Makai Lemon from Mayava, who is now, as I mentioned, 7 for 7. Kickoff into the end zone for the touchback. And there's still 2 minutes left in the quarter. Not that I have anything else to do, but be here for a while.
Yeah, I know we said 70 was a lot last week. Right now, the Trojans on a pace for more than that. Pete, I don't know a lot about math, but I know that's more than 70 in 4 quarters.
It was the most in college football last week. They scored 70 against Arkansas in 2004, 70 against Washington State in 1970, 74 against Cal in 1930. We didn't have that one. I didn't have it. We meaning me. 76 against UCLA in 29 I did have. And I had 80 against Pomona, but I had the wrong year. I thought it was way earlier than it was. First down play. I didn't hear a whistle. There it is. Looked like it could have been a lateral pass, but it was incomplete to the far side. They were looking for the wide receiver Dallas there. Incomplete, 2nd and 10. The 80 against Pomona, the all-time record for us here is in 1925. I had 1906, I think. No, I was not there.
Like we got the debut of young number 4, Jakeem Stewart, out there as he's first reps as a Trojan.
All right. Lined up on the left side, this near side. Hand down on the ground. Wrestling with his counterpart. Throw, far side caught on his knees and good for a first down to the 36-yard line. Pass caught by Sanders in front of Marcellus Williams. Williams, just a freshman, early entry, 20 years old. Going to be 20 in a couple of weeks, actually, from St. John Bosco. See, Bosco and Mater Dei struggled yesterday to get wins in the last couple of minutes.
Just speaks to that talent in Southern California.
Yeah, they got the wins. Maybe not as dominating as they've been in the past few years. I don't know. It's only week 2 or 3 in high school ball. Snap back to French. O.J. Arnold into the line. Battles his way forward to the 40. It picks up 4. Flag down behind the play, and where it's thrown, it's usually a hand in the face for the defense or a hold on the offense. Did you see anything? I didn't, because I was following the guy with the ball.
Either one of those could be right.
Personal foul. Hands to the face. Defense number 0. 15-yard penalty from the end of the run. Automatic first down.
Well, we don't want to pick on Jamal Jarrett. Big jaw, 6'5", 3 what? You had him at 3
million.
3 million? Yeah. Transfer from Georgia Tech. That would be big. So another long penalty. That's the third 15-yarder against SC today. And that moves the ball to the Trojan 45. But it is 21-6 Trojans, late stages of the first quarter. 360 officially. Throw, long, and intercepted. Trojans got it to Carlos Nicholson. 2 Trojans and 1 Georgia Southern Eagle, and Nicholson comes up with it at the 15-yard line. Grabbed it, fell down. That's where the play ends, and that's where the Trojans will start this offensive attack.
Yeah, it looked like Braylon Connolly and Carlos Nicholson back there. Connolly on the coverage, and Nicholson just comes over the top, reading the quarterback's eyes and able to make a play on the ball. That's a heck of a catch for a defensive back there as he goes over the top of both those guys and makes a play.
That positive turnover presented by Yeti, making gear that helps you stay out longer, travel farther, and live harder.
Actually, I think that was Desmond Stevens back there in coverage. Even better.
Oh, that's way back downfield for him.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. I was thinking, hey, who's number 23 way back there? But Desmond Stevens coverage for coverage right there with a wide receiver, so that's a good sign. And then his partner, DeCarlos Nicholson, going over the top to make that play. So nice coverage by both guys.
Michigan State, Boston College tied at 7 early second quarter. Michigan State will be here the next home game 2 weeks from now. Don't know the time of that yet. We'll find out tomorrow or Monday. Lake McCree, left side halfback, right side halfback is Eli Sanders. Motion this way for Lemon. Handoff Sanders, delayed running, finds a nice lane, 20, 30, and finally brought down around the 34. So the Trojans are really just picking up big gobs of yardage each play now. Tyson, who was injured earlier, is back in there with his 6th tackle of the game for GS.
Yeah, those are the kind of holes you saw in the second half against Fresno State right there. Just a giant hole for Sanders, just almost just choosing where he wants to run there. He could have ran for a while.
This might surprise you and might not. Purdue and Southern Illinois tied at 14 early second quarter. Nebraska in front of Akron 12-0 in the second. Long way to go in that. Motion this way for Lemon. Sanders the one back. And play action as Mayava will throw over the middle, incomplete. Threw it at the bottom at the feet. Lemon had come in motion this way and then circled back around the 50-yard line. And would you believe that's Mayava's first incomplete pass?
Yeah, his first miss there. Not a terrible miss either. It's a tight window right there. Jaden threw a strike just a little bit off there as it kind of skips a little bit. But he had Mackay in that little window as Georgia Southern's in a zone right there. He found the window. Jaden just a little bit off on that one as he's been pretty good today.
Oklahoma 7, Michigan 0. With a minute left in the first. UCLA and UNLV just underway in Vegas. 2nd and 10, SC at their own 34, leading 21-6. Late first quarter, Mayava sees the blitz coming, dumps it to Eli Sanders, but they've got a hold of his foot and they won't let him get away. That's that man Tyson again, right up the middle. Back to the 29-yard line it goes, a loss of 5 on the play. Nice job by Tyson.
Yeah, a little bit too much air on that one for Eli Sanders. He could have got to the outside. If that ball gets there a little quicker, I think he's, as a young player there, he should know better to get outside right there, as the big bodies are always coming from the inside out.
Okay, Trojans coughed it up on a fumble in their first possession, and here's a 3rd and long, trying to keep the drive alive, thrown into traffic, incomplete, looking for Jay Fair, but he was double covered, and it's knocked away. And so, ladies and gentlemen, Sam Johnson, I believe, is going to punt for the first time this year. Well, not yet. He's not, though, because the first quarter has come to an end after 1 here at the Coliseum. SC 21, Georgia Southern 6. Back after these messages on the ESPN LA USC Trojans Media Network.
Hi, Trojan fans. Are you ready to fight on? Fruitist Blueberries got your back. All across the gridiron, straight into the end zone, our berries pack flavor and crunch into every bite. Get ready for Fruitist Blueberries, official superfruit snack sponsor of USC Trojans football. Delicious, healthy, and always ready to win. Snack smarter. Snack Fruitist, because even our berries fight on. Fruitist, Fruitist, for the love of fruit. Available in stores near you.
Some drinks come in a bottle, some in a can. Only one comes in a ball and brings the buzz. We're Buzz Balls, the ready-to-go cocktail that's shaped like a ball. Coincidence? We think not. Big flavor, big buzz, ready to go. Buzz Balls. It's a ball. It's a drink. It's a whole vibe. Please drink responsibly. Buzz Balls available in spirit, wine, and malt. 15% alcohol by volume. Buzz Balls LLC, Carrollton, Texas.
It takes hard work to be the best in the game. Planning, commitment, resilience, sweat. That's why Old Dominion Freight Line, the #1 national LTL carrier for quality, works hard to be the best in the game and is proud to support those striving to be the best in theirs. Old Dominion Freight Line, official freight carrier of USC Athletics, helping the world keep promises.
All right, everyone. Welcome to ARCO Rewards Orientation. I'm Hannah.
Whoa. Is everything okay?
That's a code green. Someone just earned at least 5 cents a gallon in rewards.
Wow. Another one?
Well, that one's a code gold. The customer just redeemed savings of up to $1 a gallon.
Impressive. What does that one mean?
Oh, that's just Piggy. He gets excited when we talk about rewards.
Savings of up to $1 per gallon redeemable with 20 rewards dollars in your loyalty account at participating locations. Terms and conditions apply.
USC football right now on ESPN LA. Don't miss Rams Week 1 NFL Sunday. Coverage begins tomorrow at 11:30 a.m. with the Toyota Rams countdown to kickoff right here on 710 ESPN and the all-new ESPN LA app.
Welcome back to Trojan Football. Second quarter presented by Southern California's own Stone Brewing, proud partner of USC Athletics and craft beer pioneer since 1996. SC out in front 21-6 after one quarter. So if you're wondering if they were going to score 73, well, they're on pace to score 84.
84?
Right now. First quarter stats, 10-5 first downs Trojans, 81-12 rushing yards, 8 yards per pop for SC. Receiving yards, 189-58, 23 yards per completion for the Trojans. And the total offense, SC ran 3 more plays, 20-17, but have 200 more yards at 270-70. And on the individual side, Malayava 8 for 10, 3 touchdowns, and 189 yards. Lemon caught 4 for 158 and 2 scores. Lane caught 1 with a beautiful catch. Jordan has rushed 9 times for 62. Sanders just 1 carry for 19.
A pretty long quarter there, it felt like, huh?
It's okay with me. Okay with me. However, we start with Sam Johnson, who had a big 0 last week in terms of punting. Transfer from Alabama, then Jacksonville State, then Valparaiso. Grew up in Birmingham, going for his master's in communications management. A fifth-year senior. Career average is 43.5 yards per kick. Back in safety is Dallas, one of the wide receivers for Georgia Southern at his own 25. First play of the fourth quarter, a punt for the Trojans for the first time this year. A little bit short, bounces at the 35, and Dallas will pick it up at the 25 and return it to the 26 or 27. Let's go down to Jordan Moore on the Trojan sideline.
Yeah, I was just listening to you reading the quarter stats, and one thing that jumps out to me is, obviously, you don't necessarily need it right now, the way that Mekhi Lemon played in that first quarter, but no third target really at all right now. It is Lemon and Lane in the passing game. A little bit of the running backs, tight ends have been quiet so far, and we really have not seen many targets at all this season to the receivers not named Lemon and Lane. So, something I think really needs to develop throughout the season is trying to figure out who that is for the Trojans.
Lemon Lane, there's Lemon Lime. I kind of like the Lemon Lane. Reminds me, we talked about Monopoly last week. It's a new game. Running back, new one in there, Terry Gibbs on the first down play. Nice strong throw to Gibbs across the 40 to about the 42 or 43. Fitzgerald was there for the tackle. And for Bishop Fitzgerald in his career, that is tackle number 100. But it does result in a Georgia Southern first down. I kind of like French. He throws the ball pretty well. 66% completion rate in his career. Looks like he throws a nice pass. Transfer from Memphis. Played high school ball in Roswell, Georgia. Motion for Dallas away. First down at their own 42, going right to left now. Dancing around, making the throw to Dallas, the motion man, for a 5-yard pickup to the 47 in front of Kamari Ramsey. Ramsey, a junior out of Sierra Canyon.
Got an early entry from Garrett Pomerantz at end. We saw him last week with the big interception, the walk-on there, getting a little second quarter run here.
From that is early.
39.
He's out there at defensive end on the far side from our vantage point. Fountain on the near side. Kobe Pepe up in the middle. Handoff. And jitterbugging his way into Trojan territory to the 49-yard line, short of a first down. That's Gibbs, with Ramsey making the tackle for the second straight play. Gibbs, a 6-foot junior from Orlando's Winter Park High School. He injured his knee in his senior year, didn't get to play very much, but they managed to find him and pick him up anyway. Here's the third down call from the 50, and you'll hear the bells ring, but you'll also hear as we mentioned last week, the Jaws theme, which is for the Shark Patrol. It's kind of a feeding frenzy. The defense is known as the Shark Patrol this year.
Got to put your hand like a fin on your head.
Well, this is the Jimmy Buffett thing.
There you go.
Fins to the left, fins to the right.
Right up your alley.
Handoff, and none of that worked. It was a handoff to Badinga, and he gets to the 45 on SC's side, and a first down for Georgia Southern. Didn't do well on first downs last week. They were out first downed by Fresno State, 29-13. Here's one, though, and a first and 10 at the SC 45. Trojans leading 21-6, early second quarter at the Coliseum. Second game of the season, the SC trying to go 2-0. Handoff into the line and squirting through for another few yards, Badinga, before Braylon Shelby can bring him down. We've got a flag down back at the 44, and there may have been a hold on this one, although
I've got an offensive guy with his helmet off.
Yeah, so that doesn't necessarily mean anything good. That's the tight end green. Here's the white hat to tell us all about it.
Personal foul, hands to the face, defense number 10, 15-yard penalty from the end of the run, automatic first down.
Tell you this,
number
Trojans,
7 for Georgia Southern can stay in the game since his helmet came off due to foul.
Trojans have had now 4 penalties for 45 yards. That was not a problem last week.
Yeah, not a clean game so far.
And you're supposed to be better in second weeks. So obviously something going on. Or a different referee crew looking for different things maybe. However, moves the ball to the 25-yard line. So now Georgia Southern kind of knocking on the door. Trying to get back in the ball game, 21-6 down. Handoff. Trying to run around the outside. Shelby's got a hold of Badinga, and he'll bring him down with some help from in front. Can't go any further. A gain of 1 to the 24-yard line, 2nd and 9.
Yeah, good job of keeping the edge there by Braylon Shelby. Got to have that edge right there. You can't let that running back get out of there, and just able to corral him just enough on that play.
2nd down, 9. They do run their huddle quickly, if they ever huddle at all. Georgia Southern, number 12, J.C. French the 4th. Drops back to pass. Line sets up. Throws for the end zone. All alone. Touchdown. Camden Brown with his second catch. And he was in the end zone all by himself when he made that catch. So Georgia Southern back in the ballgame. You go for 2 here. You start chasing that thing. You miss the first try for 2. Down 21-6. Now you start kicking them if you score.
I'm going for 2. Like they're kicking it.
24-yard touchdown pass to Camden Brown. 21-12. And Trip Bryant for the extra point. Gets under it, kicks it through. It's good. Time out of the field. 11 minutes, 32 seconds left in the first half. And Georgia Southern back right in the game here. The score, SC 21, Georgia Southern 13 on the ESPN LA USC Trojans Media Network.
Ever feel like the road is out to... Thankfully, Hyundai is always working to ensure it doesn't, with over 130 IIHS Top Safety Awards since 2006. IIHS Top Safety Awards include Top Safety Pick and Top Safety Pick Plus awards to Hyundai vehicles from 2006 to 2025.
Now for a limited time, get 1.99% APR on the Hyundai Tucson or Tucson Hybrid. Visit your local Hyundai dealer today. Offers end September 30th. Call 562-314-4603 for details.
In the summer of 1997, Stone IPA was first brewed. We weren't trying to create the next big thing in beer. We just wanted to make the first anniversary ale of our dreams. Crisp, light-bodied, and still packed with hoppy flavor. That little recipe went on to become our flagship beer and inspired a generation of brewers and beer lovers. From that first batch to today, Stone IPA is still the iconic West Coast style IPA.
Hey, this is Rich Eisen.
And ESPN LA is the new home of the Rich Eisen Show in the Southland.
Bill Burr, what'd you think of Bill Belichick's first game as head coach of North Carolina?
What'd you think of Joe Namath on the Rams? What'd you think of Johnny Unitas on the Chargers? What happened to that guy?
The home of USC football, and now the home of the Rich Eisen Show. Weekdays 9 a.m. to noon, 710 ESPN, and always on the new ESPN LA app.
What's good, everybody? Sua Cravens here, and don't miss the USC postgame show today after the game with me and Jason Schwartz right here on your home of Trojans football, ESPN LA. Fight on.
Trojans leading this one 21-13 now as Georgia Southern has just scored. And SC will receive the next kickoff. Let's go down to Jordan. He's got something for us on the sideline.
Yeah, a lot of discussion after that touchdown immediately between DJ Harvey and Bishop Fitzgerald and then Kamari Ramsey as to what was the call and who got it wrong. It was clearly a miscommunication, and it seemed like Fitzgerald, I think, was the general consensus that didn't have the right call there on the defense. And those kind of busts, you know, my key going into this was mentality. Can you have the same focus, intensity, discipline in week one when you're playing another inferior opponent in week two? And I do think some of that has crept in here today, that there has been a little bit of drop. We've seen many more mistakes today than we saw last week. And credit Georgia Southern, I think definitely a better opponent than Missouri State. But you're seeing USC shoot itself in the foot much more today than you did last week.
Kickoff coming up. It's going to come down a little bit short and be returnable by Lemon from the 5-yard line. Starts up the middle but gets tripped up at about the 25. They'll give him the 26, so he got one more yard than he otherwise might have got. Top 25 report brought to you by Modelo, the fighting spirit of the USC Trojans. Georgia, 4th ranked, beat Austin Peay 28-6. 8th ranked Clemson over Troy, only 27-16. Here's one for you. South Florida wins at number 13 Florida 18-16. 23rd ranked Ole Miss over Kentucky 30-23. Ole Miss was supposed to be our opponent last week, but something went wrong. 22nd ranked Tennessee beat East Tennessee State 72-17. One back is Wayman Jordan from the 26-yard line. Option toss, very short toss, goes to Jordan. He'll be he got hit after he got out of bounds at about the 32-yard line. They should have called a penalty on that one. He got popped. He was already out of bounds. Green got the first hit on him, but somebody else hit him after he got out.
Yeah, a little option play there.
Very short pitch.
Yeah, Jaden Mayava, he pulls the trigger early there on that one to get the ball to Wayman, see if he can do some work, but good enough to pick up 6 there.
Lane and DJ Jordan to the right side for the Trojans. Tight end double. Strong on the right. McCree and Lyons on 2nd and short. Rolling. Mayava throws it over the head of McCree, and Trojans don't look all that sharp today. Incomplete. It'll be 3rd down. 3rd and really a legitimate 4 to go.
Yeah, that's the second miss for Jaden there on that little play to Lake McCree as he turned around one way and the ball went the other way. So miscommunication there, a bad throw. Either way, a bad one. Now 3rd down and 4. Trojans got to pick up this one as they did not pick up the last one.
3rd and 4 from the 32-yard line. They need to get to the 36. Mayava waiting. Now has to rush for the pocket. Winds and throws long downfield for Lane. He's being held, but he catches the ball anyway. Still on his feet inside the 20, down to the 15-yard line. Go ahead, interfere with me. Who cares? I'm going to catch it anyway. And he moves the ball down into scoring territory for USC as he beats Tracy Hill, their cornerback.
Yeah, another one for Tracy Hill there. Poor Jacoby Lane looks like he's picking on poor Tracy Hill. Tracy Hill's holding on for his life to try to stay with Jacoby Lane, and he cannot, as big physical Lane is able to discard the guy and make a nice big catch. Good job by Jaden getting the ball out there to him, to his big safety valve, number 8.
First down, Trojans driven by Hyundai. The Hyundai Getaway Sales event going on now. Visit your SoCal Hyundai dealers today. Trojans in the Helium Mobile Red Zone. Time to get in there once again. 1st and 10 at the 16-yard line, almost exactly on the 15-yard line. Just a couple of inches short of that. But statistically speaking, if you don't get to the 15, you don't get the 15. McCree Slotted on the right side. Double receivers to the left in Lemon and Lane, but the handoff will be to Wayman Jordan. And he'll fight his way down close to the 10-yard line. I think he might have made it that far at a gain of, we'll call it 5 or 6. Harrington the tackle. A nice pickup of 5 yards. We'll call it 2nd and 5. Utah leading Cal Poly 56-6, much to the chagrin of our sports information director, Katie Ryan. Miami of Florida 28, Bethune-Cookman 3. Here's a 2nd down play from the 10-yard line, 2nd and 5. Maliava looking at the sideline for the play call, gets it, tells everybody to move around with some hand signals. McCree on the left side, joined there by Lane to the right side, Lemon. And it'll be Maliava to keep it. Starts up the middle, angles away, and barely gets knocked down at the 9, maybe the 8.5-yard line. He was one high step away maybe from going in.
A little shoestring tackle, nice read on the play there. He's got to keep the defense on point there as he pulls that one down, is able to find a little crease in the shoestring tackle right there. Got to pump those legs, Big Jada.
This could be a big play in the game right here. Who knows? At the 8-yard line, 3rd and 3 for USC, going in if they can get in. Maliava claps his hands, gets the ball, lots of time, flush with the pocket, in trouble, throws off his back foot towards the camera crew, way back behind the end zone, 4th down, and that'll likely be a field goal try coming up for Sayeri. Mississippi State leading Arizona State 17-0, middle of the 2nd. LSU 10-0 over Louisiana Tech in the 2nd. We'll have more scores for you at halftime and as the game moves along. So Sayeri will come in and try a field goal. Made his only last week. It's a 33-yarder. Johnson will hold at the 16 straight away. Hank Pepper, the long snapper. And Sayeri wearing number 48, all 5'11", $180 of him. Tells everybody we're ready. Everything works well. The kick is away. And we've got 3 more. Timeout on the field now. The Trojans add 3. 8:52 to go in the half. It's now USC 24, Georgia Southern 13. Back after these messages. This is the ESPN LA USC Trojans Media Network.
Tommy Trojan is at the 10, the 5, touchdown, USC!
Make big plays on the field and in life. With iTrust Capital, you can buy and sell crypto 24/7 in a secure premium custody account or in a tax-advantaged crypto IRA. iTrust Capital is easy to use and has no sign-up fees. Don't be a Monday morning quarterback. Make big plays now. Visit iTrustCapital.com/USC to start investing today. Use promo code Trojans to get $100. iTrust Capital, the official cryptocurrency platform of the USC Trojans.
Taxes and conditions may apply. Fees apply. Cryptocurrencies are a speculative investment.
Having insurance isn't the same as having State Farm. It's like needing a lawyer, but getting some guy who just watches courtroom dramas.
How does the defendant plead?
Guilty.
Wait,
what? Also objection.
You object to what?
Erroneous.
Counsel, approach the bench.
Hey, can I get a whack at the gavel?
You wouldn't settle for just any lawyer, so don't settle for just any insurance. Get the real deal with State Farm. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Children's Hospital Los Angeles is where groundbreaking research meets unparalleled expertise. It's where exceptional care is tailored 100% to kids. It's where every specialist, every room, every innovation revolves around one need, your child's. Whether it's routine care or a life-saving procedure, CHLA is where families turn to when outcomes truly matter. Children's Hospital Los Angeles. 125 years of building hope and healthier futures. Go to chla.org today.
Hey, it's Mace. This is USC, Georgia Southern. Be sure to be with us at noon on Monday. We'll be talking about today's game and the entire NFL weekend. Mesa in Ireland on your home of Trojans football, ESPN LA. Fight on.
It's a nice long drive, 7 plays, 66 yards, but I thought a really nice blitz dialed up by Georgia Southern's defensive coordinator and their staff to put Maliava on his back foot, try to throw that pass on the 3rd and 3, and it wasn't a good one.
Yeah, it didn't look good on that drive. It wasn't as sharp. They moved the ball down the field. Obviously, I think they were bailed out right there by number 8. Jacoby Lane was coming up with a big catch, but not as sharp in the 2nd quarter so far as that 1st quarter. Trojans looked dominant. In the 2nd quarter, defense, offense, not as sharp.
Lane now 2 catches for 65, including that 53-yarder, and earlier a fantastic catch, one-handed in the closed end zone of the Coliseum. Coors Light, a proud partner of USC Athletics. Choose chill with a Coors Light today. Trojan fans, if you're planning on drinking today, have a Go Safely game plan. Choose a sober way to go. Do not drink and drive. Go Safely, California. Visit gosafelyca.org for more information. That's a message from the California Office of Traffic Safety and Caltrans. So SC will kick off. Long way to go here in the half still. Some 8:52 left in it. 24-13. If Georgia Southern has designs on trying to come back and win this football game, this is a huge possession right here for them. They can come down and score a touchdown, but they're only down 4.
Yeah, I think for both teams, it's a big possession. Obviously, the Trojans' defense has not been as sharp today, giving up the huge chunk touchdown passes so far on busted coverages. So can't have that if you're going to play good this season. So got to look a lot sharper on this to set it down.
Maybe that's a thing because they had a busted coverage against Missouri State last week too. Kickoff by Sayeri into the end zone for the touchback. You want the scoop, the inside scoop on the game and all things Trojans? Be sure to sign up for 3 Torches, presented by Smart and Final. It's a free newsletter that'll hit your email inbox 3 times a week with game information, player insights, and more. Go to usctrojans.com/3 Torches to sign up. 25-yard line, once again for Georgia Southern. They picked the Trojans apart a little bit last time. 7 plays, 75 yards. Got some help from some penalties, but those penalties were committed. And so French, holding the ball out, pulls it back, winds and throws, and it is incomplete out across the 45-yard line. It was bobbled by Dallas. He comes up hobbling with his right leg hurting. He will stay out for now. They'll bring an extra in. He caught the pass, but he bobbled it and couldn't hang on to it before he went out of bounds.
Yeah, he might have landed on that one. Looks like he knocked the breath out of him as he kind of bounced around on that, I think, on top of the football.
French, quarterback for Georgia Southern, 8 for 14, 72 yards, a touchdown, and an interception. His longest pass was 24. They had a touchdown pass from their backup quarterback of 32. Handoff up the middle, gashing the Trojans all the way out to the 35-yard line, and a first down is O.J. Arnold. Desmond Stevens, and Marcellus Williams getting there for the tackle.
Yeah, not a good play up inside to get breaking. To run like that on a defense like this shouldn't happen.
A new first down. And a little screen pass thrown and big yards out to the 50 to the Trojan 48. That one caught and run by Dalen Cobb. And so whatever it is they're doing, whatever they're calling, that seems to be working right now against this Trojan defense. They've got to back it up.
Yeah, Clay Helton and the bunch scheming him up here. This little screen play, just playing that over-aggressive defense right there, and the screen hits him.
1st and 10 at the 48. Trojans make some defensive suggestive substitutions. 3 different SC players run off the field because Georgia Southern had substituted, and so they have to give SC a chance to do same. Motion away this way for Badinga, leaving an empty backfield for French on first down at the SC 48. In the shadows, winds and throws. Line drive caught inside the 30 down to the 29-yard line by the tight end. Amon Green, the transfer from Georgia State, one of the rivals for Georgia Southern. Another first down. They'll say down at the 31-yard line. Stevens was back there, but what a great throw by J.C. French. This guy looks great.
Yeah, when they give him some time back there, the Trojans haven't been as hostile on him back there. He's had some time here. J.C. French he's thrown some sharp passes here in the second quarter.
They look a lot better than they looked at Fresno State. Let me tell you that right now. French maybe changing the play for his receivers. Badinga next to him, motion this way. And the throw to the motion man backwards is going to be a double pass for Cobb. He doesn't see anybody open, so he just has to eat it and gets thrown back for a loss at 35 by Eric Gentry. And for Gentry, that is career tackle number 200, including his times at Arizona State.
And a TFL for number 202, so rack up number 18 for the TFL machine.
Line of scrimmage originally the 31. They're at the 35, so 2nd and 14. Badinga. Bahdinga, the 5'7 junior from Atlanta, is the feature back. French will throw. Underneath, he gets it to the 28-yard line. And driven out of bounds is Cobb again by Eric Gentry. Where'd they get this one? It's not a first down, certainly, at the 28-yard line. They've got to get to the 21, so 3rd and 7. A pretty big play here. Otherwise, they bring in their field goal kicker.
See what Dan Lynn decides to do on his defensive as he's brought pressure in these kind of circumstances, but the pass rush has got there today. So whether he chooses or not to go with the blitz on this play.
Jamarian Samuel, who's a junior college transfer, in the backfield in there to block. He's a better blocker than a receiver. Oh, it'll be French to keep. 25 and brought down by Gentry. His third straight play with a tackle at the 22. Let's see where they mark this. Going to be an interesting spot. Closer to the 23, perhaps. And that'll make it 4th and 2. It's right on the 23. All right. Well, look, it's 24-13. I think you go for points here. I really do. You can't come away empty. I know you're a big underdog and you're on the road, your Coliseum and all that stuff. I think you kick this. I think you kick a field goal 24-16, you're within a touchdown.
Looks like Clay Helton disagrees.
All right. We'll find out. Hindsight, of course, being 2020 as it is. And Georgia Southern's going to take time out and talk about it. I think this is a field goal. I really do. Because you got a great drive. You started back at the 25. You're in Trojan territory. You got to come away. You can't come away empty. You can't. Yeah. I'm thinking, think of yourself as a Georgia Southern fan right now. You got to get some points.
I mean, you're going against a defense who has given up 2 last week, and last year didn't do very good on 4th down either. So maybe that weighs into the statistical analysis side of it.
Coming up at halftime, your Southern California Audi Dealers halftime show. We'll hear from Lincoln Riley coming out of the locker room. We'll have scores of other games, highlights of this one. We'll talk to John Jackson about some adjustments that definitely need to be made, especially on the defensive side for USC, although the offense hasn't been clicking completely. A lot to talk about at halftime. People around the country are going to see the score right now, 24-13, and those eyebrows go up. Ooh, interesting. They're going for it on 4th down and 2 from the 23. Need to get to the 21. Arnold is back in there, the feature running back. Motion this way. Rolling out, countering out. Dropping the throw is Arnold at the 25. And I'll tell you what, if he caught it, he wasn't going to make the first down anyway. Yeah, counter out action didn't work. Trojans take over on downs, and that, I think, is a big, right now, it looks like a big play in the game.
Yeah, Desmond Stevens right there did a good job of doing his responsibility, not losing his eyes, keeping his eyes on the running back, covering out there. Like you said, Pete, even though French, if he was able to get it out there because he was under pressure, Desmond Stevens looked like he was going to stop that one short.
Time out of the field here at the Coliseum with 5:26 left of the first half. The score remains USC 24 and Georgia Southern 13. Back after these messages on the ESPN LA USC Trojans Media Network.
We are Life Law, where we make injury law simple. We have 2 simple goals for all of our clients: full medical recovery and ultimately full monetary compensation. We understand that it can be overwhelming to face the uncertainty in the wake of an accident. We will be there with you at each step in the legal and healthcare process. You will pay nothing unless we win your case. Dial 1-800-LYFE-LAW or check us out at lyfe.com. Life Law, official sponsors of USC Athletics.
It's football season, which means it's tailgating season. And the place to be before every USC home game is the Modelo Ultimate Tailgate. Located in the USC Trojan Fan Fest on the grass infield directly east of the Coliseum. The Modelo Ultimate Tailgate opens 4 hours before kickoff. It's free to fans of all ages, and it's perfect for all your pregame rituals. Like checking out the earlier games, jamming to the DJ, grabbing a bite, and of course kicking back with some ice-cold cervezas. Modelo, the fighting spirit of the USC Trojans. Fight on!
Looking for the play of the day? That's easy. Fight on to victory with USC and fly on faster with ONT, the fastest and easiest airport experience in SoCal. Not to mention, Ontario International Airport has over 90 nonstop flights to 30 major destinations with less traffic coming in and out. In other words, getting there is a breeze, and so is following our Trojans anywhere the season takes them. Because let's be honest, faster is always better when it comes to your airport. Start planning your next journey today at SoCalSoEasy.com.
What's good, everybody? Sua Cravens here, and don't miss the USC postgame show today after the game with me and Jason Schwartz right here on your home of Trojans football, ESPN LA. Fight on.
5 and change left of the half. SC leading Georgia Southern 24-13. Here's one for you. Marshall 20, Missouri State, remember them? 14, 10.5 minutes to go. So they responded okay. Marshall is not great, but everybody knows about him. 10.5 to go in their ball game. Jordan Moore has something for us down on the field.
Yeah, I didn't mind Georgia Southern going for it there on 4th and short, but I thought Clay Helton really second-guessed himself in that timeout because initially he had Weston Bryant, who's that backup quarterback who threw the touchdown pass earlier, but that's clearly their big package where he's a big quarterback that they can use in short yardage. And I think they would have had USC in a bind in that situation since they had already shown the pass. USC would have to honor it. Feel good about just pushing forward with the big fella and getting a yard and a half or whatever it was. Then they switched in the timeout and went with a more normal package at quarterback, and USC was Simon Sounds.
Bryant 6'3" and 250. I'm told by their play-by-play guy he just puts his head down and just goes. But he threw a touchdown pass when he was in. All right, back to play for Maiava. Pocket breaks down at the last moment, but the throw over the top of the defense, and he finds Lake McCree at the 40, and he works his way to the 45-yard line, and that's a USC first down.
Yeah, great composure there in the pocket. The pocket was collapsing there. It looked like pressure was getting on top of him. Jaden just sat in there waiting for his guy to come open, and he was able to deliver on point with pressure right in his lap.
Another Hyundai USC first down. Trojans changing up as Wayman Jordan runs out of the game, and Eli Sanders comes in. McCree, who just caught that pass, is the halfback to the left side of Maiava on first down at the 45-yard line. The handoff to Sanders behind a block from, among others, McCree. 50-yard line, 45, and down to the 40-yard line. Good patient running there. And nice blocking on the perimeter. I mentioned by McKee and a couple of Trojan offensive linemen out there as well. That's another USC first down at the 40-yard line on Georgia Southern's side of the field. Gamble the tackle.
Yeah, Tobias Raymond, Lake McCree leading the way right there. Sanders just patient with his blocks right there, waiting for him to come through.
Empty backfield for Maiava on first down. Has some time. Throws over the middle, complete to Jacoby Lane at the 25. High steps and hurdles over the top. Down to the 15 to the 14-yard line. Dorian Smith got a good look at his undercarriage there at about the 14-yard line.
Yeah, Makai Lemon trying to make another dazzling Sports Center play there as he's trying to hop over the defender. I'm sure Coach Lincoln Riley just saying, hey, just run that one through him. We don't need the airtime there as he gets caught up in the air.
First down at the 14-yard line for USC. And whistles blow and timeout is taken. Georgia Southern back on their heels. They're going to call timeout. And an injured player also there. The Trojans in the red zone, getting ready to try to score once again. And wouldn't you know, it's the Helium Mobile red zone. Time for the Trojans to break free. Let's pause 10 seconds for station identification. The ESPN LA USC Trojans Media Network.
Hey, this is Lincoln Riley. This is Trojans football on 710 ESPN. KSPN Los Angeles. Your home for USC football is 710 ESPN and the all-new ESPN LA app. Fight on.
As is often the case in high school and college football and even the pros at this stage of the season, especially in warm weather games, you get a lot of cramping going on, and that's what's happening here to this Georgia Southern player. I didn't get a good look at his number.
Prince Green, I believe.
All right.
The third.
Of course. So while they continue to look at him, see if we can get you up to date on any other scores. Cal is leading Texas Southern 28-3. Only 8 minutes to go in that game. Charlotte trailing North Carolina 17-3 at half. Kind of up to date. Another Big Ten scores we could bring you up with. Boston College 21, Michigan State 14 nearing the half. Purdue out in front of Southern Illinois 24-14 with 19 seconds left in the half there. Michigan still trailing Oklahoma 7-0, 3 minutes left in the half in that one. UNLV out in front of UCLA 10-zip. No, last week was not a perfect day celebration. Didn't all happen on the same day, but it was a good weekend.
Yes.
We'll take that. All right, first down for SC at the 14-yard line. Walker Lyons slotted left side. Receivers this way are Lemon Lane. Rolling this way, dumping it underneath to Lyons. 10-yard line, 5-yard line, goal line. Jaden Maiava with another touchdown pass. Short, and Walker Lyons with the touchdown run, his first. And the Trojans open it up a little bit wider again.
Yeah, just a simple flat route. No one's with Walker Lyons on that one. Give credit to Jacoby Lane as he's blocking down the field in the end zone. Holds his guy at his spot, and Walker Lyons can walk that one into the end zone. much sharper drive from the Trojans there. As the last drive kind of stalled out, they had to set up for a field goal. Trojans in the red zone, find a way to get it in this time, looking much sharper on that one.
Sayeri with the extra point. Straight away, Hank Pepper, the all-conference candidate for sure, as the snapper gets it back to Sam Johnson, and everything works well again, and the Trojans have increased their lead with 3:31 left in the half, now 31-13. That means we can go down and spend some time with Jordan.
Yeah, last week Jaden Mayava was the co-Big Ten Offensive Player of the Week for counting for over 300 yards in one half of football. Now he's averaging over 300 yards per half this season, as he has topped that mark again already. But there's 3:31 to go in the second quarter, and this is a much more competitive game. I don't think it's just going to be one half today for Mayava. So crack open those record books. We might see some numbers here from the young quarterback.
Yeah, if these guys played a whole ball game at one time, 600 yards, pretty good.
Yeah, the offense is not having a problem. Like I said, they stalled out in the one drive and had to punt the one time. But other than that, Jaden has had this thing moving up and down the field, looking confident as he does it.
Lions caught 6 passes for 36 last year in his true freshman season. Now 2 catches for some 20 yards and his first college touchdown. PAT brought to you again by Terranea Resort, a luxury resort like no other. 31-13. Favor of the Trojans. Kickoff into the end zone. He brought out. What was that drive? 4 plays, 77 for the Trojans. I see a bright flashing light. What's happening here? All right, defense back on the field, and plenty of time with all of your times out remaining. 3:31 left in the half to get the ball back if you were to get a stop here, get a 3 and out here. And so here we go. 1st and 10. French, I want to mention how he's doing. Sure. 1st and 10 at the 25, and he's passed the ball pretty well, and he's handing off to O.J. Arnold, who's got a first down and gets 13, maybe 14 yards before Nicholson will knock him over out to the 38-yard line. It is something to be concerned about, Shaun. The Trojans are giving up a lot of yards on the ground, and they have been gashed on the pass as well. Yeah, sure, they're leading 31-13, and this is Georgia Southern, not Michigan. Snap back on first down. French. Little dump to the tight end at the 40. He'll work his way forward to the 44. It'll be Gentry and Lucas to team up on the tackle there, bringing up a second down, 2nd and 4 from the 44. What you're hoping here is to get a stop quickly, get the ball back, maybe score yourself again.
Yeah, it just hasn't looked good up the middle there in the run game. Last week they got some gashes on the outside runs, and this week it's been up the middle. And it's really just guys not getting off blocks there. What I'm seeing is guys getting into blocks and not be able to get rid of blocks is what's causing the breakdowns in that run game.
Worrisome for life in the Big Ten, certainly. O.J. Arnold, big hole left side, almost gets away. Nicholson will trip him up at the 50 into the Trojan side of the field to the 48, and another first down for Georgia Southern.
Yeah, just like I said, Pete, it's bodies getting on bodies, and one block for one defender is just not going to work. You got to get rid of your guy. It's you're not eating up any bodies. You see defensive linemen 3, 4, 5 yards down the field. That's not a recipe for success.
French, 12 for 19 for 119 and a touchdown, has also been picked off. He'll throw again, and no, he'll pull it back down and get sacked. Back on the opposite side at the 49, a loss of 3 for Cameron Fountain, his 2nd sack of the season. And that'll bring us to the 2-minute stoppage, which is just under 2 minutes at 1 minute and 55 seconds.
Yeah, good job retracing a step, retracing the field right there for Cam Fountain. As he got up the field, the quarterback goes up, and that's when you got to come back and get him. And number 1 puts his foot in the ground and retraces and makes the play.
Here's an interesting stat for you. Georgia Southern has a touchdown this quarter, 7 points. When they score more than 7 in the second quarter, remember they disdained the field goal try down here to give them 10 on the 4th down try. When they score more than 7 under Clay Helton in the second quarter, they are 15-2.
That's some good research there, Pete.
Thanks. Deep in the rabbit hole this week, baby. Clay Helton, the head coach, of course, we know him well. He took over as interim coach and helped SC beat Fresno in the Las Vegas Bowl at the end of 2013. Got to the Pac-12 final in 15. Beat Penn State in the Rose Bowl to finish the 16 season. Had a 13-game winning streak. Went 5-1 against UCLA. Won the Pac-12 championship in 2017 and ended up playing Ohio State in the Cotton Bowl. And then went to the Pac-12 final in the COVID year. And you know what? We were driving down there around the 20-yard line, and I think it was Slovis. I can't remember exactly. Maybe Jordan would remember. But we rolled out and threw a pass that was really destined for the stands. There were no fans here. All he had to do was throw it out of bounds, throw it into the stands, and he didn't. He threw an interception about the 20-yard line, and Oregon held on and won the ball game. He throws that in the stands, maybe we win the ball game. Maybe we're the Pac-12 champs. Who knows?
Woulda, shoulda, coulda.
Yeah, that is a definite woulda, shoulda, coulda. 22 players for Georgia Southern all-time have played in the pros. 5 of them have played in the Super Bowl. Young Ho Koo played for the Chargers in 2018. He's now with the Falcons. Defensive end Fred Stokes played for the Rams in the 80s and the 90s. Of course, the Trojans have had more than 22 pros in there. Right now, you've got Keon Bars, Drake London, Voorhees, Jarrett Kingston, Caleb Williams, Mascarenas Arnold, Hufanga, who's just turned out to be great in his career. Amon-Ra, he's been okay. Marshawn Lloyd, Kalen Bullock, Solomon Byrd, Woody Marks, Jalen Smith, Blackman, Pittman. He's been good, too. Keontae Ingram, Christian Roland Wallace, Juju. He's had a nice career. Tui Pelotu, Polomau, Greedy Vance, another Tuli Pelotu, Justin Dedich, Jameel Muhammad, Austin Jackson, Taj Washington, Jordan Addison, Elijah Vera Tucker, I think got hurt recently, Jay Tufele, Adori, Robert Woods, Sam Darnold, Nwosu, Peely, Williams. It's a lot of guys playing now.
Yeah, we got a bunch of Trojans back in town. Houston playing the Rams tomorrow at SoFi. Got Bullock back in town. We got Woody Marks and Jalen Smith. All 3 of those guys with the Texans.
Second down for Georgia Southern. 1:55 left in the half. Second and 13 back at their own 49. French rolls right, throws on the run, incomplete, and he bounced it. And the Trojans had a chance to pick that thing off if it had been a little bit higher. It was DJ Harvey had a look at it, but just couldn't quite get to it in time. Third down and 50th anniversary of that great movie. I still get the creeps going in the ocean, don't you? God. Third and 13. French being rushed, in trouble, and worse than trouble, he's sacked by Lucas. Anthony Lucas. That's his second sack of the day, I do believe. Whistles blow. If I don't get this wrong, I think the Trojans will call timeout, right? Yeah, USC will call timeout. Get the ball back. Got some time left. Maybe you could do some damage with 1:35. For Lucas, didn't have a sack last year after transferring from Texas A&M, where he played 7 games out of Scottsdale Chaparral High School, and he's having a nice day today so far.
And they got a little package for him out there too, Pete. They had their pass rush package out there where Anthony Lucas kind of kicks down to that defensive tackle, but he was standing up this time as a kind of like a linebacker getting ready to go, and they kind of blitzed him around. Desmond Stevens, who sets the pick for him, he comes around the corner right up the middle just like last time, and is able to collect that sack. So find a nice little spot for for Anthony Lucas on that pass rushing situation as he's gotten him kicked down to that defensive tackle and be able to make some plays up the middle there.
Nebraska leading Akron 33-0 at the half. Oklahoma's now gone up 14-0 on Michigan with 22 seconds left in the half. Punt coming up for Alex Smith. Let's see if Mekhi Lemon will move up and maybe field a punt this year. He hasn't done so far this season. When he does, he's very good at it. Here's the kick. And Lemon will watch it bounce in the 30. He's standing back at the 22. And it'll roll, take a little bit of a Trojan roll to the 32-yard line. So you've got 68 yards and 1:31, and you've got, even though the scoreboard says 2 times out remaining.
Yeah, the way the offense has been rolling, they can squeeze in 2 possessions here maybe.
Well, there have been some short possessions, that's for sure. I think that might be asking him a little much. Malyava, 12 of 16 for 304 and 4 TDs, and some of them have been long. 74 to Lemon, 62 to Lemon. 12 yards to Jacoby Lane with a great catch, and a little dump off to Lyons a moment ago. Empty backfield. Twin receivers either way. Malyava to throw on first down from his own 32, late first half. Incomplete pass. Looked like they're holding on to Jacoby Lane at about the 44-yard line before the pass ever got there, but they're going to let that go by the wayside, and second down and 10.
Good job protection up front there. Jaden Malyava had some time right there, kind of go through his progressions. Finally gets to Jacoby Lane, but can't put it right on him there.
Had a hand around his back and around his stomach at the same time. Lemon comes in motion this way. Joining Tanuk Hines, the speedster, on this near side, and then far away, Jacoby Lane split way out. Lake McCree, the halfback, in there for Malyava, who has Eli Sanders behind him on 2nd and 10 from the 32. The give to Sanders. They had a hand on him, but he gets away for a moment, but only gets out to the 34. Might be a good time for a timeout here. On 3rd and 8. Well, maybe not, because if you don't make the third down play, you're going to give Georgia Southern the ball back sometimes.
They're going to stay on the ball there.
Difficult balancing act.
Go through some hand gestures to get to their play.
106, 105 remaining in the first half. Malyava, empty backfield, showing blitz on this near side, Georgia Southern. They back off it. Will they come? No. Malyava rolls this way. Man coming on him, and he throws incomplete, batted away, and in the air momentarily away from Lemon. It hit the ground. There's no whistle, and Georgia Southern is returning it. I think that pass hit the ground, did it not?
Yeah, it looked like it hit the ground.
Sure. It bounced up in the air. Now the whistle blows, and Georgia Southern says they have the ball at the SC 16-yard line, but we're going to be taking a look at this one.
I have to find out where the clock is at, too, because the clock ran down some after that play.
Let's take a look.
We're getting the replay here.
On the field is an incomplete pass.
Well, yeah, it was incomplete. What are they talking? Doink, it bounced.
Oh, they might have. Well, man, look at that, because they might have bounced off
Please
the player's
reset the game clock to 51 seconds,
Here
please.
we go. Let's
5-1.
Oh, you're not going to be able to see it, but it
might
have kicked off.
His foot? I couldn't tell on that one. It's close.
There was a different angle where you could see it. Even the defender who kicked off his foot, he's saying, hey, let's go. We got
Picked
that.
Up by Dorian Smith, a backup cornerback, and he had a nice return.
No, that's
that hit the ground. It was a little short hop.
Yeah. Kind of kicked it right after it hit the ground. He kicked it up in the air.
Is it a review? They're not even looking at it.
Yeah.
UNLV 17, UCLA nothing. 5.5 to go in the half.
I don't like that play from Jaden there. I think he had time in the pocket and decided to roll out to his right. I think he could have stepped up in that pocket there. Sometimes, as a quarterback there, you gotta feel you can't bail out your offensive lineman there sometimes with taking off, but he could have stepped up in that pocket, maybe delivered a better ball there.
Late substitution for SC. Johnson will punt. He had a 46-yarder the first time, his first kick of these first 2 games, and now he will do it again. Waiting for this one is Peyton Plott, P-L-O-T-T. Catches, drops, gets it back. Oh boy, at the 18 or 19-yard line. That would have been disastrous. Already trailing 31-13. That would have been points. So Georgia Southern gets it back. Under a minute to play in the half. John Jackson will join me when the halftime activities start. We'll talk about some adjustments that he thinks need to be made. And back to action. I'm with you. I think Georgia Southern way behind, and doesn't really matter. Just open it up, throw it.
Yeah.
What's the difference? You're not going to win this football. You're not going to do anything if you just take a knee or try to run into the line of scrimmage, I don't think. Whistles. And now back to play we go for French. But he will hand off to Badinga. And Badinga gets Lucas on his backside out to the 21. Gain of 2. 2nd and 9. See how quickly they get back to the line, whether they care. Jakeem Stewart, and Braylon Shelby with the stop. Casey Stone keeping our spotting up today. Rookie effort, right? Breaking the maiden, all right. Yeah. Doing okay. Doing all right. Gia Lares is our producer-director. Rick Cutler, as always, up behind. Bertawada not with us today. He's got some family obligations. We will see him in a couple of weeks when Michigan State gets here. Badinga, slam down, flag down. Lucas again. Lucas having a heck of a half. Lucas and Shelby. Whistles blows because of the penalty. 3 seconds left in the half.
I wasn't really quite sure why they ran a play. They could have just.
Right, if you're going to do that, just take a knee.
Sat on it.
Don't even have to run a play. Yeah, the referee's telling us what it is, but the speaker's not on, so we'll find out which way they move the ball. The officials today, Jason Nickleby, the referee, Mike Pilarski, the umpire, then Bruce Keeling, the headlinesman, and the judges are John Wysinski, Brett
Personal
Henninger.
foul.
There it is.
Hands to the face. Defense,
That's
number
3
23.
hands to the face for SC. Got to take care of that.
Automatic. First down.
Phil Hicks, Robert Smith Jr., and Brent Durbin are the men in stripes. 3 hands to the face penalties.
That's pretty wild. Huh?
That's the most I can ever remember in a game. Something like this crew is looking for.
Well, I've seen a lot of helmets be popping off, too. So.
Yeah. They reset the clock for 5 seconds. First down out at the 36. Hand off to Badinga. Here's Lucas again, making the first hit, and big 97, Jide Abasiri, and now that'll bring us to the end of the half. Trojans run off the field. The Georgia Southern Eagles will follow them, and we've come to the end of the first half here at the Coliseum. Trojans leading this one. The score SC 31, Georgia Southern 13. Back to begin our halftime activities on the Southern California Audi Dealers halftime show after these messages on the ESPN LA USC Trojans Media Network.
Find out what head coach Lincoln Riley has to say about the battle against Georgia Southern. Monday at 6 p.m. on a new edition of Trojans Live on 710 ESPN, the all-new ESPN LA app. And you can watch the show on YouTube at USC Athletics. Head coach Lincoln Riley sits down on the official USC Coaches Show. Trojans Live, presented by Monster Energy. Monster Energy, unleash the beast. 6 p.m. Monday on 710 ESPN, the all-new ESPN LA app, and on YouTube. Don't miss Coach Lincoln Riley, Trojans Live, 6 p.m. Monday on ESPN LA.
Your mornings just got a whole lot louder.
2 massive LA radio superstars.
Sedano and Cap have taken over Morning Drive on 710 ESPN.
Don't just listen, watch, stream, and connect across every platform.
Not a radio station, but a multi-platform operation. Okay?
7 to 9 a.m. on 710.
And 9 to 10 a.m. for the YouTube-only hour.
Because weekday mornings in LA belong to Sedano and Cap. This is the Audi Halftime Show.
Caught the end zone. It's a touchdown, USC.
A full breakdown of the first half of Trojan football with stats and highlights. Plus a look at what the Trojans have to do to fight on to victory. Brought to you by
Audi. The Southern California Audi dealers are proud sponsors of the USC Trojans.
Pechanga Resort Casino, proud partner of USC football.
And by Athletic Brewing. No matter what you're looking for in a non-alcoholic beer, there's only one name that has it all. Athletic Brewing Company.
Now here's Pete Arbogast and Shaun Cody.
Well, it wasn't particularly pretty, but the Trojans do lead 31-13 at halftime over Georgia Southern here at the Coliseum. One number that's nice, 33 plays, 415 yards, so 12.5 yards per play for USC. But a number that is not going to sit well with Trojan fans nor the coaches, and that's 40 plays for Georgia Southern and 201 yards. So they're looking at a 400-yard offensive day, yet only 5 yards per carry. Trojans had a lot of long passes, 62 yards to Lemon for a score, 74 for Lemon, a couple of short ones, 16 to Lyons, and 12 to Jacoby Lane, who made a great catch, and lead big here, 31-13. For Maiyava, 12 of 18, 304 yards and 4 touchdowns, and Lemon caught 4 passes for 158 and 2 scores for USC. Leading ball carrier for the Trojans, Jordan, with 11 carries for 73 yards. Time to take a listen to our biggest moment of the first 2 quarters.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is your captain speaking.
Now, it's time to take a listen to the best play of the first half.
Powered by Ontario International Airport.
A proud partner of the USC Trojans.
Fight on and fly on with ONT.
Mayava, lots of time to throw, throws over the middle, all alone at the 50-yard line, caught by Lemon. And he will race to the finish line all by himself as he outruns Georgia Southern's defenders for another long touchdown. USC, how do you do? John Jackson joins me in the press box now, as he does before the game, at halftime, and post-game, every game at home. And on the road, we have him in studio. JJ, the Trojans are leading. It is 31-13. If they double that, it'll be 62-26, would be a rout. But it's not been particularly impressive. It looks like they need to do a little work, especially cleaning up on the defense. What are your keys to the second half? What adjustments need to be made?
Well, I'd like to see a clean half as far as the secondary is concerned. You know, they got beat on a couple deep balls. That is the major concern for me because D'Anton Lemon likes to play a lot of man coverage, and in doing so, you got to have solid coverage on the back end. So the big plays have to get eliminated. That's the first thing.
You get chewed on in the locker room, even though you're winning 31-13?
Yes, because there's been a chink in the armor, so to speak, and that's a concern because now it's on tape, and other teams are going to try to take their chances at some of the deficiencies you're showing in this game.
I thought the quarterback for Georgia Southern, French, looked pretty good when he was throwing the football. Can you load the box up a little more to stop the run? And it gives you that problem because he can pick you apart a little bit. He's been okay.
Well, the one thing I do like is Lucas has 2 sacks. Last year, for the whole year, I think he only had 1. So he's already outdone what he did a year ago. And that's what they're going to need. They're going to need some pressure on the outside. Eric Gentry is still Eric Gentry. He's always around the ball, always making plays.
You're not worried about this thing, are you?
No, there's no concern. We're in good shape. Because they are going to get a little bit of a tongue lashing at halftime. I expect them to come out on fire, and I expect them to get the run game going a little bit, play action, take a couple deep shots. I love the way they're getting McCree involved in the passing game. The tight end, Blake McCree, get him involved in the passing game. I think that's excellent. That'll pay huge dividends going forward in the Big Ten after tonight.
I don't think it's all about the fact that they're playing to their competition, but is there a little of it? That last week they win 73-13 over Missouri State. This is Georgia Southern, not all that much better. Is it a little bit worrisome that maybe they're playing down to their competition just a little?
Just a little, yes. I do feel the same vibe, Pete. It just hasn't been as clean of game as we have wanted.
Right.
I think a little bit more power football would have helped it give a little bit more of an impression. I think that's what they have to show in the second half as well. They need to play some power football, run the ball, get the running game going, because that's what you're going to need in the Big Ten. We found that out last year.
And we'll find that out next week, too, because we go on the road in the Big Ten, and that hasn't been a good thing so far.
Yeah, I think Purdue is going to be sort of in the same category as Georgia Southern, but I think you need to get the running game started now to prepare for later, next week.
Talk to you on the post-game show after another big win.
Yes, sir.
John Jackson joining us here. The halftime score here at the Coliseum. USC 31, Georgia Southern 13. More of the Southern California Audi Dealers halftime show after these messages on ESPN LA and the USC Trojans Media Network.
Is where groundbreaking research meets unparalleled expertise. It's where exceptional care is tailored 100% to kids. It's where every specialist, every room, every innovation revolves around one need, your child's. Whether it's routine care or a life-saving procedure, CHLA is where families turn to when outcomes truly matter. Children's Hospital Los Angeles. 125 years of building hope and healthier futures. Go to chla.org today.
It takes hard work to be the best in the game. Planning, commitment, resilience, sweat. That's why Old Dominion Freight Line, the #1 national LTL carrier for quality, works hard to be the best in the game and is proud to support those striving to be the best in theirs. Old Dominion Freight Line, official freight carrier of USC Athletics, helping the world keep promises.
Tommy Trojan is at the 10, the 5, touchdown, USC!
Make big plays on the field and in life. With iTrust Capital, you can buy and sell crypto 24/7 in a secure premium custody account or in a tax-advantaged crypto IRA. iTrust Capital is easy to use and has no sign-up fees. Don't be a Monday morning quarterback. Make big plays now. Visit itrustcapital.com/USC to start investing today. Use promo code Trojans to get $100. iTrust Capital, the official cryptocurrency platform of the USC Trojans.
Taxes and conditions may apply. Fees apply. Cryptocurrencies are a speculative investment.
Looking for the play of the day? That's easy. Fight on to victory with USC and fly on faster with ONT, the fastest and easiest airport experience in SoCal. Not to mention, Ontario International Airport has over 90 nonstop flights to 30 major destinations with less traffic coming in and out. In other words, getting there is a breeze, and so is following our Trojans anywhere the season takes them. Because let's be honest, faster is always better when it comes to your airport. Start planning your next journey today at SoCalSoEasy.com.
It's the Women of Troy Report. Here's a look inside the world of USC women's athletics.
I'm Keely Orr, and this is the Women of Troy Report. Today we're speaking with Leah Ford, a middle blocker on USC's volleyball team. So Leah, you made the Big Ten all-freshman team last year. What was clicking for you in 2024?
I just think I had a great relationship with my setter and my teammates. They really helped me. I had an injury my freshman year. I redshirted, so it really helped me build my mindset and have a more positive mindset. And I was healthy, I was ready, and I think that my teammates really helped me get to that point.
How's the preparation been for this season, given that you just talked about the chemistry you had with your setter? She graduated, so how do you find that new chemistry?
Yeah, it's going really well. We have 6 new freshmen, so it's a very different in a great way, in a positive way. We all get along really well, and chemistry, relationships is a really big part of this team and our culture. And we had a few freshmen come in a little early, but the other ones came in this summer, and we all clicked really well. So I'm really excited for this upcoming season with all the connection we have with each other.
I feel like the Big Ten takes women's volleyball to another level. What was it like playing in the Big Ten for the first time?
Definitely. It was an experience for sure. It's really exciting traveling to new places. I mean, a lot of people talk about the travel, but it honestly wasn't too bad. I don't think that was that big of a deal, I guess we could say. I feel like we managed it really well, but being able to just see, have different sceneries and just play in these big gyms with big crowds, it was really a cool experience. And I'm really excited to go to the new places we get to go to this year.
At this point, do you have a sense of the character of this team or your vibe, or is that something that kind of you get a feel for as the season progresses?
Yeah, definitely. I guess like as the season goes on, we'll get to get closer and get to know each other more. But as of now, we have a great connection and great relationship. We are a team with big personalities. We all have really big personalities. We love to be loud. We love to be goofy. I think that's a really big thing that we also carry with our team. We have a big personality. We're always joking around. So I think that really helps our chemistry as well. But we always know when to tie it in, when to focus in. But it definitely helps on the court.
For you, what part of your game are you trying to improve or specifically work on this year?
For me specifically, definitely my offense, my hitting, trying to get more crafty with my hitting, a little bit more range, more vision of the court, and just creating more shots.
And then finally, if there was something you want USC fans to know about the women's volleyball team, what would you tell them?
That's a good question. Like I said before, our personalities we really have big personalities, and that's what we're trying to show this year. How crazy, just being ourselves, being loud. Yeah, I'd say that for sure. I think it transpires on the court. You can see sometimes on the sidelines, we're always goofy. So yeah, you'll definitely be able to see it this season.
You just heard from Leah Ford of USC Women's Volleyball. Stay tuned for more action here on the USC Trojans Media Network.
Your mornings just got a whole lot louder.
2 massive LA radio superstars.
Sedano and Cap have taken over Morning Drive on 710 ESPN, the all-new ESPN LA app, and on YouTube at ESPN Los Angeles.
I'm a great tipper. Cappy's the one that never tips. He's the one that's always complaining. Why is everything got to be a tip? I tip all those mother bleepers.
Don't just listen. Watch, stream, and connect across every platform.
Not a radio station, but a multi-platform operation. Okay?
Yeah, get him, George.
The Sedano and Cap Morning Show. 7 to 9 a.m. on 710 ESPN and the ESPN LA app.
And 9 to 10 a.m. for the YouTube-only hour.
The freaking curtains open, we bust out through them, and we hit the airwaves.
Because weekday mornings in LA belong to Sedano and Cap.
It's time to recharge, reconnect, and rediscover your perfect combination at Pechanga Resort Casino. And with your resort favorites back in action, there's all of the excitement and comfort you love with the peace of mind you can depend on. So whenever you're ready for a little rest, a little relaxation, and a lot of fun, we'll be here. Play your perfect combination at Pechanga Resort Casino today.
Swing by Lazy Dog Restaurant for scratch-made meals, ice-cold beers, signature drinks, and now their new $15 fireside favorites. Choose from 5 handcrafted entrees like fried chicken, grilled shrimp tacos, fettuccine alfredo, Mediterranean chicken bowl, or Loco Moco fried rice. Every fireside favorite comes with Lazy Dog's famous personal-sized s'more brownie sundae for dessert. Dine in or take it to go. $15 fireside favorites are available all day, Monday through Friday. Visit LazyDogRestaurants.com to learn more.
Hey, it's Mace. This is USC, Georgia Southern. Be sure to be with us at noon on Monday. We'll be talking about today's game and the entire NFL weekend. Mason and Ireland on your home of Trojans football, ESPN LA. Fight on.
What's up, everybody? Jason Schwartz with you in studio as we wrap up the Southern California Audi Dealers halftime show. The score out of the Coliseum, USC 31, Georgia Southern 13. USC getting off to a fast start, but a little bit of a sloppy second quarter. Jaden Mayava, 12 of 18, 304 yards, 4 touchdowns for the USC quarterback. Mekhi Lemons got 2 of those touchdowns. Jacoby Lane has 1 of the others. We're going to go out in a moment to Jordan Moore. He's roaming the sidelines waiting for head coach Lincoln Riley to come out of the locker room. He'll talk to him shortly. But before we go to Jordan, let's take a look at some scores from around college football, and we begin in the Big Ten. The big one tonight over in Norman, Oklahoma. Number 18, Oklahoma, leading number 15, Michigan, 14-0 at the half. At halftime, Nebraska leading Akron 33-0. Michigan State tied with Boston College at 21 just at the start of the third quarter. Purdue, USC's opponent next weekend, leading Southern Illinois 24-14. That one just getting going in the third quarter as well. UCLA, with under 2 minutes to go in the first half, trailing UNLV out in Las Vegas 23-0. And the night game in the Big Ten, Washington hosting UC Davis at 8 o'clock. Number 1, Ohio State today shut out Grambling 70-0. Number 2, Penn State shut out Florida International 34-0. And number 6, Oregon all over Oklahoma State up at Autzen 69-3. Number 11, Illinois went into Durham, beat Duke 45-19. Number 16, Iowa State over Iowa 16-13. Number 23, Indiana beat Kennesaw State 56-9. Minnesota blanking Northwestern State 66-0. Wisconsin over Middle Tennessee 42-10. And Rutgers over Miami of Ohio 45-17. LSU right now, the number 3 team in the country, leading Louisiana Tech 10-0 in the third quarter. Number 12, Arizona State trailing Mississippi State 17-3. All right, let's go back out to the Coliseum now. Jordan Moore waiting on the sideline for head coach Lincoln Riley. And Jordan, what were your thoughts on that first half? Fast start for USC, kind of a sloppy second quarter.
Yeah, I mean, it didn't feel great at times, but you look up and say 31-13, and if you were to multiply by 2, and it's 62-26, I don't think anyone's complaining too much. So ultimately, I think sometimes we can take offense for granted, you know, in this era, but 31 points and Jade Mayava throwing for over 300 yards in the first half, and Lemon going crazy, and Lane making some huge plays. So I think offense you can't complain about too much in that first half. It's the defense, I thought. It made a lot of plays, but also was pretty inconsistent and had a lot of mistakes.
Yeah, I think the number that jumps out to me, USC and Georgia Southern, each with 15 first downs in that first half. What do you expect to hear from Lincoln Riley?
Yeah, I would expect him to say things like you can't have the turnover to start the game and you can't have the penalties at on the defensive side. And there was obviously a coverage bust on one of the touchdowns. But he's usually a little bit more positive on his defense than he is on his offense. I think he, because he comes from that side of the ball, is a little bit more of a perfectionist on that side. So I'd be surprised if he was overly thrilled with the offense, just given how he usually is in these situations.
Jaden Mayava looking pretty sharp. Mekhi Lemon and Jacoby Lane combining for 3 touchdowns. Walker Lyons getting in the end zone, and we saw Tinnock Hines with a catch as well. What'd you think about the receivers?
Yeah, Cody Kessler mentioned this before the first game, where he thought that maybe the tight ends would be the third receiver on this team, whether it's Lyons or McCree or both. And I think that's the story in the passing game. You obviously have these 2 elite guys in Lemon and Lane. It was just on full display in that first half, but you really have no other developed receiver for that third spot. So they're using the running backs a lot. They're using the tight ends, and I think that might be how it's going to be here for a little while until maybe some of the younger players step up. But I've got the head coach, Lincoln Riley. Coach, some big numbers offensively in the first half. What do you want to see from that side of the ball in the second half?
No, we got to take care of the ball. I mean, the fumble, just some self-inflicted errors really across the board. I mean, we played some good ball, but when you have turnover, when you have penalties, you kind of leave a game a little closer than maybe it should be. So just as a whole, offense, defense, everybody, we got to play cleaner.
Yeah, defense, you just want to clean things up because they made some plays, but a little up and down.
I mean, they're going to make some plays. It's not going to be perfect, but the penalties are the biggest negative. We have one busted coverage, but penalties that are getting drives started that gives them confidence, and they don't even have to execute plays. So we got to make them execute plays, play penalty-free second half.
Thank you, Coach. I think what Jason and I talked about is pretty much what he said and what you'd expect from a coach. Some stuff to clean up on the defensive side and maybe the offensive side, too. At the half, it's USC 31, Georgia Southern 13 on the USC Trojans Media Network.
The road is calling. Embrace the thrill of the drive with the fully electric Audi Q6 e-tron. Featuring effortless power, serious acceleration, and advanced Audi tech. The next chapter of Audi is here. Get exceptional offers at your local Audi dealer.
Visit SoCalAudiDealers.com for more information.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting truly great candidates for your roles? It seems impossible to find them, but they have to be out there somewhere, right? Well, they're not hard to find when you know where to go, and that place is ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/LA. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. And because these people are actively looking for jobs just like yours, it's easy to find the right person right away. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter, you're missing out. So see what it's like when the impossible is easy. When you go to ZipRecruiter.com/LA right now to try ZipRecruiter for free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/LA. ZipRecruiter.com/LA. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
All right, USC Credit Union team, huddle up. Maria wants a new sedan, and we're the team to get it for her. Tommy, what are the specs?
Blue, 4-door, electric. She likes the safety features and fuel savings.
Great, because at USC Credit Union, she can get a discount for an EV. Plus, our auto loans already have great rates and flexible terms. All right, team, let's get her approved on 2 great rates.
Buy or refi at USC Credit Union, with or without football references. Visit usccreditunion.org and apply today. Federally insured by NCUA.
You're listening to USC Football on the home of the Trojans. 710 ESPN. Fight on.
Teams on the field getting ready for the start of the second half. Trojans leading 31-13. That concludes our halftime show. Back in a moment with the second half of USC Football.
You've been listening to the Audi Halftime Show, brought to you by
Audi. The Southern California Audi dealers are proud sponsors of the USC Trojans.
Pechanga Resort Casino, proud partner of USC Football.
And by Athletic Brewing. No matter what you're looking for in a non-alcoholic beer, there's only one name that has it all. Athletic Brewing Company.
Here is Pete Arbogast and Shaun Cody.
Kickoff goes into the end zone for a touchback, and so the first play of the second half for Georgia Southern starts from the 25-yard line, and it's a handoff to O.J. Arnold, their feature running back, and he'll get 4 over the right side out to the 29 for a 2nd and 6. Stevens and Gentry teaming up with the tackle for USC. Here we go with a 2nd down and 6. Motion for Cobb away, number 1. And the throw out of the backfield goes to Arnold, and Arnold will be pushed out of bounds first by Gentry and then by Fitzgerald. Gain of 1 to the 30, 3rd and 5. Start of the third quarter brought to you by ZipRecruiter. Looking for your next great hire? Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/LA. Today's USC football game against Georgia Southern presented by United Airlines. Hope you're watching us on the Audi Radio Booth Cam, brought to you by your local Southern California Audi dealers. 3rd and 5. Big play starting the second half. Throw on the run. That is complete. Nice catch by Cobb. Good job there to hang on to that. With one of the Trojans on his back. Did he get the first down? I don't think so. I think he came up short by a yard at the 34-yard line, so it'll be 4th down and 1.
Yeah, Kevin Longstreet on that one.
That's a name we haven't heard much of.
Hassan Longstreet's brother there on the play. Good job on that on defense. Almost got the ball out there, but is able to tackle him short of the first down marker.
So punting on their first possession of the half. Way back in their own end. Lemon has been either out of position or reticent to return punts. Back at his own 28-yard line. Here's the kick. And a fair catch called for by Lemon, and they had some guys bearing down on him at the 29-yard line, so the Trojans will start their first drive of the second half. Defense held up okay. If they got blasted in the locker room, it's a good 3 and out to start. Introducing Salaya Tequila, brought to you by USC football legends Matt and Ryan Khalil. Celebrate your story with a homegrown spirit of Salaya Tequila.
We got to get one of those bottles up here for after the games there, Pete. I'm going to talk to those.
After the game?
I'm going to talk to those brothers about getting some of that Salaya. We keep talking about it every week. We need to get a celebratory Salaya tequila bottle in this.
I believe that they would be willing to do that for us.
I'll give them a call, those guys.
First down SC at the 29-yard line. Wayman Jordan starts the second half for SC as the running back. McCree and Lyons slotted on the right side. The handoff going that way to Jordan. And up the middle he goes with some bull running across the 35, 40 to the 41, and that's a USC first down. Trojan first down driven by Hyundai. The Hyundai Getaway Sales event going on now. Get details so right it almost feels wrong. Don't miss out. Visit your SoCal Hyundai dealers today.
Yeah, I like that run there, too. No frills about it, no wiggle or shake, just straight downhill. That means good blocking by the offensive line.
41-yard line, a 12-yard pickup for Waymo. And now Mayava will pass. Waiting, rolling, throwing, and it's complete to Lake McCree. Across the 50 and into Eagle territory at the 47-yard line, and another USC first
offside.
Down.
Defense, number 57. That penalty is declined. The result of the play is a first down.
No matter what you're looking for in a non-alcoholic beer, there's only one name that has it all. One of our great sponsors, Athletic Brewing Company. Mayava was looking deeper, I believe. Didn't see anything there, so decided, well, I'll just hang on to it, roll myself over, and find a safety valve pass, which he did.
Yeah, he drew a big Latrell Bullard offsides there. Big 350, couldn't hold it back. Big Latrell.
He is a big boy, isn't he? First down at the Georgia Southern 47-yard line. Mayava hands off coming this way. This is Wayman Jordan. Jordan darts back inside and gets hammered from behind by that big Bullard at 6'1" and 355 pounds. The other Bullard, a little bit smaller than that, on the left side. Got him as well.
Yeah, it's
two of them.
Someone you don't want to be underneath there, big Latrell Bullard, as Wayman Jordan's able to gain some nice yards there, but big Bullard falls on top of you. I'm sure that's not a fun finish to a play.
Oof, you can almost hear it. 6 yards, 2nd and 4. Lemon Lane over to the right side. Double tight end near. Now Mayava changing up the play. 13 of 19 for 316 now with a completion on his first pass of the second half. Early third quarter, Trojans leading, and the pass off the fingertips of Wayman Jordan. Looked like he looked away for a moment to see where the defender was. and it cost him the reception. I don't know if he's going to go very far with it. Ferguson defending on the play, second down.
Yeah, he's been very sure-handed up to that point in the season where he has 3 catches on the year.
No, I was going to say third down.
Oh, third down.
Not second.
Yeah, and so he's been sure-handed. Just a little drop right there. Want to make sure you look that one into the hands there.
McCree lines up behind the right tackle, Kawanu'u. Lemon by himself on the far right side. Near side, it's Lane. Backfield, Jordan. The right half next to Mayava on 3rd and 4. Big play for the Trojans to keep the drive alive. Jordan gets the call, gets to the 40, 35, easy first down, slides down around the 35-yard line. Well, they're going to mark him down at the 36. That's a lousy spot, but it's still enough for a USC Hyundai first down. That's 10 tackles for Brandon Tyson today. Came in with 106, 8 last week against Fresno State. He's a busy guy, middle linebacker for GS. On the first down play, Jordan cuts it back up the middle. He's got some room on the right side at the 25-20. He's at the 50, the 10. Puts his head down, dives to the goal line, and makes it. Touchdown, USC. Wayman Jordan with a nice run. And he finally got to the end and just said, no, I'm not going out of bounds. I'm going in the end zone.
Oh, nice run by Wayman Jordan there, just running through the middle of the defense. Great vision on that play as he's watching defender goes by, able to cut it back across the grain to the other side of the field. Gets a nice block downfield, just enough where he can get and dive into that end zone at the end. It looked like Jaden Richardson on that block, number 15, down the field, getting just enough of that defender so Wayman Jordan can put a little move on him and get into the end zone.
36 yards officially on the run. The Trojans go 6 plays, 71 yards, and their opening possession of the second half. Ryan Sayeri in to tack on the point after touchdown. He does so successfully, and we've got a break in the action. Time out of the field with 10 minutes, 49 seconds remaining in the third quarter. Trojans open it up a little bit further, starting to pull away now. SC 38, Georgia Southern 13, and all looks well in the second half so far on the ESPN LA USC Trojan Media Network.
Ever feel like the road is out to... Thankfully, Hyundai is always working to ensure it doesn't, with over 130 IIHS Top Safety Awards since 2006. IIHS Top Safety Awards include Top Safety Pick and Top Safety Pick Plus awards to Hyundai vehicles from 2006 to 2025.
Now for a limited time, get 1.99% APR on the Hyundai Tucson or Tucson Hybrid. Visit your local Hyundai dealer today. Offers end September 30th. Call 562-314-4603 for details.
It's time to recharge, reconnect, and rediscover your perfect combination at Pechanga Resort Casino. And with your resort favorites back in action, there's all of the excitement and comfort you love with the peace of mind you can depend on. So whenever you're ready for a little rest, a little relaxation, and a lot of fun, we'll be here. Play your perfect combination at Pechanga Resort Casino today.
Byron opened a free checking account with USC Credit Union, and now everything else feels complicated. Like today, should he go with the 7-layer bean dip or the party wing platter?
The wings are so spicy, but the dip is so creamy. I need a minute.
Luckily, some choices are easy. With USC Credit Union, Byron gets thousands of fee-free ATMs, secure online and mobile banking, and even credit monitoring tools, all with a free checking account. Dip or wings? That's on Byron. Visit usccreditunion.org. Federally insured by NCUA.
It's Evan Cohen. This is USC football. Be sure to start your Monday morning with our show, Unsportsmanlike. Evan, Canty, and Michelle until 7 a.m. before the Sedano and Cap Morning Show, Monday on ESPN LA.
Sayeri's PAT brought to you by Terranea Resort, a luxury resort like no other. So we were hoping that the paint was peeling on the locker room walls at halftime because somebody said this earlier week, and I love the quote, perfume can be poison. It smells nice, but don't drink it. And that was kind of what the first half was reminding me about a little bit. But in the second half, 3 and out on the first defensive possession and a long drive, and looked like the offensive line was just pushing people around to give the Trojans another score.
Looked like a real emphasis in the run game on offense, as you saw Wayman Jordan get it done, but they pounded the rock on that one. And then defensively, got to figure out what was going on in the run game. Obviously, the breakdown and coverages were bad. You can clean those up, but if you're physically getting mushed around in that middle, that's not something you want to see as a defense.
Lincoln Riley coached teams in his career are 40-3 when his team rushes for more than 200 yards. Trojans right now 170 yards on 19 carries, so they're well on their way to getting 200.
They better get 30 or this one's in doubt, Pete.
Right. Well, here's another good stat. If they give up, Lincoln Riley points, give up 20 or fewer points in a game, his teams are 36-0. That's a good number to keep an eye on.
20 is the benchmark, huh?
Kick by Sayeri into the end zone for another touchback. Trojan fans, get ready to fight on with Fruitist blueberries. They're sweet, they're crunchy, and packed with goodness. They're the ultimate game day snack. Fruitist, the official super fruit snack of the USC Trojans, available in stores near you. Boston College now leading Michigan State 24-21 with 2.5 to go in the third quarter in East Lansing. Michigan State will be here in 2 weeks. We'll find out the game time on that in the next couple of days. French alone in the backfield. Shadows completely covering the Coliseum turf and stands. Throw left side, dropped by Cobb. And the Trojans were looking ready to break that play up. They look a little more fired up here in the second half. They're moving around with a little more spirit.
Yeah, we kind of talked about it before the game, but, some of these games, it's hard to get, for the game, you get motivated, you get fired up. But during the week, are you that same level of elevated? Are you going through practice with the same effort that you are when you're playing one of these teams? You gotta find your way. That's where you can find the edge in these games during the week. It's tough. Everyone can get fired up for game day. Can you get fired up for practice on Tuesday against one of these teams?
O.J. Arnold, the one back, motion for Cobb this way, just dropped an important one on the first down. They'll give it to Arnold, and right into the line he goes, and then bounces off the line. Doesn't have anywhere to go up front, so he turns and spins and runs outside for a gain of 3. Pierce and Connolly helping to bring him down. A pretty good pursuit there on the outside because there was nothing doing up front, Nick. That could have gone for a long way if you weren't paying any attention.
Yeah, much better clogging up that middle run. You can tell there's been emphasis said, hey, don't let this team run down the middle of you. They're right there. 2 big fellas in the middle clogging it up. That run game had to bounce outside.
Gain of 2, 3rd and 8. Remember last week at Fresno State, Georgia Southern just fell apart in the second half. Fresno State made the adjustments. Here's French to throw, and that is incomplete. Look out. As a long pass goes out of bounds, and Nicholson gave a little forearm shove to Dalen Cobb that was unnecessary as the ball had already passed by, and then he kind of did a little gloating after that. You got to be careful of that stuff.
It looked like the Richard Nixon celebration.
I am not. 4th and 8.
We're really dating ourselves on that one, Pete.
It's the only date I can get, my friend. They'll have to kick again. That's 2. Come on, Mackay. Return one. One of the best punt returners in USC history. Is in the top 20 in punt returns and also in yardage. He's gone over 1,000 career receiving yards with his yardage today. The kick, Lemon, fair catch. 28.5, 29-yard line, kind of exactly what it was last time.
Maybe they got the handcuffs on it, Pete. You don't know.
Yeah, maybe you don't. You certainly want to get Lemon hurt in a punt return situation, being the leading receiver that he is, so that's probably wise. Time out of the field here, 9:55 to go, third quarter. SC now up 38-13 over Georgia Southern. Back with more after these messages on the ESPN LA USC Trojans Media Network.
Looking for the play of the day? That's easy. Fight on to victory with USC and fly on faster with ONT, the fastest and easiest airport experience in SoCal. Not to mention Ontario International Airport has over 90 nonstop flights to 30 major destinations with less traffic coming in and out. In other words, getting there is a breeze, and so is following our Trojans anywhere the season takes them. Because let's be honest, faster is always better when it comes to your airport. Start planning your next journey today at SoCalSoEasy.com.
The road is calling. Embrace the thrill of the drive with the fully electric Audi Q6 e-tron. Featuring effortless power, serious acceleration, and advanced Audi tech. The next chapter of Audi is here. Get exceptional offers at your local Audi dealer.
Visit SoCalAudiDealers.com for more information.
It takes hard work to be the best in the game. Planning, commitment, resilience, sweat. That's why Old Dominion Freight Line, the #1 national LTL carrier for quality, works hard to be the best in the game and is proud to support those striving to be the best in theirs. Old Dominion Freight Line, official freight carrier of USC Athletics, helping the world keep promises.
Hey guys, it's Sedano. You're listening to USC and Georgia Southern. We'll be talking about it Monday morning at 7 on the all-new Sedano and Cap Morning Show on your home for the Trojans, ESPN LA.
Sunset falling across Southern California. The mountains off in the distance. The San Gabriel's turning a dark shade of purple across the way. We could see a little haze against the Hollywood sign on the observatory off in the distance as the Trojans lead here in the third quarter. Early on in it, 38-13 over visiting Georgia Southern, a team that Clay Helton thinks is his best team since he's come to Georgia Southern. They did pretty good portal work in the offseason and are trying to win the Sun Belt League. They had a look at it last year, and then they kind of spit it out against Old Dominion and Troy late in the season, and it cost them the championship of the league. Maybe a trip to the Bahamas Bowl, which is better than where they went and lost. The Bahamas Bowl is always one we always want to go to. Georgia Southern's first big opponent they ever played was Florida in 1986. They did beat Nebraska back in 2002 and are 1-3 all time against the Big Ten teams, of which we are one. Trojan ball, 28-yard line this time. Last time it was the 29. Didn't really make any difference. SC went the distance. Trips right, including McCree, Fair, and Tanook Hines. This way, it's Jacoby Lane. McCree comes in motion. It's Eli Sanders, though, to get the handoff of the backfield. Behind a block from Mayava. And runs across the 30 to about the 33 for a gain of 4. You want Mayava out there lead blocking?
Yeah, just a little shield. You don't throw it all in there. Just kind of get in the way a little bit. You don't want to put his shoulders in there, but he did a good enough job there as he provided a little extra help there on the edge.
Safety Justin Myers, the tackle for GS. Long pass down over the middle all alone. Going the distance is Williams, Zachariah Williams. Oh, they caught him by a toenail. Just inside the 10 down to the 6-yard line. Zacharias Williams with his third catch of the season for the Trojans out of Jay Serra, transfer from Utah. He was alone out there. Had to kind of wait for the pass, Shaun, otherwise he would have scored easily.
Yeah, just a breakdown in coverage there, and Zacharias Williams is just running wide open. It was a speed off from there, and it just clips the heel there on the 6-yard line there, just not enough to get to the zone.
So, red zone trip for the Trojans, which will make our people at Helium Mobile Red Zone happy, as that's where the Trojans are, trying to stuff it in again and go up by more. One back is Eli Sanders. Sanders surveys the scene at the 5, heads for the corner, but can't get there as he's pushed out of bounds between the 2 and the 3 by safety Justin Myers, who's made tackles on 2 of the last 3. That long pass play, a first down. Trojans driven by Hyundai. Pete Arbogast, Shaun, Cody, and Jordan Moore here at the Coliseum on a beautiful summer afternoon. Temperatures have dropped all the way down to 80.
Ooh.
At
Freezing.
7 o'clock at night.
Freezing.
Yeah, it's tough. Somebody's got to live here.
I wasn't that happy sitting on that peristyle.
A little tough earlier, yeah.
2 o'clock. It was roasting.
Sanders from the 2. Georgia Southern with a late substitution. And so Georgia Southern will be forced to call a timeout. They couldn't get they got the sub in, but they didn't get the sub off, and the Trojans were getting ready to snap the ball, so Georgia Southern takes a timeout. Michigan State's tied it up with Boston College 24, late third. Purdue leading Southern Illinois 27-14 with a minute to go in the third. Nebraska's rolling Akron 40-0, 6 to go in the third, and Oklahoma still leading Michigan, but now 14-7 with 10.5 to go in the third. UNLV at halftime with a 23-3 lead over UCLA. Try to catch some top 25s that are underway here. South Carolina State leading South Carolina 3-0 early. LSU ranked third, 17-0 over Louisiana Tech. Mississippi State still leading Arizona State, but the Sun Devils coming back now, trailing only 17-10 with 7 to go in the third. Alabama's going to beat UL Monroe. Let's pause. They're going to come back to play. We're going to stop for ID, but I think we're going to have to wait. Mayava with Eli Sanders next to him. Double tight end left, including Lyons, who caught a short touchdown pass in the second quarter. Lyons comes out of his stance. Lucky he didn't get a call there. Now he comes out of his stance again. And Eli Sanders is switched from the right side to the left side of Jaden Mayava, the Trojan quarterback. Mayava will throw. Will he? Yeah, he dumps it. Well, there's a flag down. He was looking out of the backfield for Sanders as he was being pressured and had to roll out, and there's going to be a holding call. I think it's going to be on the linebacker Tyson holding Sanders coming out of the backfield.
Defense, number 9. Half the distance to the goal. Automatic. First down.
Well, it wasn't Tyson. It was Myers, the safety. Half the distance to the goal. Not much of a penalty, really. They were on the 2. They're on the 1 now. There's no reason not to hold from the 1 yard line, Shaun, on first down.
Yeah, when you're down there on defense, it all smushes down. You can jump off that snap count. You can a little cheating as a defender. You down here, as you know, you can't. The flags don't seem to mean as much.
You know, if you hold here, it's first down on the half-yard line. Really doesn't matter. Handoff, Sanders. He'll walk into the end zone for a touchdown. Eli Sanders and a touchdown, USC. If the route wasn't on before, it is now.
Yeah, that drive was all because of the breakdown in coverage from Georgia Southern there as they saw Zacharias Williams break free on the back end. He's almost able to get home. But then Eli Sanders just caps off that with a little 2-yard run into the end zone.
It'll be 45-13, assuming that Sayeri puts it through at another Terranea Resort PAT, a luxury resort like no other, as you know. Terranea. Lines are set for the extra point try. Sam Johnson says, "Are you ready?" Sayeri says, "Yes." There's the snap. There's the kick. Nothing but net. We've got a timeout on the field. Don't go wandering off just yet. Could be interesting by the time this thing's over. 7:58 to go in the third. And by that, I wonder how many USC is going to score. It's the Trojans 45, Georgia Southern 13. Strike up the band with Conquest on the ESPN LA USC Trojan Media Network.
Find out what head coach Lincoln Riley has to say about the battle against Georgia Southern. Monday at 6 p.m. on a new edition of Trojans Live on 710 ESPN, the all-new ESPN LA app. And you can watch the show on YouTube at USC Athletics. Head coach Lincoln Riley sits down on the official USC Coaches Show. Trojans Live, presented by Monster Energy. Monster Energy, unleash the beast. 6 p.m. Monday on 710 ESPN, the all-new ESPN LA app, and on YouTube. Don't miss Coach Lincoln Riley, Trojans Live. 6 p.m. Monday on ESPN LA.
Hey, this is Rich Eisen.
And ESPN LA is the new home of the Rich Eisen Show in the Southland.
Bill Burr, what'd you think of Bill Belichick's first game as head coach of North Carolina?
What'd you think of Joe Namath on the Rams? What'd you think of Johnny Unitas on the Chargers? What happened to that guy?
The home of USC football, and now the home of the Rich Eisen Show. Weekdays 9 a.m. to noon, 710 ESPN, and always on the new ESPN LA app.
Yeah, go! Invesco QQQ is the official ETF partner of the USC Trojans. The future isn't scary. Not realizing its potential, however, could be. To build a championship team, you have to consider each recruit, transfer, and prospect. If you see the potential in one player, you can build potential in the whole team. Let's rethink possibility. Invesco Distributors, Inc.
What's good, everybody? Sua Cravens here, and don't miss the USC postgame show today after the game with me and Jason Schwartz right here on your home of Trojans football, ESPN LA. Fight on.
Trojans leading 45-13 with 7:58 to go in the third. Let's pause 10 seconds for stations to identify themselves on the ESPN LA USC Trojans Media Network.
Hey, it's Mace, and this is USC football back where it belongs on 710 ESPN. KSPN Los Angeles, a good Karma Brands radio station. Fight on.
Let's go down to Jordan Moore on the sideline.
Start to the second half for the Trojans. They look a lot more focused, intense, and disciplined. We haven't seen the mistakes for the defense in the first two series. Offense has gotten that running game really going and started to pound the football. So now you're at 45-13. That's plus 32. If the defense gets a stop here, is it long streak time, or do you think Mayava still has another series left in this game?
Ooh. 45-13. I'm going to go one more.
I think you've seen enough from Jaden. I don't think I think you want to run the ball and see some defense here. You get some long street time.
Kickoff's going to be returned by Cobb. That's an unusual situation. He'll only get back to the 18-yard line. So a short return, but I mean, you're surprised that he's returning it at all. That just hasn't been happening. Tackle by Beavers. First time we've called his name today, I think. Beavers and Silver. And here are the Georgia Southern Eagles starting at their own 18-yard line. There's one thing that Clay Helton's going to be happy about. The second best inner-city rivalry in college football is being played today. You know what the first one is?
Yes.
Yes, okay. Second best rivalry for an inner-city. Throw out of the backfield, incomplete, looking for Cobb by French. Second attempt. Houston and Rice in Houston. Who's a alumni of Houston? Clay Helton, who played here in the Coliseum. Houston came here in the early 90s and got blown up. I was like 56-7 or something.
I've seen a Houston-Rice game in action.
Clay played in the game here at the Coliseum, like the last series of the game, and I gave him a tape of the thing. It was kind of fun. Throw, left side. Ooh, big tackle on the left. Caught, and then down quickly was Sanders as he was blown up by Johnson. Or was that 31 Walker? It was Walker. Jaden Walker was there and made the hit in a hurry. Nice loss on the play back to the 15, third down and long.
Yeah, good read, good angle by Jaden Walker there. That ball gets in there. His eyes are on the target the whole way. Plays him step for step. Nice play by 31.
There goes the Jaws theme. As the USC Shark Patrol is out, trying to get another 3 and out. It'll be 3 in a row. French throws, complete, out to the 28-yard line. Not enough, 4th and 2. Pass complete again to Sanders, and Fitzgerald is there to bring him down. Now 4th and 2.
Looks like Clay's going to keep the offense out there, even though they're in a bad field position here.
Well, if you don't make it, you're just giving SC points, basically. The bells sound again.
Let's stay on sides. Watch for the hard count here.
4th and 1 at the 28. Need to get to the 29. Under center goes French. French will dive to the 30 and get the first down. So Houston is leading Rice 35-9 with 2 minutes to go in the game. So at least you got that going for it. Yeah. I hope that this game continues this way, and his son Turner, who is a backup quarterback, can get in the game and play like his dad did at the Coliseum. Be kind of fun. Remember Turner hanging around at practice long time ago, hanging around with the big boys. He was there when you were there, wasn't he? No, not that long ago. He came in, Clay Helton came in, handoff, left side, Badinga, hit by Lucas and Gentry. I think Clay came in, 2010 with Kiffin?
Yeah.
I think he came in with Kiffin,
Kiffin.
as a coordinator, as a quarterback coach first, then the coordinator, then the head coach. Jordan, what do you got?
Turner, it's not officially in the book because it was on that 2-point play, but he was the one that threw that pass earlier that was incomplete on the 2-point conversion attempt.
Oh, well, all right. So he got to play a little bit. He got to play. French wants to pass. French wants to run. Gentry goes over him. French dives under him. Gentry shakes his head, says, I could have been a stove. Gentry comes up hurt. Gentry has hurt his right leg, and he's limping back to the huddle. The line of scrimmage will be the 38. It'll be a 3rd and 2. Gentry stays in the game. He is favoring his leg, though, a little bit. Now a little less. Maybe just a little rebound ankle sort of thing.
I think he banged his shin there in the first half. He's got it wrapped up there. I think that's kind of just been bugging him.
Picked up a 3rd and 1 with a snap under center for French. This time he's back in the shotgun with Badinga getting the call. Badinga wrapped up and then fights his way forward to the 41 and gets another first down for Georgia Southern. Good running there for their backup running back, Dave Badinga. Walker in there, getting some playing time here now in the second half, getting his second tackle on this drive. Slippery Rock, ranked 5th in Division II, opened its season with a win last night at Franklin Pierce College, 24-13. Cobb comes in motion. Georgia Southern looking this way is French. Fakes once, under pressure, throws it at the feet of 3 Trojan defenders. And where was the intended receiver? The referee's throwing his finger out, saying that guy, the tight end, was intended. Silver was there. Tompkins was there for SC. There was nobody in the neighborhood.
And you could hear him on the microphone. Oh, no way, because it looks like French was trying to run that little screen to the outside. They're pumping that fake to the outside, hoping they bite.
That was intentional grounding, dude.
Open up that screen to the inside to the tight end, and had to dump that one in the dirt.
But at 45-13 with 4 minutes to go in the third, we get some Pop Warner call there, trying to keep the other team from getting angry. Trojans bringing it all. French winds and throws, and it is a nice catch at the 49 on the Trojan side, short of a first down. It's a pretty good grab by Camden Brown, who's got a couple of touchdowns already. They're going to call now. They're going to say incomplete. They might have a look at this. Looking at it in real time, it kind of looked complete. Let's see. What do you think there, Shaun? No.
Hit the ground.
No, that bounced. All right. Cal beat Texas Southern 35-3. Colorado over Delaware 31-7. Fresno State over Oregon State 36-27. So that gives you a kind of a relative idea of what Fresno State looks like. Oregon State's supposed to be okay. 3rd and 10. They're back at the 41 now. Obvious passing down. Let's see how the Trojans play it defensively. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. For a moment, they had 7 on the line of scrimmage. Now a timeout is called. Did you see who called that? I'm guessing Georgia Southern did. Why would SC?
Boy, Helton's having a conversation with the referees down here.
Why aren't you reviewing that play, probably, is what he's saying. And they're not reviewing it because it was obvious as soon as you saw it. French is at 16-29 for 133, 1 touchdown, 1 interception. He's been sacked 3 times. They've been coming after him pretty good. He's had to scramble a few times. Most of his passes have been
quick,
of the 5 to 10 yard variety. Not a lot of time. He'll have more time when they play Jacksonville State next week and then Maine the week after that. A little more of their food group. 3rd and 10. French will throw if he can over the middle. That's complete. Trojan territory to the 45-yard line. Caught there by Green. Green, is it just me, or he looks like one of the faster tight ends at 6'2", 245. He moves around pretty good for a tight end.
Yeah, good time. Yeah, but that was a nice throw. I thought French, that's a tight window right there. As Longstreet's dropping back into coverage, he has a tight little zone window right there, and French is able to zip that one in there to, I believe that was Cobb.
Oh, was it?
Yeah.
I thought it was.
That's why he looked so fast.
Oh, well, okay, yeah, that does make sense. Handoff. Badinga. Trojans were thinking pass and got a run instead. And all the way to the SC 34. And here come the Eagles again, as Fitzgerald is there, among others, to make the tackle for USC. Also saw Jaden Walker in there again. And quickly back to the line of scrimmage and running the ball up the middle and pushed back by a gang of Trojans is Badinga to the 32. Keep in mind, I know, we just talk about this because it's interesting, but SC is a 28-point favorite. They were ahead by 25. Now they're ahead by more than 28. But here comes Georgia Southern. So there's still a lot of interest in this ballgame.
Oh, I'm very interested.
Okay. O.J. Arnold, the one back, 8 carries, 45 yards. Badinga's got 40 yards. French fakes to Arnold, throws, complete along the Trojan sideline, along the Georgia Southern sideline, I should say. Down below us, inside the 20, down to the 13-yard line. Williams there for the push out of bounds, but Georgia Southern is in the red zone now.
Yeah, French picking apart that zone defense a little bit, finding the windows in this zone defense as Trojans playing off a little bit, working their zones, and and Camden has done a great job all day, really finding the space on the field.
1st and 10 at the SC 13. Been moving the ball pretty easily on this drive. Mixing it up between pass and run, the Georgia Southern Eagles. Lob for the end zone. No flag. At least not yet. They were throwing for Camden Brown. Williams was defending. He turned around and looked. They were hand battling, and I think that's all you can ask for.
Yeah, it looked like the Georgia Southern won some there. They won a flag, but just a little fight, and the referee says not enough to pull the laundry out.
Second down from the 13. Minute 39 left in the quarter. Quarter number 3. The torch will be turned on. Motion this way for Camden Brown. They've looked for him twice for touchdowns so far. French fakes to Arnold. Throws left side to the end zone. Over the shoulder catch. Nicely made for the touchdown. That's Cobb. His first touchdown of the game. Quite the throw and catch. Nice job by Cobb.
French, J.C. French has looked quite impressive today, Pete. He's a little bit outmanned here as far as the offensive linemen and maybe talent guys, but he has put the ball in some nice places today. I've been really impressed with how he's thrown the ball, and the Trojan defenders have been struggled a little bit on this back end as they go over the top there to Cobb.
It has been the first time in his tenure at Georgia Southern that Clay Helton has had a quarterback come back and return and be a starting quarterback. And there's no reason to think he won't be back again next year. He's a redshirt junior this time. Kick for Trip Bryant is up and in. That makes special teams coach Blake Wilson happy. And why do I mention him? Well, in his first year as special teams coach for Georgia Southern, he hails from Carlsbad High School in San Diego, class of 92. He was an assistant coach at the University of San Diego and played a little bit at San Diego Southwest Junior College in the 2013 and 14 seasons. I got him in.
There you go.
I'm sure his family is down there over next to the Coliseum thermometer. Beautiful full moon out tonight here in Southern California. It's going to really be a big shiner later on. Pomona Pitzer opened play today, beating Willamette College 42-17. Some night games just underway in the Skyac. Hardin-Simmons at Chapman, Claremont Mud Scripps at Lake Forest, and George Fox at Redlands. Second-ranked men's water polo team has opened the season 5-0. Beat Long Beach State yesterday at home 13-9. Will be at Pepperdine tomorrow. Men's golf is in Arizona this coming Monday and Tuesday. Women's golf in Minnesota Monday through Wednesday. Women's tennis is in San Francisco starting next Thursday. Fifth-ranked women's soccer team found out why Stanford is ranked number 1 in the country. Stanford beat USC 5-1. SC will host Washington next Thursday. Women's volleyball team beat Loyola Marymount on the road last Sunday. And the USC Invitational is going on now. SC went out over UC Santa Barbara last night 3-2. The match against San Diego starting at 7 just a few minutes ago. And tomorrow SC and Creighton at 1 o'clock. Good seats at Galen Center. Want to go out and watch a little women's volleyball. Next Thursday and Friday, they'll be at the Loyola Marymount tournament against BYU, Western Michigan, and Loyola Marymount. Dodgers were leading Baltimore 3-0. But I just got a text from somebody who says, lucky you weren't watching the Dodgers. So that's not good news. Padres out in front of Colorado 7-2. And so if that holds up, if the Dodgers are in more trouble than I had seen, I'm told that they choked it away. Well, there you go. It's been a rough couple of months for the Dodgers, and yet they're still in first place.
Yeah, regular season.
No, this is different. This is different than that. Jordan Moore down on the field. Go ahead.
Get this, Pete. This was not my initial sideline report, but just to fill you in, Yamamoto had a no-hitter through 8 2/3.
Oh.
Holiday for the Orioles breaks it up on the 27th out with a home run. And then maybe the least favorite Los Angelino right now, Tanner Scott, found a way to blow another one with the help of Blake Trinan. But that was not my report. My report is there will not be a relief pitcher on this drive for the Trojans since we asked the questions. And maybe it's because Georgia Southern just scored. But Jade Mayava warming up, I assume he's got another series in him.
There are friends of mine that think that Tanner Scott is a San Diego Padre plant for the Dodgers this year. Not saying it's true, I just say people tell me that. Is that vague enough? 45-20 is the score with a minute and a half to go in the third. And a decent drive for Georgia Southern of 15 plays, 81 yards in 6 minutes and 18 seconds. That's pretty good. It's a good drive. Kickoff. It'll be brought out by the Trojans. Sanders. And he won't get to the 25, only about the 21-yard line. A little chippiness after the play. Some yapping going back and forth. Everybody goes back to the sideline where they belong. Wow.
That Dodger game changed your whole mood, Pete.
Well, gee, I mean, it's 3-0, and you've got a no-hitter with one out in the ninth inning, and you lose to Baltimore. It's not like they're any good.
We're up 25 here, Pete.
All right, 1st and 10 at the 21-yard line. We'll leave that behind for another couple of weeks until it really matters. Fake to Jordan. Throw to McCree by Mayava, but he's got some traffic around him, and it's incomplete. Tyson defending. 2nd and 10. I don't know if anything good can happen to Mayava in a situation like this. Only bad things could happen.
You're still trying to work the offense here early in the season. He's played deep into the third here. Probably get him out for after this drive, I would imagine.
14 to 22 for 377. The percentage has dropped a little bit. But here's a completion. Out around the 30-yard line and down. It's actually the 29. That's DJ Jordan. They'll say that the 30. So 3rd and 1. Green, backup safety for Georgia Southern, and Harrington, who's had a busy night from his linebacker spot for GS. Transfer from Appalachian State, where he graduated in management. 2-year captain for the Eagles. They will leave right after the game and get home sometime tomorrow morning. 3rd and 1 from the 30. It'll be Waymo. 1st down, Moore. Here he goes, 35-40, sideline. Does he have the speed to beat the safety? Not necessarily, but he does get into Georgia Southern territory, inside the 40 down to the 35-yard line. Finally chased down and dropped by Green, the safety.
He's got great feeling, Pete, on those runs where he has to cut it up inside. He holds it in there long enough to bring the defense down, and then he's able to pop it outside. He's got a great feel for when the defense is attacking and how it goes.
35 yards on the play. It'll bring us to the end of the third quarter. Trojans after 3 leading Georgia Southern 45-20, and this is the ESPN LA USC Trojan Media Network.
If you are a fighter, Modelo is your reward. So listen close. You put up with a lot, but you always hold it down for your people. You are strong, you are fearless, you are the baddest on the block. You are an elbow grease factory, a force of nature. You are not to be reckoned with. You are a ride or die, a powerhouse of productivity. You are a fighter, and Modelo is your reward. You've earned every last drop of this rich golden lager, so raise it up high. Modelo, the mark of a fighter. Drink responsibly. Beer imported by Crown Imports, Chicago, Illinois.
It takes hard work to be the best in the game. Planning, commitment, resilience, sweat. That's why Old Dominion Freight Line, the #1 national LTL carrier for quality, works hard to be the best in the game and is proud to support those striving to be the best in theirs. Old Dominion Freight Line, official freight carrier of USC Athletics, helping the world keep promises.
A Jersey Mike's Sub Bowl is any sub, hot or cold, without the bread. They're great to enjoy in all kinds of places.
So you could have a Club Supreme Bowl on a road trip?
Yup.
Or a turkey provolone sub bowl at the airport?
Sure can.
Or a Mike's Famous Philly Bowl when you're supposed to be walking down the aisle at your 500-person wedding.
Is now the right time for that?
I'm hungry.
Shouldn't you get married first?
I said
I'm hungry. All right. Your favorite sub in a bowl for any time, anywhere. It's a Jersey Mike's thing. A sub above.
The Johnsons are gearing up for their first game day party of the year, Rob, and Dad's grilling skills in the offseason put him in the 90th percentile.
I see Mom's got her head in the game, too, making sure no cup is empty.
But I gotta say, the MVP is USC Credit Union.
Agreed. Without USC Credit Union's home loans, the Johnsons wouldn't have this great patio for entertaining.
Hey, where's my invite?
At USC Credit Union, our flexible options and seasoned expertise will have you entertaining in the home of your dreams. Visit usccreditunion.org. Equal housing opportunity. NMLS number 448984.
USC football right now on ESPN LA. Don't miss Rams Week 1 NFL Sunday. Coverage begins tomorrow at 11:30 a.m. with the Toyota Rams countdown to kickoff right here on 710 ESPN and the all-new ESPN LA app.
Lighting of the Coliseum torch has occurred. The Trojans leading Georgia Southern 45-20 in a less than stellar effort here tonight. It's been good at some times and not so good at other times. And I guess what the coaches like is that they got things that they need to work on, but they better work on them now because the Big Ten season starts next week when they go to Purdue, and then Michigan State comes in, and then the trip to Illinois. So there's some big games on the horizon here in a hurry.
The good thing about this season is you kind of get a ramp up to it, right? Not to knock any of the opponents, but it's worked out kind of like a preseason for the Trojans. And if you think about the NFL, how it works, first game, you get your starters in about a half, maybe, let them get a feel. Second game, you get them in about, let them get into that third quarter a little bit. And then fourth game, get them into that, final kind of thing. So it's kind of, I think they're treating it like that. They went through, I think a lot of the starters today went through three. We'll see how much of those guys are playing into the fourth. But got pretty good control of this game. Let's see how Lincoln Riley decides to play these guys.
Rushing yards after 3, 215 to 82. Passing yards 386 to 11. Total offense 601 to 293. And the 601 in 15 fewer plays. So the yards per play 13 to 5. It's dominant. It just doesn't feel dominant somehow. 45-20. Jordan's got something for us on the sideline before we start the fourth.
Yeah, Shaun was just making this observation about Waymo previously, and I've noticed it about both of the top two backs in this team. They are both really patient runners. They just seem to not be in a hurry when they get the ball. They love to set up their blocks, change pace. So these are not guys that just put their head down and just hit where the hole's supposed to be with a burst of speed. These are really smart, rhythmic runners, and I think this USC running game could really be something if the offensive line can gel.
First and 10 at the at the Georgia Southern 35 for SC, and Jaden Mayava remains in the ball game with Eli Sanders getting the pigskin and running around this right side and getting knocked down for no gain on the play by that big guy Bullard, I should say. All 6'1", 3-something of him, 350, 360, somewhere in there. Second and 10. Fourth quarter of USC football sponsored by Athletic Brewing. No matter what you're looking for in a non-alcoholic beer, there's only one name that has it all, and that's Athletic Brewing Company. Second and 10 at the 35, going in towards the torch end of the Coliseum. Walker Lyons, tight end, looked like he wasn't sure where he was supposed to go, but he finally ends up slotted on the far side. As Mayava wants to throw short, then looks long, then looks short, then dancing around, decides, I better get out of here. Throws on the run, as it turns out, finds Lyons at the 15, down to the 10, straight arm down to the 6-yard line. I think he stepped out at the 8, but a nice catch and a good improvisation by Jaden Mayava to make that happen in the first place with the Trojans down inside the 10-yard line. Have a first and goal for USC.
Yeah, credit the offensive line, giving Jaden a ton of time there. Receivers aren't open early. He goes through his progressions. O-line keeps buying him time. Jaden steps up into that pocket and is able to find Walker Lyons, who keeps working.
Trojans in the Helium Mobile red zone trying to break free and break in. Sanders to the left of Mayava. Long count, handoff, Sanders. No, it'll be Mayava to keep. From the middle, he jumps up in the air to get over Harrington and lands down face first at the 5-yard line. Managed to pick up a couple there, so it'll be second and goal from the 5.
Yeah, not the greatest of the leaps there. Didn't look super athletic there, Jaden Mayava, on that one. We saw him run one last year in. We've seen him move a little bit. He can be a runner at times, but sometimes right there, it didn't look like...
I like to see him put it on the ground a little more than he does. It's something that Hassan Longstreet will definitely do when we see him after this touchdown.
He looks like a much more comfortable runner.
Sanders next to Mayava gets the call this time, and he'll just wander into the end zone for another USC touchdown. Eli Sanders. 2-yarder in the third quarter, now a 5-yarder in the fourth quarter, and the Trojans will put a 50 up, 52-20 if they make the extra point. By the way, Wayman Jordan, 16 carries for 167 through the first 3 quarters. We had Lemon with those 4 catches and 158, 2 touchdowns very early on.
Yeah, that's something we want to see from this running game. We know Georgia Southern struggled against Fresno State, giving up over 300 yards rushing, so you figured USC was going to take advantage of this game, trying to get the run game going, and both backs have definitely put up some big yards today. Credit the offensive line for moving people and still attacking Georgia Southern, where maybe they probably have a weak spot.
That should be it for the starters, I would think, now, as Sayeri puts it in. We've got a break in the action. Timeout with 12:55 to go in the ball game. It's SC 52, Georgia Southern 20 on the ESPN LA USC Trojans Media Network.
Your morning just got a whole lot louder.
Two massive LA radio superstars.
Sedano and Cap have taken over Morning Drive on 710 ESPN.
Don't just listen, watch, stream, and connect across every platform.
Not a radio station, but a multi-platform operation. Okay?
7 to 9 a.m. on 710.
And 9 to 10 a.m. for the YouTube-only hour.
Because weekday mornings in LA belong to Sedano and Cap.
Are you ready to unleash the beast? Monster Energy is here to give you the edge this college tailgate season. Loaded with bold flavors, our powerful blend gives you the energy you need to push you beyond your limits. Tune in all season long with Monster, the energy drink of ESPN Radio College Football Tour. Power your performance with a drink that's as hungry for victory as you are. Crack open an ice-cold Monster and dominate the competition. Monster Energy. Unleash the beast. Grab yours today.
It's time to recharge, reconnect, and rediscover your perfect combination at Pechanga Resort Casino. And with your resort favorites back in action, there's all of the excitement and comfort you love with the peace of mind you can depend on. So whenever you're ready for a little rest, a little relaxation, and a lot of fun, we'll be here. Play your perfect combination at Pechanga Resort Casino today.
What's good, everybody? Sua Cravens here, and don't miss the USC postgame show today after the game with me and Jason Schwartz right here on your home of Trojans football, ESPN LA. Fight on.
Another long drive for the Trojans, 7 plays, 79 yards. Sanders with his second touchdown to make it 52-20 with just under 13 to play in the ball game. Next week we'll be in West Lafayette, Indiana to play the Purdue Boilermakers, Big Ten opener. 12:30 start time here in LA, 3:30 there. They're just on the other side of that time break in the middle of Indiana that they have. And we'll be on the air at 10:30 in the morning with the Trojan Tailgate Show. Early rise and shine. And then 12:30 for the kickoff. Michigan State will be here. By the way, the Trojans all-time 3-1 against Purdue. I saw the loss at the Rose Bowl in 67. They got a touchdown, and the Trojans went for 2 at the very end and didn't get it. You know, that's John McKay's style, just trying to win the ball game. Jimmy Lawrence, I think, there was a good ball game. Greasy, the older Greasy, was the quarterback for Purdue. Kickoff for Sayeri. He's been pretty good at putting him in the end zone for a touchback these 2 weeks, and he'll do it again here over the head of Badinga. Congratulations to Dennis Thurman, who's been named the 22-member 2025 College Football Hall of Fame class, 47th USC inductee, 36 players. A Trojan's been elected to the Hall in 16 of the last 26 years. He'll be inducted in December 9th in Las Vegas. 2-time All-American, national champion, Dennis Thurman.
Yeah, DT, a Trojan legend, and I know him. He's coached a bunch of years in the NFL and all around college ball. Just a football dude, man. As a player, a great player, and as a coach, a great coach.
J.C. French remains at quarterback for Georgia Southern. He'll hand off to Badinga, and Badinga will get pushed back quickly by Jakeem Stewart. Loss of a couple of yards on the play. By the way, the next class, the College Football Hall of Fame, SC's got Jeff Briegel, Mark Carrier, and Taylor Mays as nominees. Briegel, a 2-time All-American in the 80s and the Morris Trophy winner. Carrier, the Thorpe winner in 89. First team I called the games for professionally. SC Athletic Hall of Fame in 2007. All-Century team in the Pac-12. Second and 12. French looked like he got hit from behind, and the pass fluttered. He was looking for Cobb and threw it behind him. And Taylor Mays, a 3-time All-American in 7, 8, and 9. three-time Pac-10 champion. So got some chances to get some more guys in the College Football Hall of Fame. Ocean views, magical sunsets at a luxury resort like no other. I bet the sunset was pretty sweet at Terranea, located along the stunning Palos Verdes Peninsula in Southern California. Book your getaway to Terranea now at terranea.com. Beautiful sunset here in Southern California. You can see the oranges and the blues and the purples off to our left. French will throw on 3rd and 10. Long pass overthrown. He was looking for Camden Brown, and he had Williams beat by a couple steps, just overthrew the pass.
Yeah, we haven't.
That'll be 4th and 11, kicking time.
I haven't seen French miss too many today, but that's one he missed right there. It looked like Camden Brown was able to get behind the defense and just a little bit too long for Mr. Brown.
2 misfires on that possession. 19 for 35 now. Pass along another congratulations in just a minute to one of our former student announcers here at SC. Of course, Carlo Jimenez left a few years ago. He's the voice of the Clippers now on the radio. Here's the punt by Jack Smith. No, Alex Smith. I'm going to mention Jack Smith. Kick is fair caught by SC's Zacharias Williams. The other guy I was going to mention, Jack Smith, who was our play-by-play guy on the USC campus station last year. He's been doing minor league baseball all offseason, but he was just recently named to be one of the backups, and he's going to do San Francisco 49ers games on the radio while their play-by-play guy is recovering from illness. So that's 2 years out of SC. 1 year out of SC is doing minor league baseball and NFL games. That's pretty good. We've got a timeout on the field here with 12:04 left in the game. 52-20, the Trojans have it in hand. Where will it end? We'll find out. Hope you enjoy the postgame show also as you drive home. A lot of fans are already on their way out. Back after these messages on ESPN LA and the USC Trojans Media Network.
The road is calling. Embrace the thrill of the drive with the fully electric Audi Q6 e-tron. Featuring effortless power, serious acceleration, and advanced Audi tech. The next chapter of Audi is here. Get exceptional offers at your local Audi dealer.
Visit SoCalAudiDealers.com for more information. Love staying ahead of the game with the latest tech? Meet Helium Mobile, the first phone carrier powered by the people. Experience coverage from the nation's largest 5G network and a network built by people like you. For just $20 a month, get unlimited talk, text, and data. Plus, earn crypto for contributing to the network, which you can use to pay your phone plan. Whether you're a USC Trojans fan, student, employee, or just trying to save a buck on your phone bill, Helium Mobile is for you. Make the switch today at HelloHelium.com. Fight on.
It's time to recharge, reconnect, and rediscover your perfect combination at Pechanga Resort Casino. And with your resort favorites back in action, there's all of the excitement and comfort you love with the peace of mind you can depend on. So whenever you're ready for a little rest, a little relaxation, and a lot of fun, we'll be here. Play your perfect combination at Pechanga Resort Casino today.
USC football right now on ESPN LA. Don't miss Rams Week 1 NFL Sunday. Coverage begins tomorrow at 11:30 a.m. with the Toyota Rams countdown to kickoff right here on 710 ESPN and the all-new ESPN LA app.
52-20 SC with the fourth quarter still staring us in the face. 12:55 remaining in it. Congratulations to USC Athletic Director Jen Cohn, named the Athletic Director of the Year. USC basketball team, of which Jordan Moore is the voice, scoring their highest, actually perfect APR score in the classroom for 3 straight years. The SC football team has its best grade average going right now in history. Things to hang your hat on. We'll be talking to Jordan about SC basketball as we get closer to the start of the season, sometime in October probably. Here come the Trojans now as Hassan Longstreet has taken over at quarterback after a very nice premiere last week, going 9 for 9, 69 yards and a touchdown, and running well as well. 1st and 10 from his own 35. The handoff to King Miller. Had a long touchdown run last week. This time he's going to get 3 yards maybe, if he's lucky, before getting pulled down by Big 97 for Georgia Southern. A lot of guys not on our list. Eli Anders. The Trojan backfield last time, just a moment ago. Joey Olson was lined up in the backfield as a tight end. Running back is Miller. Also, Harry Dalton wearing 25 in the backfield. So, twin backs for SC next to Longstreet. Fair and Zacharias Williams up to the far side. Near side is Jaden Richardson. See if we can get you some lineman names. Handoff, 40, 45, sideline, 50. And down to the Georgia Southern 40-yard line is Harry Dalton with his first carry. Justin Myers, the tackle. More running backs than Texas has cows.
Yeah, we got to seem to just roll guys in there and make plays right there in the two-back set, getting King Miller and Harry Dalton some nice looks here. And obviously, I think Hassan Longstreet can run the ball back there. So really 3 running backs back there.
Lyons and Tabarachi come in for SC. We've got DJ Jordan away with Zacharias Williams. Center is John Ray Reed. Snap is back at a first down play, and it's Miller getting away again. Here he goes. Good heavens. 20, 10, 5, touchdown. King Miller has touched the ball 6 times in his college career, and he's got 2 touchdowns, and the touchdown runs are long, 75 and 41. How do you do?
Yeah, it's quite bizarre. You keep hearing about King Miller in practice, and Coach Riley talks about him. No one he does it every day. He just breaks tackles and breaks long runs. So, hey, good for King Miller, man. He just gets out there and makes plays. He just keeps doing it over and over again, and that's how you earn more playing time. That's how you earn the trust of your guys. Is you take care of the ball and you break big runs like that. They can't keep you off the field, man.
Old reference. He's not Roger Miller. He's King Miller, but he's king of the road. That's for sure. Jordan Moore down on the sideline.
Yeah, I wasn't. I was going to talk about the other back, Harry Dalton. I mean, they are rich in running backs. It would seem. What I was going to ask you guys is one thing that Arbo does that people maybe don't realize is he keeps a document of everyone that's worn every number ever.
Oh, yeah.
We have a flag on the extra point here, so we'll let them adjudicate that. Looks like it's a motion issue on USC. But, so what you do when you've been here a while, you see a guy in the numbers, and they look like a guy that used to wear that number. And that was my first time seeing Harry Dalton run, and he's got, a little hair coming out of the back, and he looked exactly like Ronald Jones out there. A
little bit.
And then this team, has Brian Jackson, who's out today, who I don't think in real life with his helmet off, but, boy, when he's in the uniform in 21, it's just a spitting image of Lendell White. They're like guys that could play him in the movie if he made the movie. So it is funny when you just see these same numbers, recycled year after year, and the different guys that wear them.
I remember years ago, Vin Scully was calling a game, and somebody wearing 14 was up at the plate. Here's the kick by Sayeri, a little 5 yards further back, and he got it. And Scully saw a guy batting it, wearing number 14. He says, and it was way after Sosha had finished playing. He said, it's 3-2 to Mike Sosha. And then he stopped, realizing it was somebody else completely, some kid that had come up. And he said, well, you can excuse me. I've been at this for a while, and I've seen a lot of 14s. That could have been Gil Hodges for all I know. And then he just went on. Time out of the field here. With 10:24 to go in the game, SC 59. It could put up 70 again, couldn't they? SC 59, Georgia Southern 20. And we'll be back after these messages on the ESPN LA USC Trojan Media Network.
All right, class, settle down. Today's lesson is on the Arco Rewards app. Try to stay with me. The fundamentals are simple. Earn at least 5 cents a gallon in rewards, then redeem them later for up to $1 off every gallon. Now here's where it gets complicated. Oh, wait, it doesn't. It's as simple as downloading the Arco Rewards app to get started. Class dismissed!
Savings of up to $1 per gallon redeemable with 20 rewards dollars in your loyalty account at participating locations. Terms and conditions apply.
Looking for the play of the day? That's easy. Fight on to victory with USC and fly on faster with ONT, the fastest and easiest airport experience in SoCal. Not to mention Ontario International Airport has over 90 nonstop flights to 30 major destinations with less traffic coming in and out. In other words, getting there is a breeze, and so is following our Trojans anywhere the season takes them. Because let's be honest, faster is always better when it comes to your airport. Start planning your next journey today at SoCalSoEasy.com.
He's got the speed. He's got room. He's going
No one gets you closer to the game than Sirius XM College Sports Radio.
For the win! Got it! Let's go!
Tune in for news, talk, and analysis from the offseason through regular season and into the postseason. We've got your team covered anywhere you go.
Deep to center field! Oh, it's gone!
Get a free trial at SiriusXM.com/College Sports Radio 2025.
It's Evan Cohen. This is USC football. Be sure to start your Monday morning with our show on Sportsmanlike. Evan, Canty, and Michelle until 7 a.m. before the Sedano and Cat Morning Show, Monday on ESPN LA.
King Miller, 41-yard touchdown run. 3 plays, 64 yards. Trojans up 59-20 with 10:24 to go in the game. And 53 plays in the game, Shaun, for 700 offensive yards.
Oh, the old 700-yard game, huh?
That's 700 club. 288 on the ground.
That's
yeah. So whatever we're saying, it must be wrong. Because it looks pretty good. Statistically, it looks good. The only thing really, we gave up some short passes. They were busted coverage once or twice maybe. Some short passes. Their running game was a little problematic there for a while, but not here in the second half.
No, not in the second half. We talked about these things in the first half as you know, the penalties were bad with the to the face penalties, personal fouls, the runs up the middle. Those are concerning. We had the busted coverage. So I mean, most of these have been on defense. Offensively, we punted one time, right? I think
twice,
2 punts today, but the offense has capitalized. Not as crisp as you would like it. Jaden has his percentage a little bit down, but. 700 yards, I don't know what you're supposed to say.
Sayeri's PAT brought to you by Terranea Resort, a luxury resort like no other. He now kicks off into the end zone again. And the touchback will bring it out. See if Georgia Southern will bring out some of their irregulars. And got a couple of quarterbacks in Bryant, the big kid, and Helton, the coach's son. Isn't that Rule 52? Rule 52 is the coach's son plays wherever he wants and whenever he wants. That was that way in baseball anyway. Here's 14. That is Turner Helton. Grew up at USC, rooting for guys like Barkley, Darnold, Kessler. Transfer from Western Kentucky where he played for Uncle Tyson. Out of Palos Verdes. And Helton will go over to the right side, and the run will get him out to the 36-yard line. Helton ready to go already. Little pass play there to 26. That is Antavius Murphy, who is actually on my board. At this point of the game and in this kind of score, you're not sure ever. Helton will throw, and that's complete here at the Coliseum. Helton has completed a pass. That one's to number 13, Dylan Gary, whose dad, the freshman All-American at Kentucky in 97, played for the Rams. Turner Helton, all 6'2" and 175 pounds of him, redshirt junior. Takes the snap, fakes one way. He's going to run. Yeah, he's going to run. 40, slides, gives himself up at about the 37 to the 42-yard line. Sorry, I said 37 originally. 42-yard line. It'll be 3rd and 5. 3rd and 4. 3rd and 4. Well, it's nice to see the kid get out there, isn't it? The old man coached here and played here. Now the kid's playing here. Good for him. Helton fakes the handoff, winds and throws, incomplete to the right side, 4th down. Murphy, the intended. Williams, the defender. Trojans run the punt return unit out. Zacharias Williams, who I imagine they would let return a punt rather than Makai Lemon, who you don't want to get hurt necessarily. Makai's really sure-handed. That's why they got him back there. Catch the ball every time.
Yeah, we'll see if they take the handcuffs off Mr. Williams back there.
Sure, why not? Snap is back. The left-footed kicker gets into it. Backs Williams up. He fair catches at the 10-yard line.
Had a little room there to make something happen.
He did.
Maybe it's just their philosophy maybe on punt return.
We've had such good punt return game in the last few years. There's a picture on TV of the young Helton and the coach back in the day. What is he, about 10 or 11 there, maybe?
Clay's looking good still, man. A while back, he's still looking fit as a fiddle down there. Look at him.
First down at the 10-yard line for the Trojans. We'll try to keep you up to date on the guys that are in the game. SC over on the sideline. Jogging out, there's Alani Noah still in the game. 77 for SC on the line. 60, that's Kalon Miller, a freshman from Calabasas, offensive lineman. 68, Hayden Treater, well-regarded recruit. Throw by Longstreet is complete to the 14 or 15-yard line to DJ Jordan. He's from Sierra Canyon, an All-American there, redshirt freshman, a communications major. Tackled by J.P. McHale. Gain, they'll say, to the 15 exactly, 2nd and 5. Tabarachi goes out of the game. Fair and Williams, the receivers, to the far side. Joey Olson, tight end, in motion this way. Dalton is the one back. Now Longstreet, the All-America from Corona Centennial High School last year, claps his hands, changes the play, fakes the handoff, throws on the run, and it's incomplete through the hands of Joey Olson. 3rd and 5. Tyson defending on the play. That guy's been busy. It's been a busy night for the middle linebacker for Georgia Southern. We call his name a lot tonight.
Yeah, 8 tackles last week, interception. Brandon Tyson, that's someone who this defense can build off. Obviously a tough night when you give up 700 yards, but you got to start somewhere.
I miss anybody? 79, Elijah Vacona, Santa Margarita product on the offensive line and way over at left tackle. Standing up to start this play. Hasn't gone into a set position yet. Now he bends over, and he'll stay standing in that tackle spot. Longstreet on an empty backfield on 3rd and 5. Rolling this way, throws on the run again to the 20, and out across the 20 to the 22. The pass completion to Tanook Hines, and that'll be enough to keep the drive going as it's a USC first down, and the band strikes up, fight on. Fabio Chaney from Thornton, Georgia, the tackle from a cornerback spot. So the coach is starting to get their guys in here. Can I play in the Coliseum, please? Can I just go in for one play and say that I did?
They just did a whole line switch there.
Great.
Get a bunch of guys in.
Put them all in. There's a big guy, 99. He's a big man. Do you have him on your board there? There he is, Lowe, Devin Lowe, 6'2", 360. But he carries it well. Dalton the one back on first down, and Dalton will carry. Coming our way. Steps it back in. And gets across the 25 to about the 27 or 8. What is this doing for us? It is killing the clock. There's Tyson again with a tackle. 7 minutes to go with the ball game. Stay with us after the ball game for the Modelo Locker Room Report. We'll have interviews with our players of the game, stats and highlights. We'll talk to JJ. We'll also talk to Lincoln Riley about the preseason, as it were, and going into Big Ten play. Left side throw is complete. This one goes to 19. That's Jordan again. Harrington the tackle. Move it out across the 40 to the 42. That's another Hyundai USC first down. Lincoln Riley will win his 28th game in his 42nd game coached, which ties Lane Kiffin for 10th on the all-time USC list, and he did it in one game faster than Lane Kiffin. Something to hang your hat on. 1st and 10 at the 42, already leading 59-20. Motion for Tabarachi. Sets up this way along with Tanook Hines. The throw this way to Hines, looking for a block and gets one. Tripped up, but out to the 50-yard line he goes. And he was banged down by Chris Crouch, who's wearing 0 tonight. We haven't really talked about that because he hasn't played much. Every week, Georgia Southern gives a guy on the defensive side of the ball the uniform 0 because he has 0 problems with the coaching staff, with the team, with the players. He has 0 accountability issues. So they give a new guy every week number 0. Kind of a neat little tradition. Miller is back in there, so look out. King Miller gets the handoff, spins around into Georgia Southern territory to the 38-yard line. Well, we may have found something here.
That's
King
it.
Miller.
He didn't score. What's going on here? What an underrated run
50?
there. Get him out of there, coach. He doesn't deserve to play anymore.
Walk-on redshirt freshman, 6 foot 210, with speed and size from Calabasas.
Just spun right there, running over people. It doesn't matter for King Miller. He's just playing ball.
Kind of guy you want to see in every game. Harry Dalton is back in. Albarachi tight end strong left. Fair and Williams to the far side. Tanook Hines this way. 1st and 10. Georgia Southern 38. And here goes King Miller. Gets to the 30. He's just a machine.
Well, that was Harry Dalton, I believe.
We got a flag down behind the play. Referees are talking to each other.
Holding. Offense, number 24. 10-yard penalty. First down.
At this point, as the Trojans approach a score, unless you are perfect and don't touch anybody, basically, they're going to try to keep you out of the end zone. I've seen it a lot of times in my career. They just don't want it to get out of hand. Now, if you just score and don't touch anybody, that's on them. Dalton to the right side of Hassan Longstreet. Corona Centennial All-American, 8,600 yards, 83 touchdowns in his career. Longstreet wants to throw right, then he'll run it. Up the middle he goes, slides down, gives himself up to about the 30, checked at the 43-yard line after the penalty. So it'll still be second down and long, 2nd and 14.
There's some growth from the young player. Last week, Hassan
he would have run that guy.
Was putting that shoulder down, trying to run through people like high school. But I'm sure the coach got in his ear a little bit, like, "Hey, we're sliding up here at this level. We're going to save you for the next play." But
we'd like to have you healthy in case we need you.
Yeah.
All right. Getting some good playing time here in the beginning of the season. Don't know how much more he'll get this year, but we'll see. Reed, the center, ready to snap it back to Longstreet. He does. Longstreet hands it off to Dalton. He'll get hit and thrown for a loss back at the 45. 3rd and a bunch. Well, if they open up a little bit here, they can let Longstreet throw one a little bit. Throw one downfield a little. Why not? I mean, you don't want to pour it on, but it is your backup guys are in.
Yeah, I don't think they mind running this a little bit. Let that clock tick a little bit, Pete.
All right.
Some short, some quick. No, you don't want to drop pass here, so you don't want that clock to stop. So I'm sure you want to.
I don't think it's going to matter. Looked a little iffy there. Remember, it was 21-13.
Remember, it was 7-0.
Well, yeah, 6 nothing.
6-0. Sorry.
Yeah, that's 2 weeks in a row. We've been behind at the start of the ballgame. Reed snaps it to Longstreet, looking deep, flushed, gets a block, heads for the sideline, throws. And it is incomplete. He's looking maybe for fair, but he overthrew him by about 15 yards. 4th down. 17. What do you do? The first thing you're going to do is run it down maybe. No, it's 2:30 to go, so you can't. You're going to just bring out the punt team?
Yep.
Yeah, okay. Modelo locker room report coming up right after the ball game is over. We'll have all the fun for you. Jordan will have a guest on the field right after the game is over, as always, and then back in the locker room a couple more and the coach. Highlights of this, and there are plenty. Snap back, Johnson boots it. Fair catch at the 9. Job well done. Sam Johnson, the senior, and a transfer from 3 different colleges. I suppose you want to know what's going on the scoreboard, don't you?
Of course.
Michigan State and Boston College are going to overtime, tied at 27. Boston College tied it up. Oklahoma with the ball at the Michigan 6, already leading 21-13 with 2 minutes to go in the game. Have a 3rd and goal at the Michigan 6. It looks like Oklahoma's going to beat Michigan. That was kind of the only game of the day worth a darn. 2 ranked teams here in week 2. Handoff. Helton gives it off to the right side, and The run by Samuel. And it looked like 40. Shaun has been mentioned on our broadcast for 2 straight weeks.
Yeah, the sideline was excited about Mr. Serra getting in on the tackle there. You
have that on your bingo card?
He roughed it on the sideline, excited he got in there and made a tackle.
And we've come down to the 2-minute stoppage. How are we looking there, Gia? Stay here, she says. Well, we shall, and talk amongst ourselves. As USC will meet Purdue next week on the road. We'll leave on Friday early, and if it's a 12:30 game, we'll probably get back around 10 o'clock at night, something like that.
I like it.
It's not terrible.
Not too bad.
The following week, Michigan State is in, one of the 2 teams that USC does not have a winning record against in the Big Ten.
Huh.
Maryland, you were there last year, that's 0-1, and Michigan State 4-4.
Jonathan Smith at the helm?
Yeah, Oregon State QB from a long while back, and did a pretty good job at Oregon State, I thought, as a coach. That got him a job at Michigan State.
Yeah.
They're not supposed to be all that.
No.
And nor is Purdue, to be quite frank. Illinois had a nice second half and turned back Duke on the road, and Illinois is supposed to be a test. They got like 20 starters back, and that is supposed to kind of be the Indiana of 2025 in the Big Ten.
Yep.
And that's on the road at Champaign-Urbana. And I pointed at that at the start of the season as maybe that was the one that would spring the Trojans to some greatness or be the trouble game.
Yeah, well, the Trojans had a lot of trouble on the road last year. I think that's been well documented, and I think they get a good opener against Purdue, get to go on the road, get a feeling for another locker room, get the young guys experience on the road, so that's a great warm-up game. You get another week with Michigan State back at the house. And then, like you said, Pete, that's the one I think everyone circled as kind of that 4-game stretch right there being very important for the Trojan season, and to get that one against Illinois, that'll be a big one.
Let's pause 10 seconds for stations to identify themselves here on the ESPN LA USC Trojans Football Media Network.
Hey, this is Lincoln Riley. This is Trojans Football on 710 ESPN. KSPN Los Angeles. Your home for USC football is 710 ESPN and the all-new ESPN LA app. Fight on.
The memories should be thick for these Georgia Southern kids. They came to the most iconic stadium in the United States, outdoor stadium for sure. Despite the fact they came to Fresno and LA and got beat twice, beat badly here today, they go home now and will be tougher for this experience. Jacksonville State and Maine are next, then they have to go to James Madison, which is a tough game in their conference. Southern Miss, Georgia State, Arkansas State, at Appy State. Coastal Carolina, Old Dominion, and at Marshall. We wish them the best of luck. Hope they win out. Why not? Georgia Southern from Statesboro, Georgia. Southeast of Augusta, far southeast of Atlanta, kind of on the way from Atlanta to Savannah, Georgia. Helton will throw right side. Nice play, knocked away from being a complete pass by Kevin Longstreet on the far side. Very athletic play from Longstreet.
Yeah, he's got a bunch of playing to coaches trust him in being out there, not just in the second half, but made some plays in the first half as well. So we've seen 34 quite a bit out there today.
So Georgia Southern has a really nice little stadium. It's perfect for them. They draw about 8,000, 9,000 at home games, which is fine. Maybe more than that. Handoff, Samuel. First down, they were looking for a pass, got a run, and he's bumped out in the Trojan side of the field at the 40-yard line.
I had some speed.
Now is Marcellus Williams still in there for the Trojans? Check that. I believe that's 28, not 25. He wouldn't be in there. Kennedy Urlacher getting the tackle for the Trojans.
Jamari and Samuel there. He showed some burst right there. As I thought that one might go to the house with as he kicked it into gear.
I want to mention I mentioned their home stadium. They're the 5th ranked team in major college football in terms of home winning percentage. 218 and 51 all time. Want to do a little quiz?
Sure.
All right, we got some time for it, not much. Little pass complete on the right side. Dylan Gary will get a couple of yards. All right, who are the top 4 in all-time winning percentage on their home fields in major college football? You have a minute 26 to answer.
Notre Dame.
No. Turner will throw, or Helton will throw. Helton will throw, and it's incomplete near the near sideline there.
Well, let's bring in Jordan here. Jordan Moore.
Jordan want a piece of this?
Sideline assist here.
Top 4 winning programs in their home field.
This is all D1 or just
all,
major
all
college?
top division, yeah.
Nebraska.
No.
Michigan.
Alabama.
Yes, Alabama is number 1.
Oh, that's okay.
And these guys, Georgia Southern, are number 5. Helton on second and they'll check that 3rd and 5. A handoff up the middle will be 4th down now.
Smaller
Samuel
teams.
carries. 1 big, 1 medium, and 1 smaller. Under a minute to play.
Tick-tock, Jordan.
Oh, I'm sorry. Am I still on the clock,
Well,
Shaun?
we're all
I thought you were doing this.
No, I got one
you were
right,
doing
so
this.
you have to get one right.
Oh, okay. You got Alabama. That's
Texas.
right. No, Oklahoma, however.
Oh,
number 3, Oklahoma.
My next guess.
Yeah. Okay.
Medium.
Medium would be Boise State.
Okay, on the blue turf.
Yeah. And the last one,
Harvard.
A member of the Sun Belt Conference.
Oh.
Throw to the end zone, incomplete.
Western Kentucky.
Marshall.
Your high school?
No. No. But when Georgia Southern first played football from 1924 to 41, penalty against SC for pass interference on that last pass. From 24 to 41, they were not called the Eagles. They were called the Blue Tide.
Oh.
Which is
that's a terrible call.
The name of my student newspaper at school, in high school, for which I wrote.
Yeah, it looked like Lincoln Riley on the sideline was
not happy. Oh, that's a terrible
disappointed
call.
In that call.
Come
As he's yelling at the ref. That was a terrible call there.
So, first down at the SC 19.
What was the spread there in the game?
28.
Oh.
Right now it's 39, so that's pretty safe, I think.
There you go.
30 seconds left in the game. It'll be Helton to throw for the end zone. No. Incomplete and out of bounds anyway. Treston Castro defending. 2nd and 10 from the 19. We're almost there, baby. Almost there.
We're puttering in. We're puttering into the station here, Pete. Bring us home, babe.
I don't think I have anything left. I did them. I got them all in.
We just did a quiz.
Yeah, when you get to the quiz, you know we're deep. That's Gia's favorite part. Our producer, Gia Lara. It is a handoff up the middle down to the 13-yard line to Jamarian Samuel.
Is that it? No, going to timeout.
Oh, they're going to call timeout. Of course they are. Georgia Southern calls timeout. Well, you got to try.
We're out of breaks. Oh, no, we're in trouble.
20 seconds left in the game.
Can
the Trojans keep them out?
Fans are booing.
That's the question. Leading 59-20. Well, you know, you're got to have fun, right?
I'm sure they don't have a problem booing the old ball coach over there on the other side.
Yeah. Teams gathered around. What do you think the attendance is now? Maybe
1,400.
No, there's more than that. Come on. There might be 50,000 here today. It'll be announced maybe a little bit higher because of the seats sold, certainly. And I think more people will be. Michigan State, I mean, if SC comes back from Purdue and it's 3-0 and they're playing Michigan State, that'll draw.
Yeah, the buzz will start buzzing if they can.
And Sparty's got a big following now.
Yeah.
They'll be here. Helton trying to get in the end zone. On 2nd down. Fakes once. Rolls right. Buys time. At the sideline. Throws it out of bounds. Incomplete pass. It'll be 3rd down at the... Where are we? 13, 14-yard line. Is it 4th or 3rd? 4th down. 4th and 5. This is it. 4th and 5 from the 14 with 13 seconds left in the game.
Will Helton score on the Trojans? Is
Here it is.
Storyline.
Samuel to the right side. Of course, you get a first down. He called timeout again. Needs 5 for a first down and 14 for a touchdown. He throws. That's complete. And inside the 10 for a first down to the 9-yard line. 88 caught that. That's Carmelo Mays. Clock says 7 seconds. First and goal at the 9.
Wait, game clock just ran out.
Turner Helton.
That was it.
That's it. They didn't get the playoff.
So anticlimactic there.
Wow, that is anticlimactic. That is true. And the Trojans have won the ball game 59-20. Teams meeting at the center of the field to shake hands. The band getting ready for a post-game concert. Clay Helton and Lincoln Riley meeting to exchange pleasantries. They play golf every once in a while against each other, I understand. And that'll do it for tonight's game. Jordan will have a post-game guest here in just a moment on the field before we break away as the Trojans roll here. And he's got our guest down there in the middle of the maelstrom. Let's go down to Jordan.
Yeah, I've got Jacoby Lane. I was going to show you the picture of the one-handed. You're going to have to look on your phone when you get back to the locker room. Take us through the play.
Yeah, I think I had a fade on the goal line, hoping I got a chance to make a play, and I did. And I just tried to go up and catch it with two hands, but ended up catching it with one. And so it was a fun game.
Yeah, I think it's one that you're going to look back on for a while. Now, the team doctors, they asked me to tell you to stop trying to jump over people. That one we can get out of the rotation?
Yeah, very immature decision. I'll definitely try and stay on the floor for a long time.
You guys put up a ton of numbers today. How'd you feel about the offense as a whole, but in particular, you, Makai, and Jaden working together?
Yeah, very proud of the group and everything we put in this week. And I think although we had a semi-okay week of preparation, I think this upcoming week we go on the road and we know we got to take it up another notch. So super grateful to come out with the win this week, but it's on to the next week, and let's grind this week with the team. So.
Lastly, such a tremendous duo with you and Makai. You're such different players. What's it like? I'm sure he marvels at what you can do. How do you feel about watching what he can do?
Yeah, super blessed to be able to be around a guy like him that's able to just make plays and get open so easily and get past people and score. So I think anytime I get to one-up him and do something and try and turn him up to go better, I take full advantage of it. So I'm super grateful to be on the same side of the ball with that guy.
Well, an iconic moment for Jacoby Lane at the Coliseum tonight. He'll be looking at that photo for the rest of his life, guys.
Thanks, Jordan. We'll be back down to you in the locker room in just a couple of minutes with the Modelo Locker Room Report. Your Trojans did it again with today's victory against Georgia Southern. You can visit your local Southern California participating AM/PM store and redeem one free personal pizza and one 20-ounce Coca-Cola. Only valid through the AM/PM app and only valid while supplies last. Final score tonight, USC beating Georgia Southern by a final of 59-20. We'll be back with more after these messages on the ESPN LA USC Trojans Media Network.
If you are a fighter, Modelo is your reward. So listen close. You put up with a lot, but you always hold it down for your people. You are strong. You are fearless. You are the baddest on the block. You are an elbow grease factory, a force of nature. You are not to be reckoned with. You are a ride or die, a powerhouse of productivity. You are a fighter, and Modelo is your reward. You've earned every last drop of this rich golden lager, so raise it up high. Modelo, the mark of a fighter. Drink responsibly. Beer imported by Crown Imports, Chicago, Illinois.
Your mornings just got a whole lot louder.
Two massive LA radio superstars.
Sedano and Cap have taken over Morning Drive on 710 ESPN, the all-new ESPN LA app, and on YouTube at ESPN Los Angeles.
I'm a great tipper. Cappy's the one that never tips. He's the one that's always complaining. Why is everything got to be a tip? I tip all those mother bleepers.
Don't just listen. Watch, stream, and connect across every platform.
Not a radio station, but a multi-platform operation. Okay?
Yeah, get him, George.
The Sedano and Cap Morning Show. 7 to 9 a.m. on 710 ESPN and the ESPN LA app.
And 9 to 10 a.m. for the YouTube-only hour.
The freaking curtains open, we bust out through them, and we hit the airwaves.
Because weekday mornings in LA belong to Sedano and Cap.
You're listening to USC Football on the home of the Trojans, 710 ESPN. Fight on.
Teams and the fans and others walking off the field slowly as USC wins the ball game tonight. Tonight's broadcast brought to you in part by Old Dominion Freight Line, the official freight carrier of USC Athletics, helping the world keep promises. And Stone IPA, inspiring a generation of brewers and beer lovers, made in Southern California. Stone Brewing's first anniversary ale continues to be today's iconic West Coast style IPA. Crisp, light-bodied, and packed with hoppy flavor. Located at find.stonebrewing.com. Reminder now to stay tuned next for the Modelo Locker Room Report, the show that takes you into the Trojan locker room for interviews with our players of the game. We'll have highlights, we'll have statistics, we'll have the last word with head coach Lincoln Riley. John Jackson will join us for some comments. Lots of stuff going on in the Modelo Locker Room Report coming up in just a moment. Final score presented by Wells Fargo, official retail bank of USC Athletics. The final score today, USC 59 and Georgia Southern 20. And this is the ESPN LA USC Trojans Media Network.
And it is a final from the Coliseum. USC Georgia Southern is in the books.
You've been listening to USC Football, brought to you by Coors Light, Mountain Cold Refreshment. Choose chill. Celebrate responsibly.
Pechanga Resort Casino, proud partner of USC Football. High Noon, proud supporter of your USC Trojans.
And by State Farm. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Stay tuned in as we break down the game, listen to highlights, and talk to the players and coach.
All coming up on the ESPN LA USC Trojan Media Network. Presented by Pechanga Resort Casino.
Coors Light presents To Chill or Not to Chill. When your friend skips your favorite song on the playlist. End the friendship. Or choose chill because that song lives rent-free in your head anyway. And you planned ahead by bringing Coors Light to the party. And the sound of that ice-cold can cracking open was music to your ears already. Coors Light. Choose chill. Celebrate responsibly. 2024 Coors Brewing Company, Golden, Colorado.
It's time to recharge, reconnect, and rediscover your perfect combination at Pechanga Resort Casino. And with your resort favorites back in action, there's all of the excitement and comfort you love with the peace of mind you can depend on. So whenever you're ready for a little rest, a little relaxation, and a lot of fun, we'll be here. Play your perfect combination at Pechanga Resort Casino today.
Hi, Trojan fans. Are you ready to fight on? Fruitist Blueberries got your back. All across the gridiron, straight into the end zone, our berries pack flavor and crunch into every bite. Get ready for Fruitist Blueberries, official superfruit snack sponsor of USC Trojans football. Delicious, healthy, and always ready to win. Snack smarter. Snack Fruitist, because even our berries fight on. Fruitist, Fruitist, for the love of fruit. Available in stores near you.
No matter what you're looking for in a non-alcoholic beer, there's only one name that has it all. Athletic Brewing Co. Full flavor? It's athletic. Huge variety? It's athletic. Award-winning styles you can get online, at the bar, or the grocery store? It's athletic. In fact, when it comes to amazing non-alcoholic beer, there's no question. It's athletic. Ask for it and find out. Go to askforathletic.com to find your closest retailer today. Near Beer.
That's the final whistle. It's time to go break down the Trojans' performance, the outcome, and the next opponent for USC. This is the Modelo Locker Room Report.
Brought to you by Modelo, the fighting spirit of the USC Trojans.
Pechanga Resort Casino, proud partner of USC football.
I Trust Capital, the official crypto platform of the USC Trojans.
And by Salaya Tequila, proud partner of the USC Trojans.
This is the Modelo Locker Room Report.
Welcome back to the Coliseum. USC a winner 59-20 over Georgia Southern. Pete Arbogast and Shaun Cody. Jordan Moore down in the locker room. We'll be down to him shortly. John Jackson will join us as well as SC wins this ball game. A thought about this game before we run over the stats and do the individuals and all that and have our interviews, Shaun. At halftime, we were kind of wringing our hands saying this doesn't look very good, even though they're way ahead. But here at the end of the ball game, it feels a little bit better.
Yeah, it didn't feel good at halftime. Obviously, you're winning the game and you're putting up some gaudy numbers, but I think especially on defense, you saw a little leakage in the run game, especially up the middle. You don't want to see that. You saw some breakdown in coverage on the back end, so those things were alarming. And you saw the penalties add up with the hands to the face. So that's not clean ball on defense in that first half. Was it better in the second half? Yeah, they still gave up one touchdown in the second half. Looked like maybe more of the 2s and 3s, but some things to clean up on defense. Offensively, it's hard to say much about when you have 755 yards of total offense. It's not a lot of criticizing going around. They miss a couple things, of course, but offense looks good. Running back room looks good. Quarterback looks good. So offensively, still going in the right direction.
Trojans trailed for the second straight week. Missouri State led them 3-0, lost 73-13. Georgia Southern led 6-0, lost 59-20. And I think the most important play of the game-changing moment of the game, to me, presented by Cookies, proud CBD and wellness partner of USC Athletics, was that first touchdown catch for USC. Maliava, the 12-yarder to Jacoby Lane, where he made the one-hand snag, and it got the crowd, kind of lit the crowd on fire and kind of set the tone for the rest of the ball game.
Yeah, that thing got it powered up in here because you fumble the ball on the first possession, and then you give up a touchdown, and the crowd's not into it yet. It's hot, and you're not that excited about it. Then Jacoby brought the pace of life, and then I think back-to-back with Makai giving those touchdowns, those long touchdowns where he's just running everywhere, that thing got it in the right direction.
I don't know what play they're going to choose for the play of the game, although my vote is King Miller's 41-yard run because that's all he does is long touchdown runs, apparently. But I do want to tell those guys in the post-game show to hold the highlights for about 20 minutes
because he gets in his car.
I can't get to the car fast enough. That's all it is. Time now to listen to our Arco top-tier play of the game.
Now, it's time to experience the thrill of the Arco top-tier performance play of the game.
Play of the game.
Snap is back at the first down play, and it's Miller getting away again. Here he goes. Good heavens. 20, 10, 5, touchdown. King Miller has touched the ball 6 times in his college career, and he's got 2 touchdowns, and the touchdown runs are long, 75 and 41. How do you do? Miller, star of the game there. Trojans had 28 first downs. Georgia Southern had 26. 309 rushing yards to 142. Both ran 33 running plays. Trojans had 9 yards per play on the ground, and Georgia Southern 4. Passing yards 446 to 235. Trojans had 15 yards per completion to 5 for Georgia Southern. Just they were under pressure all day and had to pass short most of the time. Total offense, here it is. Trojans ran 63 plays, 15 fewer than Georgia Southern. Georgia Southern had 377 yards, 4.8 per play. SC 63 plays, 755 yards, 12 yards per play. That'll get it done. Turnovers were even at 1. Georgia Southern had 1 penalty for 1 yard. The Trojans had 8 penalties for 93 yards. Time of possession was even at 30. SC was 4 out of 5 with touchdowns in the red zone, 1 field goal as well. And that's how you win 59-20. We'll take a look at the individual stats or go down to the locker room. Jordan Moore will have interviews with our players of the game. We'll do that when we come back after these messages on the ESPN LA USC Trojans Media Network.
It's time to recharge, reconnect, and rediscover your perfect combination at Pechanga Resort Casino. And with your resort favorites back in action, there's all of the excitement and comfort you love, with the peace of mind you can depend on. So whenever you're ready for a little rest, a little relaxation, and a lot of fun, we'll be here. Play your perfect combination at Pechanga Resort Casino today.
In the summer of 1997, Stone IPA was first brewed. We weren't trying to create the next big thing in beer. We just wanted to make the first anniversary ale of our dreams. Crisp, light-bodied, and still packed with hoppy flavor. That little recipe went on to become our flagship beer and inspired a generation of brewers and beer lovers. From that first batch to today, Stone IPA is still the iconic West Coast style IPA.
Hey, USC Trojans, ready to one-up your rivals off the field? Abbott and the Big Ten are back with the We Give Blood Drive. By showing up to donate blood, you can help your school win $1 million for student or community health. Score a limited edition home field design USC Trojan t-shirt and, most importantly, save lives. Go to big10.org/Abbott to find a donation location and put USC in the lead.
You're listening to USC Football.
Hear every moment of USC football on 710 ESPN and the all-new ESPN LA app.
Welcome back to the Coliseum. Postgame band concert going on as SC beats Georgia Southern 59-20. We could tell you that Oklahoma held on to beat Michigan 24-13. Washington and UC Davis just underway. UNLV leading UCLA in Las Vegas 30-20. With 8 minutes and 50 seconds left in that ball game. Individual stats for the Trojans to win. Wayman Jordan, 16 carries for 167 yards and a touchdown. King Miller, 3 for 55 and 1. And Eli Sanders, 8 for 52 and 2 touchdowns. Pretty good day for USC running the football. Passing game, Jaden Maliava, 16-24 for 412 and 4. Longstreet was 4 for 6 for 34 yards. Mekhi Lemon caught 4 for 158 and 2 touchdowns. Lane, 3 for 91 and a touchdown. Walker Lyons caught a touchdown pass as well. This is the Modelo Locker Room Report. Jordan Moore has been with us on the sideline all day. Now he's down in the Trojan locker room, a victorious place, and let's go to him for our first player.
Yeah, I've got Anthony Lucas here. A couple sacks for you, Anthony. It must have felt good in the Coliseum. Take us through those plays. How are you able to get through?
Just trusting the process. My coaches have been scheming up some good plays for us this whole week, and just being able to be out there and get the call, communicate with everybody else that's working around with me, just so that we're all on the same page and able to close the quarterback run lanes when he's trying to escape, and then come in there and clean it up.
I love what I've seen from this pass rush so far. There's so much speed, particularly on the edge. Cam's gotten back there. Braylon's gotten back there. You've gotten back there a lot. How good can this group be in getting after the pass of the season?
There's only one way to keep going, and is keep climbing, be the best in the nation, and that's what we're aiming to be.
Guys, go ahead for Anthony.
Anthony, congratulations. Shaun, Cody in the booth, congratulations on the win, bud. Obviously, 2 sacks is great on the day. We saw you in a little different position, not coming off that edge, working you in on third downs in the middle. How comfortable are you at the stand-up kind of linebacker, defensive tackle? It looks like you were pretty productive at that.
Yeah, it's been something we've been working a lot since I've been here, at least with Lynn and the new scheme, and now it's just been great to finally put it to use and be able to out there and execute and actually get some production off of it now for the first time, running it like that in the game.
Looked like at halftime, coach probably got after you guys out. The pass rush looked good all day, but giving up a little bit in the run and then the breakdown and coverage on the end. What was that halftime speech like? So you guys came out a little stronger in the second half.
Just knowing that we're doing a lot of things that were like slipping by, giving them runs. They're not earning anything, so we're just trying to come up with a plan to close all those sealed gaps, or seal all those gaps that's hitting the defense, and making sure our defense doesn't think that we're doing good just because of the scoreboard. But if you watch the tape, it's saying something else. So we're just going over the film, making sure that we're still playing smart and reading our keys and staying assignment, sound football.
Hey, Anthony, John Jackson up in the booth. D'Anton Lynn, I love all the things that he does. For you guys to get pressures and stuff, is there a lot left in the bag? Has he hasn't emptied the bag yet, right, in terms of the blitzes, stunts, and pressures that you guys can bring?
Yeah, we haven't even scratched the surface. There's a lot more stuff
That's
coming.
what I want to hear.
Yeah.
Hey, Pete Arbogast upstairs. And more of a statement than a question, but I'd like you to respond to the statement that I make. 2 games for USD's defense, 9 sacks, which is leading the Big Ten and 3rd in the country, 21 tackles for loss, leading the Big Ten, top 10 in the country. Must be a big swelling of the chest for your group and the linebackers and the whole defense as a whole.
We just like to keep it humble and know that we still ain't nothing yet, so we still got a lot of work to do.
Well, I think that's not quite true. I think that's quite something. It really is. If you're leading the Big Ten after 2 weeks in sacks and tackles for loss, it's pretty good. Let's get after them again next week against Purdue on the road. First road test, first Big Ten game. Going to be a fun week.
Yes, sir. Can't wait.
Anthony Lucas with Jordan Moore. down in the locker room right now. This is the Modelo Locker Room Report. We'll come back with more after these messages on the ESPN LA USC Trojans Media Network.
A Jersey Mike's Sub Bowl is any sub without the bread. They're great anywhere.
So you can have a Mike's Chicken Philly Sub Bowl on the beach?
Sure can.
Or a BLT Sub Bowl when you're at the airport?
Absolutely.
So I can have a turkey provolone Sub Bowl on a date with my mom's lifelong best friend?
Are you sure it's a good idea?
Linda knows how to handle me.
Yeah, it's like we've known each other forever.
Because you have, Linda. Your favorite sub in a bowl for any time, anywhere. It's a Jersey Mike's thing. A sub above.
It takes hard work to be the best in the game. Planning, commitment, resilience, sweat. That's why Old Dominion Freight Line, the #1 national LTL carrier for quality, works hard to be the best in the game and is proud to support those striving to be the best in theirs. Old Dominion Freight Line, official freight carrier of USC Athletics, helping the world keep promises.
The road is calling. Embrace the thrill of the drive with the fully electric Audi Q6 e-tron. Featuring effortless power, serious acceleration, and advanced Audi tech. The next chapter of Audi is here. Get exceptional offers at your local Audi dealer.
Visit SoCalAudiDealers.com for more information. This is USC football on the home of the Trojans. 710 ESPN and the all-new ESPN LA app. Your destination for LA sports. Fight on!
By the way, individually defensively for the Trojans, Eric Gentry, to no one's surprise, led the Trojans in tackles with 10. He had a sack, 2 for Lucas, as we mentioned, 1 for Cameron Fountain, 4 for SC, none. No touches back there, no sacks for Georgia Southern's defense on Jaden Mayava and Hassan Longstreet. 8 tackles for loss for SC, only 2 for Georgia Southern. Back down to the locker room on the Modelo Locker Room Report. Here's Jordan Moore.
Well, this is exciting for us. We got the quarterback, Jaden Mayava. Usually he's in there on the big press conference stage, but I guess he earned a break for the night, and you're just stuck to talking with us, which
Slumming
is, trust me, this will be a lot easier. A nice night for the offense, 750-plus yards. What did you think of the unit as a whole?
Yeah, we did a great job. I mean, in my opinion, we started off a little slow, and, I take full responsibility of that. But I think we had a cleaner second half, like Coach Riley said. But we did a great job trusting it and, putting our best foot forward.
There's a lot of weapons on this offense, but, man, what is it like to throw to Mekhi Lemon and Jacoby Lane? Both of them showed the type of things that they're capable of. You put a ball up anywhere in Jacoby's radius, and he's coming down with it, and then you just get the ball in Mekhi's hand, and he's running away from everybody. It has to be quite a luxury for a quarterback.
Yeah, it's probably, they make my job easier. I just got to be there and be able to deliver some plays I want back so I can get them the ball quicker. But I think, it's the best duo I've ever seen or played with.
Could you see the one-handed catch or just hear the ooze from the Coliseum?
I just heard the oohs and ahs from the Coliseum, honestly. So I just kind of threw it up. I knew I had my one-on-one matchup. I like my one-on-one matchups anytime I see 8 out there. So, yeah.
You've probably seen a few of those in practice, I am sure. Guys, go ahead for Jaden.
Jaden, Shaun, Cody in the booth. We saw you. Congratulations on the win, buddy. We saw you after the Mekhi touchdown, sprinting on down there, man. Celebrate with him. What's it like to get in there with the end zone with Mekhi and celebrate that big throw?
Yeah, it's fired up. I wish my O-line was kept up with me so I can celebrate with them as well. But they're getting ready for a field goal, so I was ready to off the sideline to go celebrate with them as well.
Well, Jaden, what was the goal coming into this game? Obviously, you played some teams here that you maybe be overmatched a little bit. What was the goal after the first week and how good you guys did? What was the goal coming into this one?
I think just having that next play mentality and, super big on one-week seasons. That was a great game we played last week, but we're past it and we're on to the next. And just like this one, we're on to Purdue on the road. So, yeah.
Hey, Jaden, John Jackson up in the booth.
What's up, John?
Hey, I'm a receiver, but you guys are the rushing yards and the effectiveness of the running backs has been exceptional. I know as a receiver I want the ball, but the running game, how much easier does that make your job when the running game is effective, especially hitting receivers, whether it be down the middle, Blake McCree getting involved with the passing game, and How much easier does it make it when the running game is going as it has been the last couple of weeks?
Yeah, a lot easier. I mean, you guys see the running back room. We're deep in there, and, when everybody's healthy, we're on it. So I can't wait for next week.
Hey, it's Pete Arbogast upstairs. Let's talk a little bit about 14 receivers last week catching passes and 11 this week catching passes. Many times you see, especially high school and college quarterbacks, you get a favorite guy or two, and you kind of zero in on those guys. That doesn't seem to be the case here.
Yeah, I mean, shoot, everybody, the receiver does such a great job. Jacoby and Lem just do an awesome job leading the boys in there and just being, getting them ready for when the ball comes their way and just make spectacular plays and just go out there and execute plays.
Jaden, what's the difference between your game at the end of last year and who you are now?
I think just, having that next play mentality on taking care of the ball and, just celebrating with my teammates when I can and keeping everybody level-headed and, keeping that neutral mindset.
Tell me about the kid. He looks pretty good. Longstreet?
Yeah, no doubt. Shoot, you said it. He looks pretty good, and he's going to be really good. So, yeah.
Look forward to it. Good days ahead. All right, Purdue is next. Big Ten time. Let's have some fun this week at practice, but let's get at them next week. It all starts for real.
Why not? Let's do it.
All right, Jaden Mayava, starting quarterback for SC. How do you do tonight, might you ask? 16 for 24, just 412 yards and 4 touchdowns in, 3 quarters of play? So he's played 5 quarters, 700 yards, 6 touchdowns. That's pretty good. Pretty good so far.
Got to be leading the country in every stat available.
Yeah, he's number 1 in a bunch already coming into this game. All right, well, when we go back down, they're just about to finish up the Lincoln Riley press conference. So when we go back down, when we come back here, we'll probably be going down to Lincoln Riley, but for a few moments we might talk amongst ourselves. So we'll do that after this. Trojans win over Georgia Southern 59-20. UCLA still trailing UNLV 30-20 with 6:48 to go. Bruins have the ball out at midfield. Back after these messages on the ESPN LA USC Trojans Football Media Network.
Invesco QQQ is the official ETF partner of the USC Trojans. The future isn't scary. Not realizing its potential, however, could be. To build a championship team, you don't just look at what you've got. You have to realize the potential of each recruit, transfer, and prospect. Only by seeing the potential of one player do you make the team its strongest. Let's rethink possibility. Invesco Distributors, Inc. Love staying ahead of the game with the latest tech? Meet Helium Mobile, the first phone carrier powered by the people. Experience coverage from the nation's largest 5G network and a network built by people like you. For just $20 a month, get unlimited talk, text, and data. Plus, earn crypto for contributing to the network, which you can use to pay your phone plan. Whether you're a USC Trojans fan, student, employee, or just trying to save a buck on your phone bill, Helium Mobile is for you. Make the switch today at HelloHelium.com. Fight on.
Having a high-yield savings account at USC Credit Union has its advantages, perks, and benefits. Like the fact that USC Credit Union members can get significantly higher interest rates than the national average for savings accounts. That's an advantage. Plus, you have the option to open your account with as little as $100. That's a perk. And you'll have peace of mind knowing that your hard-earned savings are insured up to a whopping $15 million. That's a benefit. Visit usccreditunion.org and start growing your savings today. Federally insured by NCUA.
You're listening to USC Football on the home of the Trojans, 710 ESPN. Fight on.
59-20 SC over Georgia Southern. The band is gone. The fans are leaving on high school band day. Some of them stayed around for the band concert at the end, and they're fixing up the field for the next game, which is a couple of weeks away against Michigan State. A roadie is next at Purdue, and we will be there with you next weekend. Right now, we'll be with Jordan Moore down in the locker room as the Modelo Locker Room Report continues. Jordan.
Yeah, I've got the head coach, Lincoln Riley, coached 755 total yards of offense today. Somebody's going to tell me that that's the first time we've done that in a long time when they go through all the numbers and figure it out. What did you think of the offense as a whole today?
Well, we made some explosive plays. I thought our whole line played well. Allowed us to get the run game going. Aside for the turnover and really the end of the half drive, we played pretty clean ball. Definitely played more clean in the run game than week one, so it's good to see that. And then, had some really good run after the catches that busted it open.
Yeah, we talked at halftime. I thought the defense came out really sharp to start the third quarter. I'm sure that there were some things that they wanted to clean up after that first half. What did you think of their response and the way that they finished the game?
Yeah, we just the penalties were really kind of got drives started for them. We had them in some backed up situations, and then the penalties were the story of the game. We gave up a couple of fade balls that our leverage and our technique has got to be better. But the biggest disappointment is that, because felt like we had them pinned down a lot, and just didn't. You just can't let teams off the hook when you got them like that. So we've got to play more discipline. That was a big point at halftime, and thought the guys came out in the second half and did that at a high level, especially there in the third quarter.
Guys, go ahead for Coach.
Coach, congratulations on the big win tonight. Coach, how do I get King Miller some more runs, Coach? Can we get this guy on the field? What the heck? Just scores touchdowns.
I told you, every day, one big run. So he's done an awesome job with it. Proud of him, man. He's a good runner. Those lines he's been in there with some of the young linemen on his runs. Those guys have done some really good stuff. So, yeah, he's got a real bright future in this program and just keeps producing. So as long as he does that, he's going to keep getting better and better. Quite
a problem to have with all those backs back there, Coach. It sounds like I've already heard from the guys a little bit. I've heard the message of taking this thing on the road. The next one's coming up. A lot of struggles last year on the road. Seems like the message is already kind of being spread throughout the team. Hey, we got a road team. What's this message been about getting out to the road and getting this first big road win?
Well, it's a great challenge for us. I mean, that's what great teams do. They find a way to win on the road, and that's typically what separates teams. Most teams win their home games. Great teams win their road games. And so, I think this team is excited about the challenge, the opportunity. We've identified some areas where we want to be better just in every single way, the way we play, coach, travel, prepare, everything. So excited to really put that to the test and get on the road and start Big Ten play.
Hey, Coach, John Jackson up in the booth. I wanted to ask you, if you go back before the Missouri State game, was it by design that you got so many receivers involved in the passing game before the season? Was that by design, these first two games? That's one of the things that you want. If you had a list, some of the things you want to check off the list was to get a lot of receivers involved, because now you don't know where the ball's going as the defense. It makes the pass blocking a lot easier. Was that by design to get everybody, this many receivers involved this early?
Well, we were hoping, John, to be able to play some different guys here early and kind of see what we had, try to really test our depth and playmaking ability there, and then when we've separated in a few of these games, we've been able to play some of those guys even more, which has been great. So no, it is. It's great to see. It's great to evaluate. It's great to develop those guys. And, yeah, I mean, I think we've got a good skill set of guys, and we're going to need all those guys. It's a long year. There's going to be, different ebbs and flows, and the more guys you have ready to step up and contribute, the better position you're going to be in the long run.
Yeah, I just wondered if it was to make sure you keep everybody happy, because I know when I was playing, if they didn't throw me the ball, I'd be pouting. So they got me the ball just so I would play it 100%. So I was wondering if you were trying to avoid a player like of that nature.
Well, we wouldn't have let you pout with us, John. So, okay. But no, listen. It's always a fine line. Like, you want guys that want the ball and want to make plays. I mean, that's if you have receivers that don't want it and aren't passionate about it, you got the wrong wideouts. But it also always got to be in the in the constraints of the team, and that's what's cool. Is not just them making plays, but you see how hard they're playing down the field when other guys have the ball in their hands, and that's what you want. Is make the most of your opportunities and then go play your tail off when somebody else is getting the opportunity.
It's tough for these guys who were great, all of them in high school, to stand on the sideline and watch a football game. But everyone played again. Everybody was healthy, played again in this game, and that's gotta make all your guys feel like they belong, like they're part of the team, like they really matter.
It's huge. It's great for morale. It's great just for the vibe of the locker room. It's just awesome for these guys to get these opportunities. It is. So now these are valuable, and now it's time to take it on the road.
Last year, and hate to be a negative Nelly, but I usually am, life on the road in the Big Ten was not good for us, and everybody knows that. What do you do as a coaching staff? Do you do anything? Do you pay attention to last year at all, or how do you handle that?
Well, sure, you pay attention to it. I mean, there's kind of two parts of it. It's not like we got our ass kicked on the road.
Right.
We had a chance to win every single road game that we played.
Right.
So we did some really good things on the road, but we've got to go finish. We've got to go put teams down when we get the chance to. We got to go play well in clutch time and do things just as a whole better. So, but we're not the same football team.
Right.
Not even close. So excited to get out there.
That might be the difference maker in this year's team when we look back at it in November and December and January, that this team is going to be the one that's able to finish like last year's team wasn't able to do.
That's right.
We're looking forward to that. Hey, we'll see you at West Lafayette, Indiana, Garden Spot of Indiana.
Here we go. Fight on.
Looking forward to it. All right, that was the final word with head coach Lincoln Riley.
That was the final word from head coach Lincoln Riley, brought to you by Smart & Final.
Smart & Final is a proud sponsor of USC Athletics, and they're ready to help you add some serious flavor to your game day snack spread.
Back down to the locker room, Jordan Moore standing by with a final comment from his perspective on tonight's game.
Yeah, I think there's going to be people that nitpick this game. I don't think I'm going to be one of them, to be honest. They ultimately handled their business in a big way. On the scoreboard, they put up just a ton of offense, and defense was a little bit up and down, particularly in the first half, and there were some penalties, and it looked a little bit like what I was feared a little bit, which is just when you have two of these games in a row, are you going to be quite as sharp in both of them? And they didn't seem quite as sharp in the first half in particular, but I will be stunned if we even mention this game when the season is over. It all starts next week. This team needs to prove that it can fly and win a game in the Big Ten. They were not able to do that, as you said, last year, but this is a whole new group and a clean slate in that regards, and Purdue's kind of a good place to start. It was a very winnable game next week. Purdue finished at the bottom of the league last year, so I think they're improved. I think they have a pretty good pass offense. There'll be a test, but it's kind of a nice step up. You're not all of a sudden jumping up to the top class of the league. This is a very winnable game, and I look for them to get it done next week.
All right, talk to you next week. Thanks for the work tonight.
Thanks so much.
All right, Shaun.
Pete.
We were, like I said, at the start of the postgame show, a little freaked out at halftime maybe. Even though the score was 31-13, you're feeling okay, but we weren't feeling okay necessarily. And then it got better. There were tons of 3-and-outs. The defense was playing great. The offense was playing great. Everything in the second half felt to me like the coaches got on them a little bit.
Yeah. I think especially defense. I'm always probably more critical of the defense than anything. But whenever you let a team rush up the middle 3-4 times in a game and they hit you right at the heart of the defense, that doesn't matter who you're playing. That's going to hurt, and that's something that can't happen. So those are got to clean up plays. We've seen it last week. We saw a couple of runs break. So those are definitely plays that, hey, there's a thing here. Let's shut this thing down before we get this thing rolling. So that's an issue they got to fix. The back end has struggled a couple times in some breakdowns in coverage, so that's a concern. I mean, all around, you hold a team to 20 points, and they didn't really do much in the second half. You're pretty proud of that. But you always, I think, as a coach or as an analyst, you find the bad plays and you got to point them out and you got to address them. But this team kicked some butt today. They did. They put out 700 yards. They blew a team out again. So I mean, we're just looking at the negative things and trying to find little things that we can. But they did put a good.
Hey, Shaun, but would you agree with me that D'Anton Lynn has to be the MVP of this team for the rest of the way? Dialing up some defenses, putting pressure on the quarterback, because the corners can't stand up if the quarterback has all the time in the world like he did today at some point.
I don't necessarily think he had a ton of time today. I think this offense was built to get rid of the ball because they couldn't really protect well. I thought, Anthony Lucas did a great job getting after it. Those edge guys, Braylon Shelby had another sack. So I thought the pressure was there. I just thought they credit the quarterback for throwing. He was on time, I thought, all day, made some good throws, and we just, busted some coverage there. We busted the coverage down here and got to stay on top of those guys, like Coach said. So, just a little thing. It's hard. It's hard. I think the hardest thing about this is, like Jordan said, right? You play two teams back-to-back that were not up to your caliber, and mentally, how do you lock in for those games? The first game of the year, you're all fired up, you get out there, you do it. Back-to-back games where it's just not the quality opponent that you are willing to play against, and it's just hard to. This week of practice must have been like, oh man, what are we getting ready for? You know what I mean? It's just human nature to feel that way, and I think they got it going in the second half, and that's why you saw the team play a lot better.
Last year, as I mentioned, and I believe, like all of us believe, that this USC football team is better than last year's football team. Proof is in the pudding, though. We're going to Purdue. Last year when we were going to Maryland, we're thinking, well, this is going to be easy, no problem. And then Maryland beat us. We went to Minnesota. Oh, no problem. And Minnesota beat us. It wasn't pretty.
No.
And we couldn't win at the end of the game. Washington beat us at the end of the game. We couldn't finish off. Couldn't finish. And I think Lincoln's right. It is a better team, but we got to be the ones that finish this year. That's the way you become a great team. So now we're going to Purdue. How do you feel?
I feel like we're going to see what happens in Purdue. This team has showed me that they can play well. They played well home last year. They played well at home. This product hasn't traveled yet. We'll see how it travels. There's so many things involved with taking a whole team of young men to another place and performing at a high level in a different environment. It's just really hard. It's hard in the NFL, but those are professional guys doing it. So it's just a tough task to do. So hopefully they found some new strategies that work. They found some new ways to lock in because last year just couldn't. Like you said, didn't get blown out in the games, but just couldn't find a way to finish.
JJ, final comments from you about today and the future, at least the 1 week future.
Well, one thing I think has to happen, the run game that they have established, pack it and put it in your suitcase because it has to travel. The run game has got to travel. If they can run the football effectively, the play action pass works. It just opens up everything. You see how happy Jason Mialva was when I asked him the question about it. He's like, yeah, the run game is that was what I've been most impressed with in these first 2 games.
Love to work with you, gentlemen. We'll talk to you next week. JJ from the studio. Shaun, we'll see you at the airport on Friday afternoon.
Yes, sir.
I'll be in the air condition.
I bet you will. Yeah, I don't think it's going to be all that hot in West Lafayette. I think we're looking for a nice fall afternoon, even though it'll still be summer. Our next broadcast is coming up next Saturday, September 13, when the Trojans take on the Purdue Boilermakers in West Lafayette, Indiana, Ross-Ade Stadium. Kickoff time at 12:30. Our broadcast begins at 10:30 in the morning with the Trojan Tailgate Show on the ESPN LA USC Trojans Media Network. Stay tuned now for USC Trojan Wrap-Up with Jason Schwartz and Sua Cravens, talking Trojan football and taking your calls. You can give them a call right now. Get in line, 877-710-3776. That's 877-710-ESPN on the ESPN LA USC Trojans Media Network. Our thanks to our in-studio board operator, Kasim Diakate. Highlights provided by Jose de la Roca. Our spotter and statistician, my good friend Casey Stone. Our producer-engineer, Rick Cutler. Producer-director, Gia Lares. And the executive producer of the USC Football Media Network is Matt Wells. Now for Shaun, Cody, Jordan Moore, and John Jackson, this is Pete Arbogast, reminding you again the final score here tonight at the Coliseum. USC 59 and Georgia Southern 20. Fight on, everybody.
You've been listening to the Modelo Locker Room Report, brought to you by
Modelo, the fighting spirit of the USC Trojans.
Pechanga Resort Casino, proud partner of USC Football.
I Trust Capital, the official crypto platform of the USC Trojans. And by Salaya Tequila,
proud partner of the USC Trojans.
Proud partner of the USC Trojans. Stay tuned for the USC Football Wrap-Up Show presented by Modelo, the fighting spirit of the USC Trojans. Jason Schwartz and Sua Cravens will talk all things USC football.